the old ancestor of the family, who has been sheltered for 100 years, is going to die tomorrow, but today at the birthday banquet, he announced that he will marry an 18-year-old beauty. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, wondering how someone on the verge of death could still think about eating tender grass. Little did they know that the ancestor had just awakened the elderly strengthening system, and as long as he could successfully subdue the talented young woman from the Rong family, Rong Wanner, he could extend his life by 10 years and obtain the Huang Din aging. This sudden turn of events left the ancestor Lin Fan momentarily breathless. To have a man over 100 years old, nearing the grave, go and marry a charming and beautiful young woman? Although such things were not uncommon in the past world of Blue Star, in this world, it was indeed somewhat difficult to speak of an old man nearing his end marrying a young person. But just for a moment of thought, Lin Fan made a decision in his heart. Why not? As a dignified ancestor of the Lin family and a powerful figure in the cultivation world, how could I not get married? As for the Qingyun sect behind it, Lin Fan slightly squinted his eyes, secretly calculating in his heart. There is still a full 6 months until the annual Qingyun sect recruitment of disciples. The jewel of the Rong family, Rong Wanner, is only 18 years old and has grown into a graceful beauty, her aura resembling that of a fairy, stirring one's soul. Compared to Rong Wanner's extraordinary appearance, her innate talent is even more astonishing. After only 3 days of cultivation, she was able to absorb spiritual energy and begin her practice, and she has now reached the peak of the second level of martial artists. The cruising elder of the Qingyun sect had long recognized Rong Wanner's talent and planned to directly designate her as an inner disciple during the next recruitment of disciples. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the Qingyun sect is the only overlord. No matter how powerful the various families are in their struggles, they must obediently remain under the control of the Qingyun sect. Lin Fan thought that if his system was strong enough, he could handle those elders of the Qingyun sect. Unless the ancestor of the Qingyun sect came out of seclusion and it became a life and death situation, otherwise, he should be able to delay for a while. Making up his mind, Lin Fan once again scanned the crowd below and asked, I wonder if the young lady of the Rong family could marry this old man? At this moment, the head of the Rong family, Rong He, had a stiff expression. Lin Fan's words fell like a bell ringing in everyone's hearts and minds. Everyone was stunned, looking at Lin Fan with eyes full of confusion and disbelief. Before anyone could regain their composure, Lin Fan continued, I have worked hard all my life to protect the Lin family, and I have not married for 100 years. Now that I see this girl with extraordinary talent, would the head of the Rong family be willing to marry her to me? Rest assured, my Lin family will protect the Rong family for generations to come, and I will take good care of the young lady. Lin Fan's words struck the hearts of everyone once again, and everyone stared in shock at the elderly Lin family ancestor with white hair and a frail body. No one expected that the appetite of this old ancestor of the Lin family would be so great. He actually wanted to personally marry the proud daughter of heaven. Rong Wanner. Not only did the heads and younger generations of other families not understand, but the eyes of the Lin family's elders and younger members also looked at Lin Fan with shock. Several elders' lips trembled wildly as they said, No, ancestor, with such a grand wish, why didn't you give us a heads up? Did you just blurt it out like that? The head of the Rong family, Rong He, had not yet recovered his senses when Rong Wanner's cold voice abruptly sounded, Old ancestor Lin, I am still young and have not considered marriage for the time being. Upon hearing Rong Wanner's words, everyone dared not even breathe. The meaning of this sentence was naturally self-evident. Who would want to marry an old man over 100 years old? Rong He's expression shifted slightly, although he was also unwilling. He feared provoking the anger of the Lin family's ancestor. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Fan chuckled lightly, waved his hand, and said, I think you may not have understood my meaning. After a brief pause, Lin Fan's slightly hoarse yet undeniably authoritative voice rang out again. I am not seeking your opinions, this is an order. Master Rong, please go back and prepare. When the auspicious day arrives, I will marry Rong Wanner from the Rong family. The hall instantly fell silent. No one expected that the ancestor of the Lin family could say such a thing, which undoubtedly pushed this matter to an irrejectable point. The faces of the elders of the Lin family changed simultaneously. Although they were confused, they were all tense, with their internal spiritual powers circulating, always ready to respond to emergencies. Yuan Shan and Niefeng's expressions stiffened as they looked at Lin Fan in shock. No one expected Lin Fan to say such a thing. It was far beyond everyone's expectations. Although the two major families had always been at odds with the Lin family, in front of the Lin family's ancestor, they could still discern the current situation. Who would dare to defy this ancestor of the Lin family at this moment? If not asking for trouble? Rong He looked very displeased, his eyes almost blazing with anger as he stared at Lin Fan. However, considering his own strength and the safety of the Rong family, Rong He took a deep breath, forced a stiff smile on his face, and said, Ancestor Lin, what you are saying is, my daughter is still young and will soon enter the Qingyun sect for cultivation. so she cannot marry Ancestor Lin. If Ancestor is willing, my Rong family is willing to find another exceptionally beautiful girl to happily marry Ancestor. Lin Fan leaned against the Yulong chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, the crisp sound striking the hearts of everyone present. A pair of indifferent eyes scanned the crowd, and he asked, Master Rong, do you intend to use the Qing Sect to pressure me? Rong he instantly lowered his head, his face looking extremely grim. Lin Fan continued, let me tell you, even if the leader of the Qing Sect were to come here in person today, it would not change my mind. Rong he suddenly raised his head and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth, old Ancestor Lin. You, the rest of his words were forcefully swallowed. Rong Wanner could no longer hold back, her face flashing with cold light, and said, you should take a look at how old you are, and you still want to marry me? If you dare to touch me today, just wait for the revenge of the Qing Sect. Upon hearing Rong Wanner's words, everyone's expression changed. Rong He's eyes flickered, but he did not speak again. He did not believe that the ancestor of the Lin family really dared to disregard the pressure of the Qing Sect and dared to act against him and others. Unless the Lin family no longer wanted to exist. The elders of the Lin family looked angry and were about to reprimand Rong Wanner, but Lin Fan slowly raised a hand, and the hall instantly fell silent again. Lin Fan said, interesting, quite fiery in temperament, but I wonder if she can maintain it after marrying me. Rong Wanner was instantly filled with spiritual power, and a strong aura of spiritual pressure swept through the entire hall. Rong Wanner's pretty face had clearly turned extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at Lin Fan and said, you dare! At this moment, Yuan Shan exclaimed in surprise, it's actually the first level of a martial master. Everyone knew that Rong Wanner had extraordinary talent and had already reached the peak of the second level of a martial master. But they didn't expect her to break through to the first level of a martial master so quickly. This woman's talent is terrifying. Rong He no longer hesitated, and his spiritual power was instantly released, revealing his cultivation at the 6th level of the martial master realm. Faced with the pressure from the two martial artists, Lin Fan merely chuckled lightly, then slowly raised his withered hand. A strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out, violently pushing everyone present. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible mountain had heavily suppressed everyone, making it almost impossible to breathe, and the flow of spiritual energy in their bodies was severely blocked, nearly coming to a standstill. The father and daughter of Rong He, facing Lin Fan directly, felt it even more acutely. The immense pressure of spiritual energy made them grit their teeth and desperately resist this impact. Rong He was even more overwhelmed, drenched in sweat. Master, Nye Fong exclaimed in shock. It is rumored that the ancestor of the Lin family was stuck at the peak of the Grand Master realm, unable to progress, and nearing the end of his lifespan. I didn't expect that the ancestor of the Lin family has actually broken through that step. This is a master. Below the master, everyone else is like ants. Even if the ancestors of the other two major families come here to join forces, they might not be able to defeat the ancestor of the Lin family. No wonder the ancestor of the Lin family is so confident. He is already qualified to hold the position of elder in the Qing Sect. Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly raised his hand, unleashing an even more intense surge of spiritual power that struck the two of them fiercely. Rong He immediately couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while Rong Wanner also fainted. Lin Fan withdrew his spiritual power, glanced at the crowd, and then commanded, someone, help Rong Wanner change her clothes. There's no better day than today, let's hold the wedding during my birthday banquet. The onlookers were stunned, not daring to breathe. No one expected that the ancestor of the Lin family was actually a master. I never expected that the proud daughter of heaven, Rong Wanner, would be married off to the ancestor of the Lin family like this. But no one dared to speak, no one dared to make a move. They could only watch the scene with bitter expressions, hoping that the Qing Sect would not blame them in the future. All the heads of families present deeply regretted, thinking that if they had known it would be like this, they wouldn't have come today no matter what. The members of the Lin family gradually regained their composure, and then several elders stepped forward to quickly restore the damaged environment of the main hall. The female steward swiftly assisted the unconscious Rong Wanner out, preparing to help her change clothes. The remaining disciples of the Lin family, under the direction of their elders, quickly decorated the place with lights and hung up red ribbons. The eldest elder of the Lin family, Lin Zhan, looked at the seriously injured Rong He lying on the ground, feeling at a loss. Given the current situation, Rong He should be the father-in-law of the Lin ancestor, but this father-in-law had been knocked unconscious by the ancestor himself, leaving Lin Zhan in a dilemma, unsure of how to handle the situation. Lin Fan got up and walked out of the lobby while saying, since Family Master Rong is not feeling well, he will not force himself. Send Family Master Rong down to rest. Yes, soon. The Lin family was decorated with lights. All the disciples were busy, posting festive red stickers up and down the Lin family. A pair of big happy letters on the doorway was even more dazzling. It mirrors the joyful objects that were previously prepared for the birthday banquet setup. It's like a double whammy. Those who didn't know better thought they'd hit the jackpot, but the informed crowd. At this point, they were all sitting in the middle of the new lobby, not daring to take a breath. Soon, Lin Fan reappeared in front of the crowd in a red dress. Rong Wanner, who had her cultivation sealed, also entered the lobby under the deacon's assistance, and under a covered head. Her eyes were sharp and incomparable as she looked at Lin Fan. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Fan immediately. Rite of passage. Congratulations to old ancestor for tying the knot. From now on, we will not be separated, and we will have white heads together. Accompanied by the fall of Grand Elder Lin Zhan's words. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Reward has been issued. Please check. Buzz. A stream of warmth instantly filled Lin Fan's body up and down his circumference, and Lin Fan was surprised to find that his originally somewhat parched body was slightly fuller. And the body is full of energy. Chapter 5 Huang Dian Aging. Lin Fan closed his eyes slightly, savoring the changes in his body. The 10 years of longevity rewarded by the system was not just a simple matter of bringing about an extension of one's lifespan, but the most intuitive thing was the change in one's body. Muscles, skin, tendons, even the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the body had some subtle changes under Lin Fan's perception. It was as if his body had actually regressed by 10 years. Opening his eyes again, Lin Fan's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Never thought that the 10 years of longevity rewarded by the system would not only prolong his life, but also allow his body to regress back to the level of 10 years. According to this, doesn't it mean that if the system continuously rewards one's longevity one after another in the back, one's body can completely get rid of this dying look? Even, there is also the possibility of returning to youth. It's like a return to old age. Lin Fan's heart plummeted a little hot. Throughout 100 years of cultivation, Lin Fan had never seen any great power that could manage to return to old age. Some great powers had dying bodies even though their cultivation was profound and their longevity was unfathomable. It is difficult to maintain youthfulness, not to mention the counterintuitive behavior of rejuvenation. Unheard of. The physical changes made Lin Fan so happy that he couldn't help but look at Rong Wanner with a bit of softness in his gaze. But this action, apparently, made everyone misunderstand what was going on. The elders of the Lin family stared in unison, as if they were recognizing this old ancestor of their family for the first time. The old ancestor is so happy. His spirit is different. It clearly feels like the old ancestor is much younger. So the old ancestor is good at this. Told you so. The other family heads were even more thoughtful. One of the family power smaller family head has begun to secretly calculate. Wait until they go back. Must take a good look at the family. There are no young juniors born temperament. Good posture. On the other hand, the gazes of all the young talents of the younger generation looking at Lin Fan were filled with complexity and envy. No one thought that such a proud daughter of heaven would so rashly and hastily married an old man of over 100 years. Although it was said that the subsequent Green Cloud sect would definitely not be willing to stop. But it was estimated that by that time, this Lin family ancestor would have long since kissed Rong Wanner and eaten her up, right? Thinking of this, the hearts of the crowd wailed even more frantically. Rong Wanner under the cover looked at Lin Fan's gaze in her heart and was immediately disgusted. If the eyes were able to kill, Lin Fan would have died no less than 10,000 times. Nay, the spiritual energy in her body was completely sealed, and Rong Wanner couldn't do anything even if she wanted to put up a fight. Could it be that today, we are going to marry this old lecherous devil? A hint of despair welled up in Rong Wanner's heart, but soon, it was covered by a strong killing intent. The old wanker, just wait, if I don't die, I will kill you. You will be broken into pieces. Rong Wanner's gaze toward Lin Fan kept flickering, hiding something. Under Lin Fan's authorization, the process required for the big wedding was extremely short and incomparable. Under the auspices of Grand Elder Lin Battle, it quickly ended. Lin Fan and Rong Wanner, too, were officially married in the presence of everyone. After the wedding was held, Rong Wanner was quickly escorted into the bridal chamber with the support of the female deacons, and as Lin Fan wanted to carefully understand the system's rewards, he also excused himself from the scene, allowing the Lin family elders to continue hosting the banquet. Of course, this move was seen by the crowd as more of a symbol of the impatience of this Lin family's oldest ancestor. Looking at Lin Fan's departing figure, everyone felt as if something in their hearts suddenly shattered. The young talent's eyes were even more lifeless as they picked up the strong wine on the table and violently poured it into their mouths. Tons and tons and tons and tons. The thought of this proud daughter of heaven, soon to be in the shape of an old man, to be rubbed with abandon. Everyone's eyes instantly reddened, and the wine cups in their hands slammed heavily on the table. Pour it full. The Lin family sat at the table. Lin Tianyu sat paralyzed on the chair, his eyes disoriented, his cheeks red, as if he was already in a state of great drunkenness. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Old ancestor's great joy. Welcome, Welcome. So what's the sky's the limit? It's just, Grandma. Speaking, Lin Tianyo's voice was trembling and deformed, picking up the wine on the table and pouring it down violently. Crunch. Push the wedding room. Lin Fan slowly stepped in, and Rong Wanner, dressed in her wedding clothes, sat on the bed, silent, not knowing what she was thinking. He didn't care about Rong Wanner anymore. Anyway, the meat that had already reached the edge of his mouth, could it still fly away? Lin Fan sat straight on the chair and closed his eyes. System, check out another reward. If I remember correctly, after taking in Rong Wanner, the system had another reward, which was the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon. Ding! The Yellow Emperor's internal cannon has been distributed. Please check. Buzz. A memory that didn't belong to him suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Lin Fan's body unexpectedly began to circulate on its own. It flowed continuously along a bizarre and incomparable sinew track. Soon, Lin Fan finished absorbing the memories, and the spiritual energy in his body stopped functioning. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Fan only felt a blazing heat at his belly. The body possesses an abundance of energy in general. Surprisingly, it's such a miraculous technique. Lin Fan's heart was incomparably shocked. Unexpectedly, the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon that the system had rewarded him with was really as he thought. The legendary one, and even, far more than one would expect. Although the cultivation conditions were a bit harsh, it was quite beneficial to oneself. The most intuitive point was that it could slowly improve the physical condition of the cultivator. In other words, apart from the longevity rewarded by the system, Lin Fan could also improve the quality of his body as long as he kept practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon. Looking at Rong Wanner again, Lin Fan's eyes carried a touch of warmth in them. Lin Fan slowly got up and walked towards Rong Wanner. Phew dash! A sharp and incomparable air-breaking whistling sound suddenly rang out in the room, accompanied by a piercing sound. A glistening blue light carrying an extremely cold aura stabbed viciously at Lin Fan's heart. Die, old! As soon as Rong Wanner pulled off the cover, she looked at Lin Fan with hatred. Ding! Boom! Lin Fan's aura instantly filled up. He stretched out his 2 fingers to hold this blue light. At the same time, he reached out and struck an incomparably majestic spiritual force to seal Rong Wanner in place. The spiritual energy dispersed and looked at a tiny ice needle that was flickering with fluorescence and emitting a gust of coldness lying in the palm of his hand. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked into a smile. Interesting, such a magic weapon. It's not from your Rong family, is it? Let's see. This should be a self-defense artifact gifted to you by the elder of the Green Cloud Sect? Rong Wanner's eyes spewed fire as she looked at Lin Fan, gritting her teeth. Old lecherous devil, count yourself lucky you didn't kill you. Lin Fan laughed softly and slowly came to Rong Wanner's body, extending his hand to pinch Rong Wanner's chin. If you are husband and wife, why do you have to fight each other so much? At this moment, the red gown on Rong Wanner's body was a bit torn, revealing a large portion of snow white. The cover has long since disappeared, and the 3,000 green threads are scattered randomly behind the fragrant shoulders, combined with that exquisite and incomparable countenance, and a pair of eyes that could talk. For a moment, surprisingly, it made Lin Fan's body react. Mistress, it's not too early. Why don't you get some rest first? Lin Fan reached out and struck a prohibition. A hand then pushed Rong Wanner down onto the bed. Ah, old, get off me. You, what are you doing? Ah, don't. Chapter 6. Rong Wanner's body was sealed with her spiritual power. How could she put up any resistance? Being easily pushed down on the bed by Lin Fan, clothes thrown everywhere, green silk scattered. More wedding room added a point of rotten atmosphere. Rong Wanner twisted her face unwillingly, and despair filled the top of her pretty face. Yourself. The innocence that had been preserved for so long was going to be colored by an old man of over 100 years. A glint of stern and incomparable killing intent flashed in Rong Wanner's eyes. It just so happened that while he was weak, it was the best time to kill this old lecherous devil. Rong Wanner had already prepared for the worst. Even if she couldn't kill this old lecherous devil, when the time came, she would still kill herself. Never let this old lecher continue to take advantage of the situation. Lin Fan gently embraced Rong Wanner's delicate body while urging the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon operation method. Soon, Lin Fan felt a sizzling heat within his body. At the same time, a stream of spiritual energy poured out from Lin Fan's body and flowed into Rong Wanner's body to start operating. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly condensed. It's now. The Yellow Emperor's internal cannon had already begun to operate. As long as he guided Rong Wanner to follow the methods of dual cultivation within the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon, then you will gain great benefits. An hour passed in a flash. This Lin family's old ancestor, is he really an old man of over 100 years old? Moreover, Rong Wanner could practically feel that Lin Fan's body was not at all as decrepit as what she had seen. On the contrary, there are a lot of strong muscles in all parts of the body, in addition to the skin and face, and the strong man is not generally different. Asshole. A mist of water brewed in Rong Wanner's eyes. What she didn't know was that under the enhancement of the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture, at this moment, Lin Fan didn't feel exhausted at all. The Yellow Emperor's internal canon was constantly running, incorporating the large amount of spiritual energy generated from the dual cultivation with Rong Wanner into itself to constantly nourish it. Over 100 years. Only then did Lin Fan, who had his first taste, realize that, originally, dual cultivation was such a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, it was Rong Wanner's body that wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, Lin Fan felt that at the end of today's double cultivation, the spiritual energy that was fed back to Rong Wanner would definitely cause Rong Wanner's cultivation to rise to another level. Buzz. Spiritual light flickered as the spiritual energy generated by the Yellow Emperor's internal canon intersected in the two of them. Rong Wanner gave a sudden tinkle. A flash of blue light suddenly bloomed on his body. In Lin Fan's astonished gaze, a blue pattern surfaced on top of Rong Wanner's petite body. At the same time, Lin Fan could clearly feel a strong suction force tugging at his spiritual energy. Hiss. Strange. This. Looking at the sudden change in Rong Wanner, Lin Fan couldn't figure out what was going on. Frowning as he thought back carefully, Lin Fan suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Murphy, is this a characteristic of her ice-fire yin-yang body? Thinking about it, that's the only possibility. After all, the special nature of the innate physique was something that Lin Fan had never seen before, and excluding other factors, there was only this one possibility. That was the special physique in Rong Wanner's body, the ice and fire yin-yang body, suspected to have been stimulated by her own Yellow Emperor's inner scripture. It was too late to think about it, but Rong Wanner on top of the bed suddenly changed once again. Finally, Rong Wanner stretched out a pair of jade arms to pull Lin Fan tightly in her arms. This is. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. The love poison backfired? Ha! I can't believe there's such a thing. Lin Fan let out a mouthful of turbid breath and rerun the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. Since this time, you're the one who volunteered. Let's do it. Lin Fan was still afraid that Rong Wanner's body wouldn't be able to handle it, and since the hidden physique in her body had been stimulated, it was just right. Take the opportunity to get some good practice in. When Rong Wanner came to her senses, she would certainly be grateful. Again, I don't know how long. Lin Fan slowly ran to close his power, and the Yellow Emperor's internal canon also finished running. Rong Wanner was drenched in fragrant sweat as she fainted and fell into a deep sleep on top of the bed. The Yellow Emperor's internal scripture ended its operation, and an incomparably majestic spiritual energy merged into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan sat down on his knees and refined this spiritual energy, the harvest of this double cultivation. Surprisingly, it was comparable to his own 10 years of hard cultivation. However, Lin Fan was clear that this was due to Rong Wanner's first dual cultivation and her special physique, the ice and fire yin-yang body. The latter dual cultivation will definitely not be so profitable. Buzz. Lin Fan slowly refined this spiritual energy, exuding an appalling aura around him. A circle of light wheels scattered around Lin Fan's body, and the light grew stronger. Boom! Lin Fan fiercely took in a deep breath, followed by a long rainbow of chi. Spiritual energy spurted and raged around his body. Patriarchal realm. It's 5 heavy. Lin Fan's eyes hung with uncontrollable joy. Before the dual cultivation, he was only at the 8th level of the sovereign realm, and he didn't expect that a dual cultivation would allow him to directly cross 3 small realms. After an ordinary cultivator had ascended to the sovereign realm, every small realm was as difficult as climbing up to the sky. Surprisingly, he himself has directly leapt up. Martial artist, martial artist, martial master, grand martial artist, grand master, grand master. The 9 minor realms between each realm were like a heavenly rift. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conceding an heir. System will be upgraded soon. Please wait. The system's abrupt voice rang out suddenly, causing Lin Fan to be stunned for a moment. The system is actually going to be upgraded again? Nope. And so on. I conceived an heir? Chapter 7, Master? What luck? Lin Fan's face was full of oddities as he looked at Rong Wanner on top of the bed. It's only the first time you've double-crossed and you've won the bid? However, it's not a bad thing. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a glint of ambition. With the help of the system, he would definitely be able to age well. Together with the heir, it might not be impossible to lead the Lin family and fight for supremacy in this world. Moreover, after Lin Fan's observation, the spiritual energy in Rong Wanner's body above the bed was still fusing and improving. The current Rong Wanner's cultivation level had just about broken through the Martial Master realm. It had reached the 7th level of the Grand Martial Master realm. Young's family. Young-ha slumped in his seat with a face full of decay and clenched his fists. The eyes were filled with blood and resignation. Master of the house. Miss. Boo. Rong-he slapped his palm hard to shatter the armrest of the seat and gritted his teeth. Asshole. Asshole. He, the Lin family, deceived my Rong family, deceived my Rong family. Rong-he hissed madly, his voice carrying hoarseness and madness. Rest in peace, Family master. The Rong family elders beside Rong he hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade them. Family head, now that Miss has been robbed by that old thief, as a matter of urgency, we should be seeking help. Help! Ronghai gave a miserable smile. Who else can help my young family? Do you know that old thief? Is a grandmaster. Patriarch. The faces of the Rong family elders changed. Grand Elder Rongshan took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Family master, even if he's a patriarch, we still have a way to deal with him. When Elder Lu of the Green Cloud Sect left, he left a communication jade slip. We might be able to ask the Qingyan sect for help. Ronghai reached for his forehead, looking exhausted. That old thief is a sect master. Even if it's the Green Cloud sect, it wouldn't go to the end of the line with a sect master for a mere disciple, would it? Rongshan frowned slightly, then continued. Family master, at the moment, we are here to retrieve Miss. Even if that Lin family's old man is arrogant and cocky, I'm sure he's afraid of the Qingyan sect. As long as the elder of the Qingyan sect arrives in person, he will be able to exert pressure to get Miss back. At that time, we can directly plead with the elder of the Qingyan sect to take Miss as his disciple in advance. And he, the Lin family, will have nothing to do. After listening to Rong Shan's words, Rongyi thought carefully and his eyes lit up. Good. Let's do as the Grand Elder wishes. Hurry. Quickly report to the Green Cloud Sect Elder. Yes. Immortal clouds surrounded in spiritual light was nurtured. An immortal mountain stood out. There were countless clan pavilions rising and falling on top of each other, and countless cultivators dressed in clean white robes were hurrying through the immortal sect. Above one of the peaks, inside the opulent pavilion, a middle-aged man wearing a white robe was sitting with his knees crossed and his eyes closed. The majestic and incomparable spiritual energy around his body loosened and relaxed as he breathed. Appalling and incomparable. Buzz. The originally calm space suddenly produced a fluctuation. Phew. The man slowly absorbed the spiritual energy around him and let out a long, cloudy breath. With that, he opened his eyes, picked up the jade slip at his waist, and scrutinized its contents. For a moment, the man frowned slightly. There's even such a thing? Patriarch? Ha! That's interesting. The mundane world of mortals can even give birth to a person who is a patriarch. But then a disdainful smile appeared on the man's face. 100-odd years old, a grandmaster with a big deadline approaching, and someone with such low talent. How dare he taint my immortal sect's inner disciple? How dare you? The man put away the jade slip and slowly got up, waving his sleeve robes with both hands. Buzz. There was a loud noise in the building. Countless objects that flashed with spiritual light flew into the man's sleeve robe, and then the man's figure flashed, unexpectedly stepping directly into the air, swiftly passing through the mountain gate, speeding away toward the mountains beyond. At the same time, within the sect, in the main hall, amongst the layer of exquisite jade tiles that were listed, one of the jade tiles shivered and emitted a faint glow. One of the old men watching snapped his eyes open, then slowly closed them again. Patriarch. Ha! Elder Lu happens to have itchy hands instead. The old man had a breezy demeanor, without the slightest hint of worry. It was only because Elder Lu was a genius with superior qualifications from the Qingyan sect. At just over 70 years old, he had already reached the cultivation level of the 6th realm of the Sovereign Master. How could a mediocre person who burned through everything in the mundane world to barely break through to the Zone Master compete with the immortal sect? It's just not self-serving. The old man shook his head and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. The Lin family's big day was originally a double celebration, with the birthday banquet of the Lin family's oldest ancestor and the big wedding held at the same time. However, all the family lords who went to the Lin family's banquet were on edge in their hearts, and the food was not very savory. Originally, the three great families were led by the Lin family, which was strong. Now, the Lin family's old ancestor had revealed his cultivation at the Zhongshu realm again. This was great. In a short period of time, the Lin family had completely become the overlord of this area. Even though the Lin family's old ancestor was dying and wouldn't be able to fall in much time, but judging from today's situation, the Lin family's old ancestor ambition is too great. This time, he dared to forcefully rob the people's daughter in public, directly allowing the proud daughter of heaven and the inner disciple of the Qingyan sect to marry him. What about next time? Wouldn't it be robbing other families of their resources? In particular, the two of them, Yuan Shan and Niafeng, who were the heads of the other two great clans, were frowning tightly, their bodies agitated. The Lin family being dominant was naturally not the appearance the two wanted to see. But right now, there is no better way. Although there were outstanding sons and daughters in the family who had entered the Green Cloud sect for cultivation in earlier years. But, once they entered the sect, the disciples who went in never contacted the family since then. It just sends back some heavenly treasures, rare elixirs, etc. every year. If one wanted to have the Green Cloud sect back them up, one would only be afraid that they did not yet have this kind of relationship and contact information. As soon as the banquet was over, All of the family heads left in a hurry on their feet. The elders of the Lin family quickly gathered together, all of them looking towards Linjan, Grand Elder, the old ancestor. Linjan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the bridal chamber where Lin Fan was. Then he sighed. No harm done. Old ancestor has worked hard all his life. So what if he takes a wife? Could it be that our Lin family's oldest ancestor is still unable to marry a tiny Rong family woman? The crowd was speechless. Linjan paused for a moment, then commanded. I'd like to thank all the elders for strictly supervising the cultivation of the Lin family's children from today onwards. By the way, recall those Cloudwalker Lin clan children as well. I'm afraid something big is going to happen soon. The elders were silent, and it was clear in everyone's minds what was going to happen soon. By doing so, his own family's old ancestor had undoubtedly offended all the clans, as well as that overlord, the Qingyun sect. However, the family was originally of one heart and one mind, and if the old ancestor dared to do it, as a member of the Lin family, how could he not dare to face it? Yes, the storm clouds are surging. Everyone had a hunch that there was much more to this. Much more. As for Lin Fan, the protagonist in the storm, he was sitting on the bed and couch at this time, constantly running his surrounding spiritual energy, still consolidating his cultivation. Chapter 8 Rongwan Air Sinking. The main reason was that since Lin Fan had broken through to the sovereign realm and had stabilized himself, it had been, for a long time, a breakthrough. Breaking through so many minor realms this time really made Lin Fan a little uncomfortable. Without stabilizing it, Lin Fan was afraid that all these realms of his were false and his foundation was not solid at all. That's right. With the reward of 10 years of longevity, as well as his body's strength and state, Lin Fan intended to reconsider the matter of stabilizing his foundation. Since the body can be rejuvenated, the tendons can be strengthened and restored, so why not build the foundation again? The foundation of over 100 years of cultivation plus the restabilized foundation. Lin Fan didn't dare to imagine that he really restabilized all of them a little bit, and how terrifying his own cultivation talent and conditions would be. Only, I'm afraid, I've recreated an artificially gifted body using my physical body. The abundant spiritual energy continued to operate with a radiant glow. There was no talk all night, until the early hours of the following morning. Rongwaner on top of the bed slowly opened her eyes, accompanied by a tinkling sound. What comes to mind is the festively decorated room, the clothes scattered everywhere, and the figure sitting beside him. Rongwan Air's consciousness instantly cleared. Not a dream. Turns out it was all real. Something that actually happened. Rongwan Air's pretty face blanched, instantly feeling her body was incredibly sore and soft, especially on her body. Certain places were still in immense pain. A vision of last night's madness instantly came to mind. Intertwined and intertwined. Crazy. Rongwan Air hated to slap herself at this moment. Yourself. What happened yesterday? How could I? So shapely and loose? This old wanker. He's over 100 years old. So horny yourself? Rongwaner, who had come to her senses, looked at the figure whose body was filled with majestic spiritual energy, her eyes filled with indignation and sharp killing intent. But Rongwan Air's heart, suddenly surged a trace of unknown meaning. It seems that. Rongwan Air shook her head slightly, discarding this horrible thought of her own. The old wanker, surprisingly, is still practicing. Rongwaner bit her red lips tightly, forcibly enduring the soreness and pain to get up, quietly running up her body's spiritual energy and viciously attacking Lin Fan. Boo! Rongwan Air's attack was stopped by Lin Fan's outstretched hand, and Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the indignant Rongwan Air. A slight raised eyebrow. My lady, the rights of our husband and wife have been worshipped, and the intercourse of the house has been performed. What? And hit me so hard? I shucks. Old lecherous devil. Don't you dare. Rongwaner clenched her silver teeth, not caring in the slightest that her body was covered in spring light. She fiercely continued her attack towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan collected all his spiritual energy, and his hands stretched out in a smooth manner, directly taking Rongwaner into his arms. What? Talk about taking a break, but actually want to get into my arms? Rongwaner was held tightly by Lin Fan, unable to move her body, and her pretty face instantly turned red with anger. Let go of me, asshole. You're just an old. In the midst of her struggle, Rongwaner could clearly feel Lin Fan's arms and chest, which were surprisingly not so dry. On the contrary, through the thin clothes, Rongwan Air was surprisingly able to feel the outline of the fine muscles. Lin Fan's body did not look at all like what an old man of over 100 years old should look like. On the contrary, there is little difference from a man in his prime. Looking at Lin Fan's face, Rongwaner is a little bit of a trance. One night passed. How do you feel? This old's face seems to be quite a bit younger? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Lin Fan laughed lightly and released Rongwaner. Then he punched an abundant spiritual energy into Rongwaner's body. Since you've woken up, let's cultivate and stabilize your realm. Grand Martial Master 7th level, TSK, worthy of being gifted. This talent, I'm envious of old me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Rong Wana then came back to her senses and felt her physical condition. A moment. Rong Wana revealed a look of disbelief as she looked at her hands, feeling the spiritual energy that was flying around because she couldn't control it due to the breakthrough. Me. I actually did break through. Grand Martial Master. Rong Wana then fiercely looked at Lin Fan. How? In one night, one major realm and two minor realms were crossed. This kind of thing is just unheard of. Could it be? It's this old? No. No way. How could this old be so kind? Besides, how could this old lecher have such skills? Lin Fan laughed lightly. Don't think about it. Old husband has a unique technique. As long as you double cultivate with Lao Fu, you can benefit both and increase your cultivation. The fact that you broke through so quickly is probably also due to the fact that you are cultivating with the old man for the first time. However, if you double cultivate more, it's far better than your own bitter cultivation by quite a few times. Rong Wana's mood was instantly complicated after hearing Lin Fan's words. In this world, there are such feats. In the first moment, Rong Wana wanted to refute Lin Fan, but the incomparable cultivation and spiritual power filling her body could not be faked. Without waiting for Rong Wana to react, Lin Fan put on his clothes and got up to get out of bed. You should first consolidate your own cultivation, and if you need anything, you can call out to the maid waiting outside. After saying that, Lin Fan struck a prohibition to block the room and then left. As for Rong Wana wanting to die, Lin Fan could only smile. He didn't believe that after trying to become stronger so quickly, Rong Wana could still be bent on seeking death. If it was a holy maiden or fairy that came out of some mysterious place, they might even cut themselves when they were subjected to this kind of thing. The eyes of the proud daughter of a small family are, after all, a bit short-sighted. Also thanks to Rong Wana has not yet had too much insight, plus the influence of all kinds of dirty dealings between the world's families. Lin Fan was certain that Rong Wana would not act rashly. As expected, after Lin Fan left, Rong Wana only struggled with her expression for a moment, let out a long sigh, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Begin to immerse in the body of the body cultivation. The body around the scattered free spiritual energy is also gradually absorbed. Elder Ancestor. When they saw Lin Fan come out, the Lin family saluted. Lin Fan nodded his head all the way and quickly walked to the middle of the Lin family's council hall. Elder Ancestor. The elders of the Lin family hurriedly saluted, while their faces looked odd. Looking at Lin Fan's face that was much younger and full of spirit, a trace of absurdity rose in the hearts of all the elders. Could it be that this kind of thing really makes people younger? Otherwise, how come the old ancestor looks like he's gotten a lot younger in one night? Why are the elders so flustered? Could it be that something has happened? Lin Fan sat on the jade dragon chair and looked at the elders below. Several elders were about to say something. Buzz! A strong pressure suddenly swept over. The intense spiritual energy that came from nowhere was like a Tarzan pressing hard on the hearts of the crowd. Poof! The few elders with weaker strengths were immediately and fiercely overwhelmed by this spiritual energy and fell to their knees. Lin Fan's eyes stared as he waved his hand and struck out a spiritual force that enveloped the entire Lin family, instantly relieving the pressure on everyone. Only then did the young juniors from all parts of the Lin family face pale and breathe in frantic gulps. What's going on? That breath just now. What is it? It was horrible. For a moment, I felt as if I had died. The several elders instantly tensed up and looked at Lin Fan in an uncertain manner. Old ancestor. Ha 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 ha. My Qingyun sect has arrived in person. Why don't all the people of the Lin family come out quickly to pay their respects? A voice filled with spiritual energy was like a flood bell that suddenly exploded in the sky. It was clearly audible for miles around. Chapter 9, The Elder Accountability of the Qing Dynasty Sect. Qingyun Sect. Within the hall, the faces of all the Lin family elders changed in unison, shocked beyond measure. Although it had long been anticipated that the Lin family would encounter some trouble in the following. However, he did not expect that the Qingyun sect would move so quickly. Moreover, that appalling and incomparable pressure just now could have enveloped the entire Lin family. The person who came must be a great martial artist. No, it's impossible for a grand martial master to have this kind of spiritual power fluctuation. It's a grandmaster. Could it be the elder of the Green Cloud sect personally arrived here? Everyone's eyes all gathered on Lin Fan's body in an instant. This is an elder of the Qingyun sect. Under the sovereign, all are ants. As of now, I'm afraid that only the old ancestor will be able to confront one or two of them. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. This Qingyun sect was so protective? He had just gotten married yesterday, and today, the elders of the Qingyun sect came to his door to ask for punishment? Shaking his head, Lin Fan's heart was just like a plan. That spiritual power fluctuation just now was only at the 6th level of the Zhongshe realm. It was not enough to worry about. After thinking about it, Lin Fan directly got up and walked out of the lobby with big strides. The flood bell-like voice of the elder of the Green Cloud sect spread for miles around. Naturally, it was heard by everyone in the vicinity. In an instant, countless cultivators raised their heads to the sky. wanting to catch a glimpse of the Green Cloud Sect's elder. This is a patriarchal powerhouse. At the same time, scouts from various lineage families had been passing this news to their families at breakneck speed, and the elder of the Qingyan sect had personally arrived at the Lin family, ready to ask for punishment. In an instant, the Yuan family, Nye family, Rong family, and other lineages received the news. Good. Bravo. Ha 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 ha. Rongha snapped to his feet, his face unimpeded. Never would I have thought that the elder of the Green Cloud sect would come so quickly. Good. Now, I'd like to see how the Lin family will respond. Family master, Miss is saved. It's still important to welcome back Miss as a matter of urgency, Rong Shan said hastily from the sidelines. Right. Quickly. Let's rush to the Lin family immediately. Prepare to rescue Yuan heir. Ronghe hurriedly packed up his things and quickly headed in the direction of the Lin family with all the elders of the Rong family. At the same time, the heads of all the major families had rushed in the direction of the Lin family. The Qingyan clan arrived in person to hold the Lin family accountable. This is a big deal. Perhaps, from today onwards, the pattern of the three great clans will have to change a bit. Furthermore, to witness the great powers of the Green Cloud sect, it would be beneficial to be instructed. Ha 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 ha. Lin family, Yuan Shan laughed freely, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. That old undead, isn't he just a little bit lucky to break through to Zhongshe by chance? This time, the real patriarch is here. I'll see what you'll do. Go! How can something like this be without my Yuan family? The Nye family. Quickly! All the elders follow me to the Lin family quickly. Nye Feng stroked his beard with an air of confidence. It would be best if the Lin family ancestor and the Green Cloud sect elder could fight this time. With the pale appearance of the Lin family's old man, he would only be able to last for one round. Once the Lin family's oldest ancestor had some injuries, the Lin family, where there was still gas. The reason why the Lin family was able to become the head of the three great families was that the Lin family's oldest ancestor supported it alone. If the Lin clan's oldest ancestor was gone, how could the rest of the Lin clan be able to defeat the Yuan clan and Nye clan elites? For a while, the wind was rising. All the big clans had their hearts in the right place and rushed to the Lin family. He even went so far as to use all of his spiritual energy, just hating that he couldn't go any faster. Jingle bells, ding bell, crisp silver bells slowly came from far and near, and in the distance, a line of caravans slowly drove up, traveling outside of Cloudland City. Ha! Inside a carriage in the middle of the caravan, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Hearing the voice, the caravan slowed to a stop under the control of the horseman. An incomparably delicate hand reached out from the carriage and lifted the curtain. Immediately afterward, a delicate and incomparable figure slowly peeked out of the carriage, looking straight in a certain direction within Yunlan City. Interesting, it's the aura of a patriarch. It should be someone from the Qingyan sect. Miss, a middle-aged man with a strong aura slowly came to the side of the carriage, his bare skin covered in various scars. Are we still going into town? The woman smiled gently. Jean, our purpose this time was originally to seek cooperation from the World family to sell pills. This Lin family, as the head of the three great families, must have some say. Green Cloud sect. The woman gave a slight lurch, an unknown meaning flickering in her beautiful eyes. The caravan quickly got back in motion and slowly drove in the direction of Cloudland City. Jingle! In the convoy, a flag danced in the wind, and on its face, a demonic and incomparable plant shimmered vaguely. Crunch! The door of the Lin family was pushed open and Lin Fan stepped out. Looking out, not far away in the sky, a figure floated. Majestic spiritual energy fluctuations filled this space. Cultivators who had reached the Zhongshe realm would be able to walk in the air, but the amount of spiritual energy consumed was also immense. Lin Fan secretly laughed in his heart. It looked like this Qingyan sect visitor was trying to give himself a hard time. Although the visitor was not kind, Lin Fan still gave enough face and slightly arched his hand and saluted. The Qingyan sect's honored guest has come to the door, so I'm sorry to have missed out on welcoming him. I am none other than the Lin family head. I wonder what the Qingyan sect's honored guest, who has come to the door today, is for? Seeing Lin Fan, Elder Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. A disdainful smile followed. Sure enough, it was just as one thought. This so-called Lin family ancestor was merely more lucky to have broken through to the Zhongshe realm. How can he become a climate when his body's chi and blood are decaying and his face is old and unattractive? It's just that this Lin family's old ancestor is quite good-natured. Old as he is, he still wants to marry a proud daughter of heaven? Elder Lu held his head slightly high as his figure slowly floated down from the air. His dusty aura and majestic spiritual energy caused the crowd of onlookers to be shocked. Lin family master, I will not talk nonsense. Hand over the daughter of the Rong family. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Old husband was explicitly married to Rong Wanner yesterday. I don't know what your excellency intends to do when you want me to hand over my beloved wife. I shucks. Rong He, who had just arrived at the scene, immediately reddened his eyes when he heard these words. Old thing, You Lin family bullied my Rong family into having no one, forcibly robbing my honor and still dare to say such words? Today there is a Green Cloud Sect elder personally coming to the door to ask for punishment. Why don't you obediently hand over my daughter? Elder Lu's face was also a bit displeased. Which of the ordinary families, when they saw the identity of the Qingyan sect, were not polite and obedient to make offerings? This Lin family's old ancestor, could it be that he had broken through to the Zhongshe realm and was brain dead? Ha! That's ridiculous. Without much ado, Elder Lu's spiritual energy whistled out. In an instant, a powerful attack swept up and shot viciously at Lin Fan. Below the Patriarch, all are ants. If you break through the sect master, seeing me will be even more like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. Obsessed. Seeing this scene, everyone on the sidelines was overwhelmed by the huge aura and turned pale. Patriarch. Rong he couldn't suppress the ecstasy on his face. Such a young patriarch must be quite a bit more powerful than that old thing. Lin family, let's see what you'll do this time. Chapter 10, a new mission from the system. Who lost? Under everyone's gazes, Elder Lu's attack ruthlessly rushed towards the Lin family's ancestor. Boom! Lin Fan slightly raised his hand and a spiritual force shot out, stopping this attack. A slight nod followed. What is your honor's intention? Seeing that Lin Fan blocked his attack, Elder Lu wasn't surprised at all. After all, this old thing is at least a sect master. If even his own casual blow cannot be blocked, it is better to die early. Elder Lu's robes were windless, as if he had already activated all his spiritual energy. Lin family master, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the daughter of the Rong family. Hand her over. Ding. System upgrade complete. Enemy of Qing Yuan sect detected. Target, Lu Hong. Cultivation, Master 6. Age, 71. Mission issued, Deterrence of the Four Directions. Please defeat the enemy and prove that you are old and strong. Reward, 10 years of lifespan. Family Spirit Gathering Formation. A system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Lin Fan was shaken. So soon, the system had issued another mission for himself. Moreover, the reward was surprisingly another 10 years of longevity. Lin Fan, who had already tasted the flavor, was instantly on fire. The gaze towards Lu Hong also carried a few moments of scorching heat. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Lin Fan immediately stopped hiding it and smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, his body's aura of a patriarch was unmistakable. Boom! Lin Fan's figure also flew up into the air together. Truth be told, yesterday was the old man's wedding day. The beloved wife, exhausted, this will probably still be resting. Elder of the Green Cloud Sect, please return. Hearing these words from Lin Fan, Rong he trembled and suddenly collapsed to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning. All light was lost in his eyes in general. One air. Then Rong he's eyes were red and filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Fan in death. Hissing out, old thing, you shall not die a good death. Lu Hong also frowned slightly, killing intent in his eyes. This old thing, he really doesn't know what's good for him. When he thought of the look of Rong Wanner that he had seen earlier, Lu Hong's heart was still on fire. Such an outstanding daughter of heaven is a rare find in 100 years. Surprisingly, it was right in the pocket of this old thing. Ha! Seek death. The words have come to this. Lu Hong also no longer nonsense. All the robes dance. The hands of flowing light flashes. A dazzling flying sword suddenly flew out from within his sleeve robes, and Lu Hong erected his two fingers to stand on the body of the sword. Green Cloud Sword Technique. Meteor, Buzz Dash. Countless spiritual energy swept and twisted above the sword. A huge and incomparable flying sword shadow was then formed in the sky. The sharpness and killing intent that constantly emanated from the silhouette was mind-blowing. The crowd of onlookers all looked at this scene in horror. To them, the full force of a patriarch's strike was no different from the wrath of heaven. The might of a patriarch is as terrifying as this. Is this the depth of the Qingyan sect? Ha ha ha. Let's see what this old thing from the Lin family is going to do. The Lin family's group of elders were all pale. Lin Zhan's eyes were wide open as he looked at Lin Fan. His eyes filled with worry. Elder ancestor. At this moment, Lin Fan, who was facing the endless gusts of spiritual energy sweeping through him and the spirit sword's virtual shadow targeting him, was calm. Although the magic weapons in his hands were inferior to those of the Green Cloud Sect, but he hadn't practiced for nothing in the past 100 years of his own cultivation. Rumble. Lin Fan offered his own long sword, his aura completely blossoming. At the same time, in his body, the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon was running wildly. The spiritual energy in his body instantly resembled a rushing river roaring madly down his tendons and veins. Lu Hong's face changed slightly as he sensed the aura on Lin Fan's body. This old thing. Surprisingly, it was the sovereign fifth realm. This was completely beyond Lu Hong's expectations. I didn't realize that this old thing hadn't just broken through the sovereign realm. In that case, it seems that there are still a few more talents. Yes, no wonder the Lin family master has such a strong backbone. It turns out that he is at the 5th level of the sovereign master realm. However, there are not a few people that I have killed over the level. After saying that, Lu Hong immediately urged his killing move to ruthlessly kill Lin Fan. Hearing Lu Hong's words, everyone's faces changed. What? The 5th realm? The Lin family's old man. He's actually at the 5th level of the sovereign realm. Yuan Shan was horrified beyond belief. No one had thought that this Lin family's old ancestor had just as easily been so strong as to be so terrifying. By the looks of it, it seemed to be a higher cultivation level than this Green Cloud Sect elder. The Lin family, on the other hand, was in a daze. What happened again? When did his own family's old ancestor become an expert of the sovereign 5th realm? What? We don't know again? Lin Fan carried a long sword in his hand and urged his spiritual energy to engage Lu Hong immediately. It had to be said that the Green Cloud Sect did indeed have a few points. Lu Hong was sufficiently one small realm below himself. Relying on his solid cultivation and the magic weapon in his hand, he actually fought himself to a draw. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hong's heart was even more appalled. How can it be? Mundane loose cultivator. It's just as well that he was able to break through to the 5th level of the sovereign realm, but his foundation is still so solid and solid. The more he fought Lu Hong, the more he was overwhelmed. The spiritual energy emanating from the duo's constant attack ravaged the surroundings. The crowd of onlookers had long been unable to withstand such pressure and retreated several miles away to watch the battle. This was a battle between patriarchs. When had the crowd ever seen such a scene? The backyard of the Lin family. Walking out the door, Rong Wanner looked at the figure in the sky, a trace of confusion flooding her eyes. This old lecherous devil, is his strength so strong? Although Rong Wanner couldn't wait for Lin Fan to die immediately, shattered into pieces, but looking at this fierce battle in the air, a trace of a different emotion rose again in Rong Wanner's heart, combined with last night's madness. For a while, confusion flooded Rong Wanner's eyes. The mind is torn. With the Yellow Emperor's internal scripture, the more Lin Fan fought, the more his body was filled with spiritual energy. The consumption was far less than Lu Hong. On the contrary, Lu Hong was slightly out of breath, manipulating too many magic weapons. The consumption of one's own spiritual energy is not a small amount. I'm afraid I won't be able to get the upper hand if I keep on wasting time. As soon as this idea came out, Lu Hong himself was taken aback. How is that possible? This is clearly an old man of over 100 years old, and his spiritual power, his body, how could it have reached such a point? Lin Fan's eyes stared, seizing the gap when Lu Hong wandered off. His spiritual energy suddenly erupted. Boom! A vicious sword cut Lu Hong down from the sky. Boo! The earth trembled and an airwave swept out. The crowd watched the scene frozen in place, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. The 100-plus-year-old ancestor of the Lin family. Surprisingly, he had cut down the elder of the Qingyin sect. Looking at the figure on the ground, Lin Fan once again gathered all his spiritual energy and attacked fiercely. He could clearly sense that Lu Hong was not in any serious trouble. But, take advantage of your illness. If you don't suppress it at this time, it will not be easy to say in the back in case Lu Hong has any cards. Lu Hong was in a slight state of distress, with a few moments of real fire in his eyes. Asshole! How dare you! Boom! An even more massive spiritual energy suddenly blasted against Lin Fan's attack. The impact of the violent explosion caused the crowd to brace themselves with spiritual energy to defend themselves while retreating backward once again. A moment. The smoke cleared. Lin Fan's miserable appearance all over appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone's hearts snapped up. Ancestor of the Lin family. Lost? However, soon after seeing the figure covered in blood in the deep pit on the ground, the crowd instantly fell silent, looking at the scene with disbelief. Don't dare breathe a word. Green Cloud Sect Elder. Surprisingly, he was knocked out. Chapter 11, Eating the Pith, Family Rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Reward has been issued. Please check. Buzz. As the system's words fell, the familiar and incomparable scorching warmth instantly surged into Lin Fan's body. In an instant, Lin Fan felt that his limbs and sinews were nourished quite a bit, and even the stiffness in his body once again diminished. 10 years of longevity. Here it comes. Lin Fan moved his muscles and let out a long breath. This elder of the Green Cloud Sect is truly not simple. Even if his own cultivation level was one realm higher than his spiritual energy was abundant. The fight came down to an almost even split as well. If Lin Fan hadn't forcibly exchanged wounds with him and seized the opportunity to severely and heavily hit Lu Hong, it really wouldn't have been a certain outcome if the fight had gone on any longer. Elder Ancestor. Old Ancestor. Are you alright? Shocked, the elders of the Lin family rushed forward to assist Lin Fan. Right now Lin Fan was covered in misery, although he appeared to be the victor who was still standing. But the old ancestor is over 100 years old. His body and bones can't withstand such a toss, such a miserable look, in case he has suffered some serious injuries and won't live long. What can I do about my Lin family? Bah! Lin Fan viciously spat out the blood in his mouth and waved his hand. No harm done. Looking at Lu Hong, who was still unconscious on the ground, A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, but soon, Lin Fan gave up on this idea again. Right now, his own strength was just barely able to deal with an elder of the Qingyan sect. If he killed Lu Hong, the Qingyan sect would surely be furious. When that happens, things will not be a situation you can deal with on your own. Whether he could run or not was another matter. The Lin family, for sure, was going to be exterminated. By leaving Lu Hong alive, it was possible to delay for a while. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan directly looked at Rong He, who was standing by the side. Rong family head, the Qingyan sect and your Rong family have a close relationship. This elder, I'll leave it in the care of your Rong family. Rong He, who had slowed down, looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes, mixed with hatred as well as fear. Never would I have thought that this old thing would be so strong. Even the elders of the Green Cloud sect were no match. Hate to hate. Life is still the most important. If I die, how will I save my daughter? Rong He lowered his head and reluctantly responded. Lin Fan once again swept a glance at the crowd of onlookers, and the family lords seen by Lin Fan lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Lin Fan then returned to the middle of the Lin family with great strides and walked straight into the innermost room. Old and weak, having just suffered such a serious injury, it was imperative that Lin Fan wanted to recuperate as soon as possible. Don't fall into any more sicknesses that will affect your plans to reconsolidate your roots. Waiting for Lin Fan to leave, the crowd of onlookers then collected the fear in their hearts. After hastily glancing at each other, they quickly left. The cultivation of the Lin family's oldest ancestor at the 5th level of the Zhongshu realm was as terrifying as it was. Even the elder of the Qingyan sect couldn't compete with him. Cloud City. It's going to change. Returning to his room, Lin Fan immediately revolved the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon and examined the injuries on his body. It's a good thing that I'm old and afraid of death, so I've organized some extra spiritual equipment on my body. In that battle just now, most of the attacks were absorbed and resisted by the defensive spirit weapons on his body, and the injuries that actually hit his body looked bluff. In fact, a fatal place was not even injured, and the injuries on his body only needed a few days of quiet recuperation, and with the Yellow Emperor's internal cannons techniques, he would soon be able to fully recover. Looking at the bruised Rong Wanner, she lightly bit her lips and her eyes flickered. Eventually it was slow to speak. Are you okay? Although from a young age, she was seen as a once-in-a-century genius, and was even called the proud daughter of heaven. But where had Rong Wanner ever seen a true great warrior of the sovereign realm fight? In that battle just now, the scene of Lin Fan and Lu Hong's duo entwined with spiritual energy and full of aura was enough to make Rong Wanner look straight in the eyes. The view of Lin Fan in his heart changed even more. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a derisive smile. Not bad, knowing to take the initiative to care about old man. Bah, who cares about you? You old. Rong Wanner immediately rolled her eyes. I was afraid that if you died, it wouldn't be good to give an explanation to your Lin family and blame it on me. Ha, I can't die, but I have a little injury on my body, so I need time to recover. I do know a secret method that can speed up the speed of my recovery. Just, Lin Fan said, his brows slightly furrowed as he put on a hesitant look. Just what? Rong Wanner asked curiously. But soon, Rong Wanner regretted it, regretting why she continued to strike up a conversation. A pair of strong arms picked up Rong Wanner and threw her onto the bed. Of course it's a double fix. It's getting late. Come on mama. Cultivating early will benefit both you and me. Asshole. I knew it. You could have a good idea. Rong Wanner clenched her teeth, her eyes almost spitting out fire. But soon, the incessant tirades gradually weakened and even disappeared. Until, it turns into a gush. This time, Rong Wanner completely realized the power of the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon. With almost every movement, the spiritual energy in his body would run wild, and the spiritual energy would become 1 point more dense, eating the marrow to know the taste. This almost demonic way of cultivation gradually let Rong Wanner completely sink down. The following morning, Lin Fan rolled over and got up refreshed. Looking at Rong Wanner, who was still sleeping, he couldn't help but reveal a minute smile. Not bad for a gift. Just by practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon with Rong Wanner for another night, his cultivation had solidified another portion. Moreover, the injuries on his body had recovered well. Slowly closing his eyes, Lin Fan called out the system panel and checked out another reward from the system. Ding! The family spirit gathering formation is not bound. Please bind it to the host. Bound? Lin Fan pondered slightly, then said, how is it bound? Please select the family to be bound by the family spirit formation. Currently, you can choose, Lin family, Rong family, the Yungs. Lin Fan came to a sudden realization. It seemed that this binding was to bind the family that one was in. I'm afraid that the reason why there is a Rong family is because Rong Wanner has become his wife. Lin Fan immediately stopped hesitating. Bind the Lin family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the family spirit gathering formation. Bound to, the Lin family. Ding! The spirit-gathering formation has been deployed and is about to take effect. Effect, cultivation speed of the whole clan plus 20%. As the system's words fell, an incomparably dense spiritual energy suddenly appeared under Lin Fan's perception. It instantly wrapped up the entire Lin family and then quickly disappeared. Although the spiritual power was gone, Lin Fan could clearly perceive that the speed of the spiritual power running in his body had greatly increased by a lot. Moreover, the meridians in his body had expanded by a few points. Lin Fan's eyes instantly widened in delight. This reward from the system was actually a family reward. Being able to increase the cultivation speed of all the Lin family's children by a full 20%? Chapter 12, The New Daughter of Qi. As the Lin family's oldest ancestor, Lin Fan's biggest preoccupation was how to lead the Lin family to become bigger and stronger, and to create another glory. After all, ever since he was born, the Lin family had poured out every resource to use to cultivate him. The reason why Lin Fan was able to live to be over 100 years old and break through to the Zhongshu realm was due to the Lin family. Now it was good. Not only was he able to gain the longevity rewarded by the system and become young, the system would also reward itself with a spirit-gathering formation that could benefit the Lin family. This was a 20% acceleration of the entire clan's cultivation speed, enough to get the very poorly endowed clansman to step onto the path of cultivation and turn the mediocrely endowed into the slightly endowed. It was a qualitative leap for the Lin family. In less than 10 years, the strength of the entire Lin family would definitely crush the other two great families. Good. Yes. Lin Fan's eyes glittered with excitement and joy. No matter how powerful one was by oneself, one could not resist those clans with deep roots in the end. The Green Cloud Sect was the best example of this, with a mere elder making himself go all out. If the Lin family could follow suit and become strong, they could also turn into a booster for themselves. It was not impossible to develop the Lin family into a sect giant in one leap. At that time, the benefits that the Lin family would give back to themselves would be incalculable. Calming his excitement, Lin Fan closed his eyes and felt the speed of spiritual power cultivation in his body. At this moment, as Lin Fan was running, the spiritual energy in his body was like a river that had opened its gates and was rushing around. It really made Lin Fan feel refreshed. After living for more than 100 years, I finally realized what it was like to be a genius cultivator. Lin Fan snapped his eyes open. No way! With such a speed of cultivation, how can we waste time? The old man has to cultivate properly. Strive to go further. Lin Fan's gaze directly turned to Rong Wanner, who was still sleeping soundly on top of the bed, and then he pulled back the covers. Ah, what for? Rong Wanner, who was still sleeping soundly, woke up violently and looked at Lin Fan with a dazed expression. Cultivate. The only thing that responded to Rong Wanner was Lin Fan's dry two words. Then there was a violent movement in the room. The sound of decadence again. Listening carefully, there seemed to be a hint of crying mixed in. Old, you shall not die a good death. Dragging others to practice so early. Shoo, feel the spiritual energy in your body. My cultivation. What's going on here? Don't talk, move. In the middle of the Lin family. Lin Tianyu, who was immersed in his cultivation, snapped his eyes open and looked at his hands incredulously. My spiritual power. I don't know what happened. Just now when he was practicing, Lin Tianyu obviously felt that the speed of the spiritual energy running in his body accelerated quite a bit. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianyu closed his eyes and re-immersed himself in cultivation. A moment. Really? This is surprisingly true? My cultivation speed. It's gotten faster. Lin Tianyu was ecstatic. In an instant, ambition rose in his chest, as if infinite ambition and bold words were poured into it. Ha 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 ha. God bless me, Lin Tianyu. I'm going to become a genius too. A generation of heavenly pride. Lin Tianyu, may not be undesirable. Up and down the Lin family, everyone gradually felt the abnormal changes in their bodies. But soon, the Lin family members had adapted to their changes, and while they were ecstatic, their hands intensified their cultivation. Inside the Elder's Court, Lin Zhan slightly mused. You all know about the changes today, don't you? The rest of the elders nodded their heads. I'm guessing that it's because the old ancestor broke through to the sovereign realm, and the spiritual energy fed back to our Lin family. Third elder Lin Feng immediately widened his eyes. There's such a thing? How come we have never heard of it? I'm just guessing too. Lin Zhan shook his head. After all, aside from the Qingyan sect, when has a clan like ours ever had a Zhongshu realm expert? Furthermore, things like cultivation becoming faster don't happen to one person. Thinking about it, this is the only possibility. The crowd fell silent, agreeing with what Lin Zhan had said. Yesterday's battle, the old ancestor Second elder Lin Shao suddenly opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and continued. There won't be anything, right? After all, the old ancestor is old and his death is approaching. Lin Shao. Lin Zhan's eyes immediately glared. Don't talk nonsense. What could have happened to old ancestor? It's just that he has some injuries on his body. so he can recuperate for a while. But Grand Elder, old ancestor hasn't come out for a day and a night. Moreover, that Green Cloud Sect elder is injured like that. The old ancestor is only injured even more. Lin Zhao's words caused the crowd to fall silent, and the atmosphere fell into a weird atmosphere for a while. Lin Zhan's brows furrowed as he glanced deeply at Lin Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Second elder, what do you mean by saying such words?" Lin Xiao bowed his head slightly. "I'm just afraid that old ancestor will be overly injured this time. This time, our Lin family is equivalent to having a grudge against the Green Cloud Sect. If the old ancestor can't hold out, our Lin family, again, should." Boo! Lin Zhan interrupted Lin Xiao with a heavy slap on the table. "Alright, no one is allowed to discuss this matter in private before the old ancestor has come out. Since old ancestor was able to break through to the sovereign fifth realm, I'm sure nothing will happen to old ancestor." Lin Xiao swallowed back the words on his lips and bowed his head in acquiescence. Just in the face of the crowd cannot be seen, the eyes crossed a trace of unknown meaning. Inside Cloudland City, in the middle of an inn. "Miss, the investigation is clear," Commander Yilong reported in a muffled voice. "Yesterday was the great battle between Lin family's old ancestor Lin Fan and Changyan Sect's elder Lu Hong, which ended with the Lin family's old ancestor knocking Lu Hong unconscious. It is rumored that the Lin family's oldest ancestor was overly injured and is still in recuperation." Oh, Yingi was a bit surprised to hear Yilong's words. This Lin family, is it so powerful? The Lin family's ancestor was actually able to knock the Green Cloud Sect elder unconscious. It seems that he has come to the right place this time. Yingi's eyes continued to ponder, then smiled faintly. "Prepare, we'll pay a visit to the Lin family immediately. Isn't that Lin clan ancestor seriously injured? Just in time. If I'm able to cure the Lin family's old ancestor's injuries, won't it be more proof of our medical skills? Ha 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 ha. The stronger the Lin family is, the more it will help us. Yes." A moment. Inside the Lin family's parlor, Lin Zhan looked at Yingi, who was sitting on the side, and frowned slightly. "You said that you were able to heal our old ancestors' injuries?" "Exactly." Yingi smiled faintly. Lin Zhan's heart was even more hesitant when he heard this. These two had come from outside of Yunlan City and suddenly said that he was able to cure his old ancestors' injuries. It's a bit suspicious. However, Lin Zhan was also able to feel that the bodyguard-like man beside Yingi had an incomparable surge of qi and blood in his body. "I'm just afraid that it's, well, not very strong." Furthermore, Yingi did have a heartwarming aroma of elixir on her body, and her gentle temperament all over her body was also quite convincing. After a moment's thought, Lin Zhan spoke. "The old ancestor is still resting in his room now, so why don't I introduce you guys to the old ancestor before making a decision?" "Good, thank you, great elder." Yilong stayed in the parlor, and Yingi followed Lin Zhan and slowly arrived in front of Lin Fan's room. "Old ancestor, a guest has come, saying that he can heal the injuries on your body." Inside the room, Lin Fan, who had just finished practicing and was consolidating his cultivation, opened his eyes violently. "Guests? Treatment? Strange. Yunlan City. When did this person exist?" Lin Fan gathered his clothes and slowly pushed open the door to his room. Ding! Daughter of Luck, Yingi detected. Identity, adopted daughter of the Lord of the Glazed Pavilion. Hidden identity, unknown. Talent, 85. Face value, 95. Physique, a body impervious to all poisons. Ding! Issuing mission, please ask the host to subdue Yingi as soon as possible. Reward, 10 years of lifespan. Marrow cleansing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the side quest. Chapter 13, Healing Wounds. Shocked Yingi. In an instant, an endless stream of system beeps kept ringing in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Side quest, a little trial. Please ask the host to find a way to successfully sell 100 pills. Reward, Family Alchemy Enlightenment. Basic Alchemy Manual X1. In an instant, Lin Fan's body instantly stiffened in place, looking at the system panel with disbelief. "What's going on? I can't believe I triggered so many quests at once." Even the Heaven's Proud Lady, Rong Wanner, had only triggered a submissive quest, right? This Yingi, what kind of person was he that he could even trigger a side mission? Thinking of this, Lin Fan raised his head to look at the young girl standing beside Grand Elder Lin War outside the door, only to see a young girl standing in a pavilion. Her long raven-green hair swept over the medicine bag decorated with silver bells at her waist, lifting a porcelain-white face in the tinkling sound. Eyebrows like distant mountains, floating in the eyes of a layer of foggy rain, but the end of the eyes of a grain of vermilion moles colorful and shocking. But the stock of medicinal scent dipped out of the cold washed down 3 points. "My little daughter Yingi has met the Lin family's old ancestor." Yingi bowed slightly and saluted, her voice as pleasant as a silver bell. Lin Fan smelled the scent of sweet pine and snow lotus mixed in her hair, and his gaze swept over the gilt medicinal scales swaying at her waist. The 9 purple stripes on the scales pole were the secret markings of the glazed pavilion. What a wonderful healer! In just an instant, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Instantly, he understood why this Yichingi's body could trigger so many system quests. This temperament, this appearance, was not weaker than Rongwaner in the slightest. Even due to the addition of Yichingi's special identity, the soft and incomparable temperament with a hint of coldness all over her body was even more attractive. Seeing the logo of the glazed light pavilion, Lin Fan instantly realized the Guanyun state was immense, and Yunlan City, where the Lin family was located, was just a corner of the world. Although within a 100-mile radius, the Qingyan sect was dominant and controlled all the secular clans. However, this area was also scattered with some other small forces, as well as foreign forces. Among them, the glazed pavilion was one of the foreign forces. When Lin Fan traveled around in the clouds when he was young, he didn't deal with the glazed pavilion. The glazed pavilion specialized in being a force that produced pills and sold them. But of course there were also quite a few medical practitioners within the glazed pavilion, most of which could also provide healing services. It's just the level of fees. It's not low. However, compared to those higher-level pill immortal sects, the glazed pavilion was already considered a more conscientious power. The biggest customers of the glazed pavilion were the major secular families. Unexpectedly, the glazed pavilion had actually extended its hand to Yunlan City as well. However, what was unexpected to Lin Fan was that the adopted daughter of the glazed pavilion master had personally appeared in Yunlan City. This kind of small place, what was there to warrant the personal arrival of the young master of the hall's glazed pavilion? Lin Fan nodded slightly, and his eyes kept flickering. The difficulty of trying to raid this glazed pavilion's adopted daughter could be much more difficult than Rongwaner. Rongwaner herself is still able to conquer her by forceful means, but the glazed pavilion. There had been a saying circulating in the cultivation world that one should never mess with anyone who cultivated the side door. And this side door of the left is to refer to the alchemy, medicine, artifacts, array formation and so on, some of the special skills of the cultivators. This kind of person has always been very well connected, and who knows if he will be able to mess up any old demon that he can't afford to mess with at the drop of a hat. Especially the glazed pavilion. There were too many forces involved behind it. What's more, it's still the adopted daughter of the owner of the glazed pavilion. The pearl in the palm of your hand. This time the system, but it has given itself a problem. Someone from the glazed pavilion? Yichingi's eyes immediately lit up. Old ancestor has good eyesight. Surprisingly, he recognized my little lady's identity with a single glance. When I was young, I didn't have to deal with your glazed pavilion just a little bit. Lin Fan waved his hand and led the two of them towards the parlor where the Lin family entertained their honored guests. Then, speaking of which, old ancestor has quite a deep connection with my glazed pavilion. Lin Fan was non-committal and slanted a glance at Yichingi. You little woman, you have been born with a mouth that can talk. I'm sure that your identity is not simple, is it? Yichingi revealed a one-point soft smile, but did not answer this question of Lin Fan positively. Turning to another topic, my youngest daughter heard that old ancestor was seriously injured. Thus she came here to heal his wounds. Oh, you are well informed. As they spoke, several people had already arrived at the parlor. Glancing at Yi Long who was standing in the parlor, Lin Fan was secretly shocked. Worthy of being a glazed light pavilion, this guard alone had an incomparably strong chi and blood, standing there with a killing intent. The spiritual energy in his body was also solid and incomparable, just like a grand martial master triple realm expert. By the looks of it, the appearance was still so young. It was estimated to be only 50 or 60 years old, and in the future, it was bound to be able to easily impact the Sect master realm. Lin Fan gave a wink, so Lin Zhan understood and led the Lin family group away. Exiting the hall, Yi Long looked at Yichingi until Yichingi nodded slightly, and only then did he leave with a steady pace. Tell me, was it your excellency's idea to come to our Lin family? Or was it the intention of the glazed pavilion? Lin Fan lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and asked without moving. Of course it was my little girl's idea. Yichingi stretched out her hand, gently pulled the broken hair behind her ear, and every move showed the meaning of warmth. No merit, no reward. This is something that I think your glazed pavilion understands better than old me. What does the old man, or rather, our Lin family, have that your glazed pavilion values? Lin Fan said indifferently. Yichingi instantly revealed a one-point smile. It's true that nothing can be hidden from old ancestor, but old ancestor might as well take a look at our glazed pavilion's sincerity before saying all this. Lin Fan nodded slightly, acquiescing to Yichingi's statement. Seeing Lin Fan agree, Yichingi immediately crossed over and pinched one of Lin Fan's wrists. Between the movements, a touch of refreshing fragrance that was refreshing to the heart and soul mixed with the aroma of the elixir rushed straight to the tip of Lin Fan's nose and lingered on. Old ancestor is not to be blamed. I just want to judge the injury for old ancestor. Saying that, Yichingi carefully urged her body's spiritual energy, and a touch of incomparably cool spiritual energy slowly surged into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan was silent, closing his eyes slightly as he felt the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of a medical practitioner and an ordinary cultivator were really different. Yi Qingyi's spiritual energy was gentle and incomparable, with a hint of coolness, like a clear spring that swam continuously in the body. A moment. As the spiritual probing went deeper, Yi Qingyi frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion leaking out of his eyes. Based on the information he had gathered, wasn't this Lin family's old ancestor, an old man who was over 100 years old and on the verge of his death? Why, the qi and blood in his body is so majestic. Surprisingly, it was comparable to the qi and blood of a man in his prime. Moreover, the meridians in the body. Surprisingly, it was so terrifying. If one said that the spiritual energy in Lin Fan's body was majestic, that would still make sense. After all, this Lin family ancestor was, at least, a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. However, why were the meridians, qi and blood in his body so bizarre and unusual? Yi Qingyi frowned slightly, and with the exploration of her spiritual energy, she also discovered that this Lin family's old ancestor's body was not as serious and incomparable injuries as she had imagined. Chapter 14, How does he know my secret? By all rights, it shouldn't. Fighting a battle with the elder of the Qingyun sect and knocking the elder of the Qingyun sect unconscious. How could this Lin family ancestor not have a trace of serious injuries? What's more, it's a 100-year-old man. But this was the case. Yi Qingyi's spiritual energy probed back and forth, and there really wasn't any abnormalities within Lin Fan's body. Not to mention serious injuries, there wasn't even any damage to the tendons. All over his body, his qi and blood were vigorous and incomparable, and there was only a little bit of light injuries that hadn't completely healed yet. It's almost too healthy to be true. A moment. Yi Qingyi carefully withdrew his spiritual energy and slightly wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. While withdrawing her spiritual energy, Yi Qingyi's gaze was suddenly attracted by Lin Fan's body. Don't get me wrong. Yi Qingyi's gaze was suddenly seeing Lin Fan's arm. Born in the glazed pavilion, Yi Qingyi, who had studied medicine since she was young, had long known the structure of the human body like the back of her hand, and had also treated countless cultivators of different ages. But, this arm, the veins were clearly visible. The veins were clearly visible, and the skin was so tight that one could even clearly see the muscles on Lin Fan's arms. Looking upwards along the arm again, Yi Qingyi then realized a hint of something fishy. This rumored, more than 100 years old, the great limit of the Lin family ancestor. How to look? Feel like there was a hint of returning to old age? Although his hair was still pale, his face was rosy, not the slightest trace of aging could be seen. The body was also toned, and it was surprising to see the exploding muscles on his body faintly visible under the outline of his clothing. Whose 100-plus-year-old ancestor looks like this? For a moment, Yi Qingyi was even a bit skeptical that the medical skills she had learned were not fake. Once she looked up again and saw Lin Fan's smirking eyes, Yi Qingyi's porcelain-white pretty face violently brewed up a pile of crimson red. Hastily retracting her hand, she spoke, "The old ancestor's strength is unfathomable. According to my little daughter's observation, the old ancestor's body is not in any serious trouble, and is only slightly injured. Simply recuperate for a period of time. If you want to speed up your recovery, you can take a healing elixir." Saying that, Yi Qingyi touched another white and clean porcelain bottle from his waist and placed it on the table. "This is a first-grade recovery pill produced by my glazed light pavilion. Healing ordinary injuries on the body has a miraculous effect, so old ancestor can try it." Lin Fan picked up the porcelain bottle, and a rich medicinal scent entered his nose. In an instant, Lin Fan understood exactly what this Yi Qingyi was trying to do. The fastest way for an ordinary cultivator to get high if he has an injury is to remove the need to recuperate. The more potent the elixir, the more beneficial it is to you. Moreover, with the help of pills, one can get twice the result with half the effort in the cultivation journey. And what is most lacking in Cloudland City? It is the potion. The huge Yunlan City, with its 3 great clans and countless families entrenched in it, did not have a single elixir store. All of this was because of the monopoly of the Green Cloud sect. The glazed pavilion is trying to enter and get a piece of the pie. Only, such a small matter in the district is not worth a personal trip by the adopted daughter of the hall's glazed pavilion master. Lin Fan pondered slightly. This Yi Qingyi, what exactly was her purpose? Seeing Lin Fan's lack of action, Yi Qingyi smiled faintly. Does old ancestor dislike the lack of quality of this elixir of mine? Where? The pills from the glazed pavilion are already rare treasures in the eyes of our clans. Lin Fan slowly put down the porcelain bottle. Tell me, what is Miss Ye's true purpose? Yi Qingyi's eyes flowed, and with a wave of her hand, countless porcelain bottles instantly appeared on top of the table. Tall, short, fat and thin, each porcelain bottle contained a different elixir. With so many porcelain bottles gathered together, a strong aroma of pills was even more overwhelming. I wonder if old ancestor is still satisfied with these pills? Lin Fan nodded. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi's face smiled even more, revealing 2 nice dimples. Then These pills will be presented to old ancestor as a meeting gift from my junior. The benefits are there. What is the purpose? It is the hope of the late generation that the Lin family can help the glazed light pavilion to take its place amongst this Cloudland city. Sure enough, a brilliant light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The glazed pavilion must have known that the Qingyan sect had monopolized the pills in Yunlan City and didn't dare to fight them head-on. If you wanted to open up the business path of Yunlan City, you needed a leader to step forward. The glazed pavilion is looking at the Lin family's power, but that alone is not enough. If you wanted to raid Yingi, you also needed to know her true purpose for coming here. With a soft spot, there is room for further negotiation. Tell me how it's going to be split. As the words fell, Yichingi's eyes instantly widened. This Lin family's old man, he's so good at talking? But, a moment later, Yichingi regretted it. Sure enough, there was no free lunch in the world. The easier something was, the more interests were involved behind it. Yichingi looked at the breezy Lin fan in front of him with a bitter smile on his face, and was already sweating. The Lin family's power can be borrowed, but Lin Fan's appetite also shocked Yichingi. But if the Lin family didn't start this, in Cloudland City, no more family would dare to do this. Besides, one has to look for that thing. Eventually, the cooperation was reached. With a 30% interest in the benefit of a batch of pills every month, the Lin family provided the glazed pavilion with stores and shelter for selling pills. To be honest, Lin Fan was also very surprised to be able to negotiate such conditions. The gaze towards Yichingi was even more meaningful. It seemed that this little ninny, indeed, had other plans. Negotiations completed, Yichingi got up and prepared to leave. Lin Fan's gaze flickered slightly as he put down the tea in his hand and spoke abruptly. Aren't you afraid that my Lin family will poison the water and control you? Yichingi was stunned and didn't understand what the Lin family's oldest ancestor meant by suddenly saying such words. Without waiting for Yichingi to respond, Lin Fan lowered his voice and said in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. That's right, Miss Yi is 100 poisonous bodies, so how could she be easily poisoned? Boom! Yichingi's heart instantly set off a wave of shock. The gaze that looked at Lin Fan flickered non-stop. He sees it? No way. How would he know? In an instant, Yichingi's heart was like a mess. She didn't understand how this Lin family's old ancestor knew about her most special physique. One must know that no one other than one's adoptive father knows about this 100 poison invulnerable body of one's own. Moreover, with this kind of physique, even if a great power above the sovereign came, they wouldn't be able to tell. Where on earth did he, the old man of the Lin family, know that from? Miss Yi, please, follow up and we'll discuss it in detail. Lin Fan nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. That's the effect to be desired. Yichingi's heart was definitely in turmoil now. His biggest secret was told by a stranger he had never met before, and subsequently, would there be less chances to meet? Sometimes the unknown is the greatest fear and attraction. Against this kind of woman who has seen the world, must not be in a hurry, step by step, to let her slowly fall into their hands is. Yichingi looked deeply at Lin Fan, saluted and left quickly. At this moment, Yichingi's mind was filled with questions. Chapter 15 Breeding Malice. Being born with 100 poisons not invading the body. This was Yichingi's biggest secret. Ever since he was born, only his adoptive father knew about this special physique of his. Other than that, no one else knew about this secret of his. Moreover, there were no traces of this 100 poisons impervious body of his own. And even if a great power several great realms higher than himself stood in front of him, he might not be able to see it. How on earth did this Lin family's old man know about it? Yichingi clenched her lips and frowned slightly. Not only that, but this Lin family's old man was just too strange. The physical condition, too, was far beyond one's expectations. It wasn't like an old man of over 100 years old at all. On the contrary, the body of the Lin family's oldest ancestor clearly still had a few decades of life left in it. Could it be that all this news is just smoke and mirrors? Yichingi's heart was instantly in turmoil. This was something she had never expected. Who would have thought that the tiny Yunlan city, which was located in a remote area, would still have such a monster hidden in it? Indeed, in this world, there are still many capable people. One must not take the enemy lightly. Gathering her emotions, Yichingi reverted back to a gentle jade-like appearance and led Yilong towards her residence. Jingle bells, jingle! The sound of a crisp and unmistakable silver bell colliding came from his waist, and a flash of azure light could be vaguely seen flashing across his waist. When Yichingi left, Lin Fan looked at the wide array of porcelain bottles on the table and his gaze flickered slightly. It then called out to Lin War to enter. Old ancestor, how is your injury? As soon as Lin Zhan entered the door, his eyes were caught by the mountains of pills and porcelain bottles on the table. These are. Lin Zhan was slightly shocked as he looked at the various rare pills on the table. Among them, there were even pills that the Lin family treasured and never bothered to use. These, discuss among yourselves and divide them among the Lin family's children. Lin Fan leaned on the jade dragon chair. and when his withered fingers brushed over the bottle of Dan, the cuffs of his sleeves vaguely revealed half of his powerfully thin arms. That skin was actually permeated with the glistening luster that only young people had. By the way, following up, the Lin family will establish a new store. The specifics: there will be people from the glazed pavilion who will hand over to my Lin family. Just leave it to them. Lin Zhan looked at Lin Fan. Although he was a bit puzzled, he still followed what Lin Fan said and collected the pills one after another, preparing to transfer them to the elders. Leaving the parlor, Lin Fan walked towards his room with hurried steps. In his mind, it was filled with that look of Yingi that he had seen today, especially that one vermilion sand mole in the corner of the eye, simply born of the most wonderful, the already warm and soft temperament, filled with the ultimate gentleness of the medical fairy, slightly embellished with a hint of enchantment, will move the heart. At the end of the day, it's still not enough for you. If he had enough backbone, Lin Fan would definitely keep Yingi as his second wife. Another proud daughter of heaven who knows skills and a gentle beauty. Who wouldn't want to marry her home? However, if he was able to showdown with the glazed pavilion, Lin Fan wouldn't be so timid and still think of slowly raiding Yingi. After all, at his own age, he really wasn't at an advantage. It was much more effective to use some strong-arm tactics than some slow burn that yielded little results. Back in her room, Rongwaner had also just rested for a while and was slowly condensing her body's spiritual energy. Although it is true that being forced to cultivate the Yellow Emperor's internal canon with Lin Fan almost non-stop is somewhat not human, but the spiritual energy and cultivation in the body could not be faked. Just a few days of bitter cultivation was actually worth a few months of Rongwaner's cultivation alone. Having tasted the sweetness, who wants to continue on a path that is so much harder? Looking at Rongwaner's unclothed and fluttering green silk appearance, Lin Fan only felt a burst of fire in his belly. Strangely enough, since practicing the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, coupled with the extended lifespan of 20 years, when he himself saw an absolute beauty like Rongwaner, his body's natural reaction became more and more obvious. Ma'am, it's getting late. We should also continue to work hard on our cultivation. Lin Fan hugged Rongwaner's delicate body, then struck a prohibition to seal the room. Ha! Rongwaner instantly widened her eyes, looking at the bright sun outside the window and feeling the gradually decreasing weight on her body. Couldn't help but gnash his teeth. Old lecherous devil, you shouldn't go too far. It's obviously just ended less than 2 hours ago. Why are you, again? The strong sizzling breath violently interrupted Rongwaner's words, and then, Rongwaner, who originally had a furious look, instantly turned into a personable, delicate appearance. Lin Fan clasped the woman's slender waist, feeling the tremor of the ice and fire twin veins in his palm. Rongwaner's gifted physique was catalyzing the dual cultivation spiritual power into a majestic river. His hunched spine was gradually straightening up under the spiritual power, and the roots of his white hair were seeping out a silky auburn color. Asshole, asshole, the woozy sounds resumed. Lin family, Elders Pavilion. Looking at the bottles of elixirs on the table that Lin satisfied, the crowd had their eyes filled with shock. With such a large variety and quantity of pills, it was only possible to catch up to 2/3 of the Lin family's inventory. Great Elder, these pills. Lin Zhan slightly sank his voice. This was given to me by the old ancestor for us to distribute these pills, in full, to the Lin family's children. What? Lin Feng immediately became anxious. You said that such a large amount of pills were all distributed to the Lin family's children? Nice. As the words fell, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. No one knew. What exactly did the old ancestor mean by this? Although he knew that there was a noble guest from the glazed pavilion visiting today, but such a large amount of pills, even if they were given to the Lin family, it would be too extravagant to use them in such a manner. Besides, the old ancestor hadn't shown up for 3 days straight. Only one person, the Grand Elder, had seen the old ancestor, and the specifics, no one knew. Now the Lin family situation is urgent. The old ancestor scattered pills to help the Lin family children to accelerate cultivation. Do not appear. Some of the anxious elders nearly couldn't help but rush into the old ancestor's room to see what was going on with the old ancestor. Second Elder Lin Zhao's eyes rolled as he suddenly spoke out. First Elder, what is the old ancestor's intention? It can't be that the injuries are really too severe, right? Humph, the old ancestor's body is so hardened. How could he be overly injured? Old ancestor just has his own considerations. Lin Zhan immediately snorted coldly and scanned the elders. Elders don't think nonsense. Right now it's the Lin family's big moment, so all of you can just follow me and listen to the old ancestor's orders. As Lin Zhan's words fell, everyone was silent, seemingly acquiescing to Lin Zhan's statement. But in Lin Zhao's heart, a touch of something different grows unchecked, and that idea in his mind becomes clearer and clearer. It's night. The sword reflected the flickering eyes of Second Elder Lin Xiao, and by the light of the moon, Lin Xiao was dipping his tail finger into the tea and drawing out runic patterns on the rosewood desk table, a communication runic seal exclusive to the Yuan family. outside the window, a bird suddenly swept into the sky, and the blood-colored moonlight torn by its feathers poured into the window pane, reflecting sinuous shadows on the back of Lin Zhao's hand, as if it were a poisonous snake spitting out its mail. Chapter 16 Evolution. 2 Elemental Essence Body, Green Cloud Sect. The night was hazy, though there was moonlight and immortal light brewing, illuminating the mountains, but always, still most of the buildings remained hidden in the night. In the sky, a figure quickly crossed. Looking closely, the figure was still stumbling and staggering, strangely wavering in its flight, but its speed was extremely fast and incomparable. If it wasn't for the figure exuding the spiritual power fluctuations that belonged uniquely to the Qing Yun sect's techniques, as well as the aura of the Qing Yun sect's disciples swaying along the way, the Night Patrol disciples really wanted to go up and stop this suspicious figure and question it properly. Of course, the most important thing was the revealed aura of the sovereign realm. Naturally, the disciples of the Green Cloud sect wouldn't make a fool of themselves. How much salary do they receive from the sect in a month? What's the point of playing with your life? The figure quickly cut through the mountains and accurately landed on top of one of the peaks. Then, entered the pavilion and closed the door, all in one go. It wasn't until he was standing in his room again that Lu Hong let out a sigh of relief in a slightly wretched manner. Afterwards, he quickly assumed a cultivation posture and quickly replenished the deficient spiritual energy in his body. Upon closer inspection, Lu Hong's body was covered in wounds, the worst of which was slightly sunken in his chest, and his breath was disorganized. Obviously the injuries have not healed. Phew. A moment later, Lu Hong slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes, anger and uncontrollable killing intent filling his eyes. Damn it, old undead, there are such characters in the mundane world, making me lose face in front of a bunch of scum. This revenge, I will avenge. Just wait, old undead, I'll let you live for one more month, and when I break through the fifth realm, I'll personally chop off your head. A hissing sound that he tried to suppress echoed continuously in the middle of the room. Lu Hong has always been proud and conceited. How could he let the people of the same clan see himself in such a sorry state? But I didn't expect that old Lin family ancestor to make a fool of himself in front of a group of mundanes. Thinking of this, Lu Hong's face became even more gloomy. The only people who say they won't leak information are the dead. With all of them dead, no one will ever expose their ugliness. Calm down. Lu Hong immediately put into cultivation. Yunlan City, Lin family, Rong family, a number of families. Wait for it. Dual practice knows no age, and becoming stronger compels the mind. In the process of continuously becoming stronger, Lin Fan could hardly resist this unbridled and incomparable progress, especially with the 20% cultivation speed bonus of the spirit gathering formation, combined with the Yellow Emperor's internal scripture, and Rong Wanner's ice and fire yin-yang body. The spiritual energy in his body was like a rushing river and sea, crazily surging and roaring, and his cultivation was almost substantial, rising every minute and second. Young Yuan Air was also suffering, pain combined with pleasure. She didn't have Lin Fan's physical qualities that were enhanced by the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture, so she could only rely purely on the ice and fire yin-yang body, along with the feedback from the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture, to barely be able to maintain her cultivation with Lin Fan. If not for the fact that she herself was also becoming insanely strong, Rong Wanner would have been paralyzed in bed. Sparingly, Rong Wanner begged for mercy many times, and only after agreeing to countless Lin Fan's unequal treaties was she able to catch her breath for a few moments. Finally, another practice ended. Lin Fan took a deep breath. His turbid chi spewed out. His body's spiritual energy continuously surged. An aura wrapped around his entire body. With a burst of clarity in his spiritual platform, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Breaking. Sovereign Realm, 4th level. It had only just been a week, and he had actually made another breakthrough. This Yellow Emperor's internal cannon was truly as terrifying as it was. Lin Fan had lived for more than 100 years, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to raise each small realm after reaching the Sovereign Realm. Those with mediocre talent were practically on a yearly basis, raising a small realm for several years. Under the dual effects of the spirit gathering formation and the Yellow Emperor's internal scripture, Lin Fan's body's talent at this time was no match for those once in 100 years proud sons of heaven. Even, it surpassed those proud sons of heaven. Lin Fan slowly collected the overflowing spiritual energy and stabilized his cultivation. On top of the bed, Rong Wanner, who was as limp as mud, was suddenly surrounded by a bright and incomparable blue light. Buzz! In the middle of the room, countless pure and incomparable spiritual energy was suddenly birthed and poured into Rong Wanner's body. Ding! Congratulations to host wife Rong Wanner's sacred body for successfully advancing. Current sacred body, 2 elementary body, 2 element body, special effect. Can feed 30% of the cultivation progress of the person who double cultivates. Reward issued, heir's talent enhanced. Chance of holy body plus 50%. Along with the fall of the system's voice, the visions occurring in the room also suddenly disappeared, and an incomparably pure spiritual energy was violently poured into Rong Wanner's body. Subsequently, under Lin Fan's surprised eyes, Rong Wanner's cultivation level suddenly soared. Grand Martial Master 6th Realm, Grand Martial Master 5th Realm, Grand Martial Master 4th Realm. Rong Wanner's breath was still climbing, until the aura flickered all over his body, and the aura emanating from him reached the peak of the second level of the Grand Martial Master realm. It was only then that the fluctuation of spiritual energy in Rong Wanner's body gradually smoothed out, and then slowly disappeared into thin air. Lin Fan was dumbfounded by what he saw and instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. His 18 years old, at the peak of the second level of the Grand Martial Master realm? Demons. Compared to Rong Wanner's evolved sacred body and the talent enhancement of conceiving in air, Rong Wanner's cultivation enhancement was the most shocking. What kind of genius could reach the peak of the Grand Martial Master 2 realm at the age of 18? It's unheard of. Even amongst the Green Cloud Sect, there had never been news of such a genius. Had there? Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan moved slowly to cover Rong Wanner's quilt, his eyes extremely envious. This little ninny, if she continued to grow like this, her cultivation level would be higher than her own. Is this the terror of a natural-born sacred body? What's more, in her belly, there was her own heir. I wonder how terrifying the heir-born by combining his Yellow Emperor's internal canon with his mother's innate holy body would be. Moreover, the terrifying special effects of the two elemental essence body were also hot to Lin Fan's eyes. Isn't this an excellent object of practice for the Yellow Emperor's internal canon? Complementing each other and feeding off each other. Why worry that your cultivation will not rise? Another 3 days. Under Lin Fan and Rong Wanner's hard cultivation, they finally stabilized their breakthrough realm. Rong Wanner had also thoroughly tasted the sweetness of the advanced sacred body in the Yellow Emperor's inner scripture, and she couldn't wait to be glued to Lin Fan for dual cultivation every moment of every day. After all, this kind of cultivation speed was simply like riding a flying boat, 1,000 miles a day. Who doesn't want it? Under Lin Fan's continuous cultivation, Rong Wanner's body and mind had completely fallen. Her heart and body were already completely inclined towards Lin Fan. In her heart, she had already identified herself as Lin Fan's wife, the kind that no one could take away from her. Lin Fan was also very satisfied with this result. After all, instead of occupying a person's body, how can there be a sense of conquest and pleasure in taking down a person's heart? I, Lin Fan, am at least a sensible person. The cooperation between the Glazed Pavilion and the Lin family was also unfolding in an organized manner. As agreed, in the middle of Yunlan City, the Lin family provided the Glazed Light Pavilion with a store in a perfect location to sell pills. All of this cooperation was handed over to Grand Elder Lin War to carry out. Lin Fan hated to cultivate daily. How could he have the time to manage these things? The people of the Lin family were not dry, so this kind of small matter could be handed over to the people of the Lin family. However, Lin Fan had clearly underestimated the influence of the Lin family opening an elixir store in Yunlan City. Chapter 1790 Pieces? The three great clans of Yunlan City, many families, had been entrenched here for generations. Most of the resources used by all families for cultivation were either passed down from the family or refined by people within the family. More than that, it came from the Green Cloud Sect, especially for these rapidly consuming resources such as pills and herbs. The Qingyan Sect had almost single-handedly monopolized them. Other than those children of the worldly families who worshipped the Green Cloud Sect who would send back pill resources to their families, they would only be able to trade with the Green Cloud Sect and purchase pills. Thus, when they learned that the Lin family, in fact, had opened an elixir store within Yunlan City, all the families were shocked. The Nye family, humph, outrageous. His Lin family, on what grounds does he dare to open an elixir store in Yunlan City? Nye Feng's eyes were incomparably shady, and most of Yunlan City's elixir resources were in the hands of the three great clans. But even so, the three great clans' own internal digestion was completely insufficient. Where did he, the Lin family, get the pills that he could open a store to sell? Although he didn't understand, Nye Feng understood just how profitable an elixir store was. According to the underlings probing, the prices inside the Lin family's pill stores were all lower than the pills sold by the Green Cloud Sect. Moreover, there were many types of pills in the store. In the long run, the Lin family would completely dominate in Yunlan City. The color of twilight was like blood, and the gilded beast furnace in the Nye family's study rose up in curls of green smoke. Nye Feng slammed his palm on the basalt iron table, causing the vermilion in the inkstone to splash out bits of scarlet, as if it were splattered with beads of blood. The Lin family dares to get their hands on the elixir business. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper grinding iron. His gloomy gaze swept over the kneeling scouts. Check. Dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover the source of their pills. Quickly go and investigate. Go and find out exactly where the Lin family got their pill resources from. Nye Feng slammed the table heavily, his expression filled with jealousy and indignation. Yes, on what grounds? On what grounds was his Lin family's old man able to break through the Zongsha realm and overwhelm Yunlan City? By what right? That old undead man was able to forcefully marry Rong Wanner? And on what grounds? Can his Lin family have new resources for pills? How is it that everything good is caught up with his Lin family? Wait, this matter, if the Green Cloud sect knew about it, how would they react? Niefeng narrowed his eyes. Ha! I'm only afraid that all of the Lin family will be arrested and tortured day and night to force them to ask about the source of these pills, right? Come on people, go and inform the Rong family about this matter again. I think Rong he is more anxious than us about this kind of thing. Injuring an elder of the Qingyun sect, and now opening an elixir store to grab market business with the Qingyun sect. I'm only afraid that the Lin family will, by then, not even know how to die. Ha! Lin family, I'll see just how long you can jump around. Wouldn't the Qingyun sect tolerate him? Niefeng knuckles pinched clacking, suddenly epileptic laughter out. Rongha that old fox is afraid that has long been anxious to jump feet. Genya, family master, his Lin family's elixir store has seriously disrupted the pattern of Yunlan City. The Yuan family's group of elders had frowned tightly. This move by the Lin family was truly something that no one had expected. At the same time, it greatly threatened the status of other lineages. After all, the pills sold in the Lin family store were really good and inexpensive. Yuan Shan laughed unhurriedly, then narrowed his eyes at the crowd and said in a slightly hushed voice, "You guys say, where did his Lin family get the elixir from? Why is the price still so low?" The crowd of elders looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding what the family had meant. Could it be that all the elders have forgotten that battle between the Lin family's ancestor and the Green Cloud sect's elders? Oh, the head of the family is saying. The crowd's minds were instantly enlightened, as if a clear idea was about to appear in front of them. Not bad, that Lin family's old ancestor. He must be seriously injured. His chi is about to run out. That's why he let the Lin family sell pills as a final backhand preparation. Moreover, as far as I understand it, that Lin clan's old ancestor hasn't shown his face for upwards of a week. Zhenzhen leaned down slightly, greed and ambition consuming almost his entire face in the bright light. All the elders have recently taken a good rest and are ready to stand by. This time, it will be the time for my Yuan family to turn around. Yuan Shan's words fell, and in the hall, a hint of shock surfaced on everyone's face, as well as extreme surprise and greed. If the Yuan family didn't have its own merchant road, with the Yuan family's strength, how could it be among the three great families? Right now, it seems to be the Yuan family, with a new opportunity. In an instant, the entire Yunlan city was plunged into a bizarre and incomparable atmosphere. It seemed as if the business of the elixir store opened by the Lin family was incredibly red-hot, and it was almost as if they were making money day in and day out. But behind their backs, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the Lin family's every move with deadly intensity. The Lin family. After finishing his cultivation once again, Lin Fan slowly pushed the door and walked out of his room after adjusting the disordered spiritual energy in his body. Old ancestor, you finally come out of the gate. Lin Zhan arrived at the news and hurriedly came to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan nodded slightly. As the Lin family's grand elder, why are you so flustered? The store that I asked you to open, how is it going? At the mention of the elixir store, Lin Zhan's body was trembling with excitement, and on his face was an uncontrollable joy. Old ancestor, good. It's only 2 days of work, and a total of 90 pills were sold. This is still the reason why the other lineages are still testing the waters. Wait until everyone in Yunlan City has adapted to this news. At that time, the benefits will be incalculable. Lin Fan nodded slightly. With the Qingyun sect pressuring them, these lineages didn't dare to strike out at will. But surely, he would not be able to resist secretly buying it. Wanting to see the quality of the elixir, Lin Fan was still very confident about the quality of the glazed pavilion's pills. Subsequently, the purchase of pills is bound to increase gradually. But as he listened, Lin Fan suddenly gave a start. It's not right. Lin Fan turned his head violently to look at Lin Zhan. How many pills have been sold? You said? Old ancestor. All categories of pills combined. A total of 90 were sold. 90 pieces. Lin Fan immediately called out the system panel and opened the quest bar. Side quest. Please ask the host to successfully sell 100 pills. Current progress, 60//100. Looking at the numbers displayed on the system panel, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Obviously, Lin Zhan said that he had successfully sold 90 pills. But why? On the system panel, was the number of pills only counted as 60? The system must not be wrong. That problem. It must be out of the potion store. The potion store. Who's running it? Yes, third elder Lin Xiao is in charge. Lin Xiao. Lin Fan turned around haughtily. His white hair was windless, and there were even a few strands of hair that turned from white to black. The pills that Lin Xiao handled, have they ever been tested? Lin Zhan had not yet replied, when the ringed pendant suddenly clanked from the corridor. At the light ringing of the beaded curtain, Yi Qingyi curled in. The train of the moonlight white shark's image skirt brushed across the green jade floor tiles, and the 9-star medicine scale at her waist swung with her pace in rippling purple patterns. She raised her eyes and smiled lightly. The vermilion moles at the end of her eyes burned like flames in the morning sun, and a touch of jade arm between her sleeves drew people's eyes. Old ancestor as well. She bowed down with a flourish. The fragrance of medicine mixed with the scent of honey came to her face. Lighty has come here to report. Thunder exploded outside the window, drowning out the second half of the whisper. Chapter 18, a good show. Only when he saw Yingi did the little waves that had been stirred up in Lin Fan's chest gradually calm down. Warm and moist like jade, at this moment, was reflected in Yingi's body. Not only does it look as if it is all natural and carries the vitality and breath that nourishes all things. As soon as he got close to Yingi, he was more able to calm his own breath and state. But unbeknownst to him, Yingi's heart was even more stirred up a little ripples. After only a week of not seeing him, this Lin family ancestor, how do you feel a little younger? A head of white hair has a little dark color. The face is healthy and rosy. The exposed skin also shows the luster of youth. His body's chi and blood was even more majestic. Facing this Lin family's old ancestor as if he was facing a middle-aged man who was incomparably lean and strong. For a while, Yingi was in a bit of a trance. Could it be that in this world, there really is a way to return to youth? Gathering up her mood, Yingi saluted in a graceful manner, her red lips gently opening. Elder Ancestor Lin. Yingi has come here today because she wants to ask for a statement with the elder ancestor. Lin Fan nodded slightly, signaling Yingi to continue. Didn't we already agree on the split between my glazed pavilion and the Lin family before? Available. Why is there a slight discrepancy in the sale of pills in the last 2 days? Boo! Grand Elder Lin Zhan's figure trembled violently, and his eyes instantly widened. It was only at this point that he came to a sudden realization. Only then did he understand why the old ancestor had just repeatedly confirmed the issue of pills for sale and why he had revealed that look. It turned out that the pills sold by the Lin family had been tampered with. But, the pill store, was the third elder, Lin Xiao, who was personally in charge of it. How could he? Facing Yingi's burning gaze, Lin Fan could only smile helplessly and bitterly. In this case, I really don't have the right of way. After all, it was the Lin family that had problems getting this account in and out of order. A wave of anger rose since his chest, and Lin Fan's face instantly became gloomy. It is he who has sheltered the Lin family for decades and lived a little too comfortably. The Lin family, surprisingly, has a rat. Summon Lin Xiao here. Low words rang out abruptly in the middle of the hall, but caused Lin Zhan to tremble. He understood that the old ancestor was angry, but more than the old ancestor being angry, it was the fact that the Lin family had come out with ulterior motives that sent chills down Lin Zhan's spine. Lin Zhan clasped his hands together and his tone was also filled with coldness and solemnity. Yes, old ancestor, I'll call him here immediately. Lin Zhan left. Yingi blinked a pair of bright eyes and smiled slightly, unable to resist teasing. The Lin family's old ancestor is so overbearing, but there are still such bold people down there? Rather, I've made Miss Yi laugh. Lin Fan slightly tugged the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, the losses of your glazed pavilion, after my Lin family finds out, I will compensate you in full. There is no rush. Yingi smiled brightly and incomparably. I believe in old ancestor, but can old ancestor divulge a little bit about how he keeps his face? Lin Fan looked at Yingi, his eyes deep and profound. Longevity? Miss Yi thinks, how much longevity should I have now? Thinking slightly, Yingi blurted out, in Chingy's opinion, the old ancestor's age at this time should be around 60 years old. Miss Yi does know how to please people, worthy of being from the glazed pavilion. I'm only afraid that Miss Yi's identity and status among the glazed pavilion is not low, right? Yingi just had a smile spread across his face and did not answer the question. But soon, the smile on Yingi's face froze. Miss Yi, could it be that she is the daughter of the glazed pavilion master? Looking at the look on Yingi's face, Lin Fan laughed softly and continued. I see that Miss Yi has this kind of temperament and ability. Old ancestor compliments. Yingi's heart suddenly felt like a surge of thunder, no longer able to calm down. Looking at Lin Fan's smiling but not smiling expression, Yingi understood that this Lin family's old ancestor just now was by no means a casual remark. Fortunately, Lin Zhan returned at this moment and recaptured the crowd's attention. Only then did Yingi feel a slight hint of relief and sneak a sigh of relief. Boom! Lin Fan had a head of white hair that was windless, and with a wave of his hand, the entire hall was instantly filled with intense pressure. A wave of spiritual energy like a hissing gale swept viciously all over Lin Xiao's body, and in an instant, a pressure like that of Tarzan caused Lin Xiao to suddenly kneel down. Dang! Lin Xiao was sweating like a pig, his face pale. Old ancestors. Lin Xiao's teeth clenched and he rasped out, speak for yourself, or will the old man ask? Lin Fan was condescending and looked at Lin Xiao as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. Having lived for more than 100 years, Lin Fan was naturally not someone with a soft heart. Don't say that it's someone from the same clan as the Lin family elders. If it was his own loved ones who betrayed him, Lin Fan would definitely not hesitate. All emotions, in this world, are double-edged swords. Lin Xiao was not as tough as he had imagined, and under the pressure of Lin Fan's Zhongshe realm cultivation, he merely supported himself for a moment before giving an account as he had. Sure enough, the missing pills were privately tampered with by Lin Xiao, but Lin Fan never expected that Lin Xiao had taken the elixir and was actually giving it to the Yuan family as a token of his sincerity. Ha! The Yuan family. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a coldness that was incomparably chilling. He had been in seclusion for a week, and this Yunlan city was really a bit restless. Lin Fan casually struck a prohibition, instantly sealing Lin Xiao's spiritual energy all over his body. Lock Lin Xiao into the dungeon and await disposition. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly closed his eyes tightly. The pained look on his face was beyond words. Lin family dungeon. Being locked in the dungeon is equivalent to an invalid. It's over. I blame myself. I shouldn't have gotten carried away. Miss Yi, old man has a good show. I wonder if Miss Yi, would you like to watch it together? Yi Qingyi suddenly froze, and then a bold idea surfaced in her mind. This Lin family ancestor couldn't be wanting to go find trouble with the Yuan family right now? Could it be? Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi's heart instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. She wouldn't believe that the anger of a patriarchal realm powerhouse could be quelled very simply. This Yuan family, if they don't take off a layer of skin today, they will definitely not stop. Elder ancestor Lin invited, so Lai Yi naturally couldn't refuse with great hospitality. Yi Qingyi put away the shock in his heart, still maintaining the appearance of a breezy surface. It's none of your business if the Yuan family suffers. Rather, this Lin family old man, really, more and more a few mysterious, even terrifying. For the first time, Yi Qingyi had the feeling that everything about her was being seen through. As Lin Fan's spiritual energy fluctuated, he carried Yi Qingyi and suddenly shot up into the sky. A strong pressure spread out layer by layer, rolling recklessly in the middle of Cloudland City. Boom! The rushing sound shook the sky, and almost half of Yunlan City could feel the intense pressure and movement. In an instant, countless gazes looked to the sky in unison. A stream of light crossed, and two figures carrying a terrifying aura swiftly fell into a direction. Zhenya, Chapter 19 Yuan Family Ancestor. Yuan Qian. Sovereign Realm. It was the aura of the Sovereign Realm again. In an instant, Yunlan City instantly set off a commotion. On normal days, it was rare to see a Zhongshe realm powerhouse appear in Yunlan City for decades. Now, well, in just a month's work, there were consecutive Zhongshe realm powerhouses wreaking havoc in Yunlan City one after another, especially some time ago. The scene of that Qingyan sect elder and the Lin family ancestor, the two Zhongshe realm powerhouses battling each other, was still fresh in his mind. What? Another aura of the sovereign realm appeared? In the middle of Yunlan City, the people wanted to cry. A great power of the sovereign realm. Just come. What's the point of releasing that intimidating pressure and spiritual power every time? It also covered almost half of Yunlan City. With so many consecutive visits, cultivators with a weak heart, loose cultivators, or cultivators with low cultivation levels would have a Dao heart that was on the verge of breaking. Who likes to be terrorized by the breath of the mighty every now and then? This aura is coming out of the Lin Jiachuan. Lin family? Could it be the Lin family's oldest ancestor? In the entire Yunlan City, all eyes were placed on the Yuan family in an instant. Dang! A residual shadow whistled in the sky, accompanied by a violent impact explosion. The Yuan family compound. Two more silhouettes stood in the courtyard. The copper bell on the eaves was shattered by the wind, and the fragments were embedded in the vermilion-painted corridor pillars like sharp blades. Lin Fan stood in the Yuan family's courtyard with his arms crossed, his metaphysical cloak hunting, and the golden aura that flowed between his white hair pierced the eyes of the people under the stage. The almost breathless Tarzan aura enveloped the entire Yuan family. The Yuan family has secretly collaborated with a traitor and robbed my Lin family's pills. Lin Fan flexed his fingers and flicked his fingers, his gaze coldly sweeping over the arriving Yuan family crowd. The three gilded pills dripped and spun out, suspended in mid-air, and suddenly exploded into a sky full of golden powder. In the powdery mist, the scene of the miserable and incomparable Lin Xiao explaining how he fornicated with the Yuan family one by one emerged, and the tone of his expression was clearly audible. Even the communication arrays that belonged exclusively to the Yuan family were clear, causing the rushing Yuan family elders to stifle their sweat. Done. Things fell apart. The other families, loose cultivators, and passers-by in Yunlan City who hurriedly arrived were also stunned for a moment, looking at the Yuan family with shock and doubt. The Yuan family? How dare they privately turn the Lin family elders to do treachery? How dare you? Who didn't know? Who didn't know that the Lin family's ancestor was a great power in the Zhongshe realm? You just violently beat up the elder of the Qingyan sect some time ago. And at this juncture, touching the Lin family's brow? What to think? Among the crowd of Yunlan City's lineages that had gathered to watch, only the Nya and Rong families instantly understood why the Yuan family would want to do such a thing. Nya Feng Rongha glanced at each other, and while he was relieved in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. This Lin family's old ancestor, surprisingly, didn't have any problems at all. Fortunately, it was fortunate that he and the others hadn't done anything to anger the Lin family. Otherwise, Yuan Shan, the head of the Yuan family who hurriedly arrived, looked at the figure and his pupils shrunk violently, then immediately changed to a smiling face and hurried forward. I didn't know that the Lin family's old ancestor had come to the door, so I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. Forgive me, forgive me. The crowd of Yuan family members looked as if they had received some news and bowed their heads. The Yuan family elders even accompanied each other with smiling faces and followed behind Yuan Shan. The entire Yuan family could barely raise their heads in front of Lin Fan. Watching this scene, the crowd was shocked. There was no silence. The Lin family now, has it actually become so powerful? The three great families, as if they already exist in name only. Yi Qingyi blinked a pair of gentle eyes and stared at Lin Fan. This kind of scene, Yi Qingyi had naturally seen a lot of it and was used to it. She wanted to see just how this Lin family ancestor would handle this matter today, how he would respond to the Yuan family's people. I thought that, as the same Cloudland City family, this Lin family's old ancestor, would definitely not do anything too outrageous. At best, it's a cautionary tale. Who dash? In the middle of his thoughts, a sound of breaking wind whistled past. The blinding light was fleeting, so fast that the crowd thought they were experiencing an illusion. Pust! Blinding and incomparable scarlet blood poured out all over the ground. One of the elders behind Yuan Shan fell to the ground with a loud bang. There wasn't even time for a single miserable scream. It wasn't until a lifeless body fell to the ground with its eyes open and unwilling that the crowd reacted to what had happened. Hiss dash! On the outskirts of the Yuan family, a sound of sucking in cool air instantly came. In an instant, the crowd dispersed in all directions, and the originally black pressurized heads disappeared at this time. No one had expected that this Lin family's old ancestor would be so ruthless. Without saying a word, he beheaded an elder of the Yuan family. Yuan Shan's pupils shrunk violently, and his spiritual energy instantly surged out, protecting himself to the death. Yi Qingyi froze in place, looking at Lin Fan with a breezy look, as if he had done something trivial and insignificant. A violent shudder ran through his heart. One has seen not a few great powers, but like this Lin family ancestor so, never seen it. Yi Qingyi's gaze then slowly turned to the Yuan family's crowd, shaking his head slightly. The Yuan family, today, is afraid to shed their skin. Old ancestor Lin, what do you mean by that? Yuan Shan suppressed his anger and questioned Lin Fan under his spiritual power protection, and in his sleeve robe, he quietly crushed a red-colored jade slip in his hand. Today, at 3 minutes past the hour, this seat wants Yunlan City to have no more Yuan family. Lin Fan opened his mouth indifferently, and his spiritual energy roared out. It enveloped the entire Yuan family. Don't be reckless. At the Yuan family ancestral hall, sound waves exploded. A majestic spiritual energy poured out in a roar, ruthlessly tearing apart the pressure released by Lin Fan. A figure drifted in, a white robe dancing with the wind, white hair hanging, shaped like a withered bone as thin as firewood. If it wasn't for the amazing and incomparable spiritual energy all over his body, how could this look like what a person with vitality should look like? Elder ancestor, Zhenzhen lowered his head in shame. If he hadn't been so bent on having his own way, how would he have disturbed the Yuan family ancestor's exit from the gate? Little friend, my Yuan clan, is it not a place where you can act wildly at will? Yuan Qian opened his mouth slightly. His hoarse and incomparable voice sounded like he had used up all his strength, and he could barely see a bit of luster in his deep-set eyes. Pitch black. The whole body is only a layer of skin hanging on the skeleton in general. Hideous and horrible. Seeing this appearance of Yuan Qian, Yi Qingyi slightly dodged behind Lin Fan and could not help but frown for a while. Same old ancestor. How come there's such a big difference? This skeleton in front of him, if it weren't for the fact that it could move and speak, no one would have thought that such a thing would still be a living person. In contrast, Lin Fan, who had a robust body and warm jade-like skin that was quite lustrous, was more like an extremely well-maintained cultivator. For a moment, Yi Qingyi's heart stirred ripples. Little friend? Lin Fan laughed lightly. Interesting. This seed has the same lifespan as you. How dare you call me little friend? No way. Yuan Qian hissed out, and his pair of eyes became even more pitch black, with a scarlet color vaguely shining in them. You can't keep your face when you're 100 years old, and when you're at my level, your life expectancy is approaching, and you're even more withered. Is it possible that your excellency has come to amuse me? Chapter 20. From now on, a family is a family. Snort. This seed is unwilling to spend more time with you. Calling me little friend? You're not qualified. As the words fell, Lin Fan's figure shot out violently. A spiritual force was brewing in his hand and stabbed hard at Yuan Qian. Unbridled. A piercing, hoarse hiss sounded. Yuan Qian's withered bone-like 5 fingers suddenly opened. The knuckles burst out sin black gas, actually condensed into 9 skeleton heads in the void. Each skeleton's eye sockets leapt with a ghostly green phosphorus fire, emitting a baby's cry-like whistling, shocking the hearts of the crowd of onlookers unbearable. How is it so evil? Niafeng retreated violently in horror, his eyes filled with panic. This old ghost has even refined the evil cultivation forbidden art to its great completion. Evil practice. Although there are no taboos for people who cultivate, but evil cultivators are ultimately inferior. Almost everyone is shouting. Never would I have thought that this Yuan family's old ancestor would steal and practice evil arts, and practiced to such an extent. No wonder, it looks like a human being. Lin Fan was also slightly surprised, but then he snorted and the golden aura in his palm skyrocketed. The Yellow Emperor's internal scripture in his body was running wildly. Spiritual energy poured out, transformed into gusts of golden light wrapped around the body, the golden light shining non-stop, the righteousness of the sun like the rising sun, illuminating the black fog nuisance sound. 9 skeleton heads have not yet come close to the body, like snow meets the sun like melting, turned into fishy pus dripping down, the Yuan family home corrosion out of a 10 feet deep pit. What? Yuan Qian hissed more than once, and the burning tingling pain all over his body caused Yuan Qian's figure to instantly retreat backward. Quickly, raise the formation. The sound of hissing resounded over the Yuan family. Yes, the Yuan family's crowd echoed in unison as the elders and deacons poured out their spiritual energy and sat on the ground. In an instant, the silhouettes of 9 red Jiao flags emerged above the Yuan family's ancestral mansion. An even denser spiritual energy instantly filled the top and bottom of the Yuan family with astonishing power. Formation? Lin Fan was slightly surprised and could only say that it was worthy of being the richest of the 3 great families. The Yuan family. How many more cards are there? Sculptor's little skill. Lin Fan joined his fingers like swords and rose up in the air as an even more majestic aura roared out. The sovereign realm. 4th weight. Yuan Qian's eyes widened, only to feel that his mouth was incredibly dry, and his heart was like falling into an ice cellar. When did this Cloudland city produce such a demon? Are you kidding me? The 4th level of the sovereign realm, putting it in the Green Cloud Sect. It is also a properly qualified person. In the sky above the Yuan family's ancestral mansion, the 9 red Jiao flags were torn apart by the astral winds just as they rose. Lin Fan stepped into the air and arrived, his footsteps producing lotus flowers, each golden lotus shattering a piece of defense formation as it bloomed. In a few breaths, the Yuan family's formation, which had only just been raised, was shattered into pieces. Old Ghost Lin, do you really want to fight with the Green Cloud Sect? Yuan Qian roared out in unwilling fury, and Yuan Qian's withered body suddenly convulsed violently, and dozens of wandering bulges protruded from under the skin. Under the crowd's horrified gaze, those bulges burst open one after another, and Yuan Qian's already dried-out flesh instantly collapsed, turning into flying ash and drifting away, leaving only a white jade-like skeleton hanging in mid-air. This bizarre scene caused the crowd to be appalled in place, not daring to move a muscle. Lin Fan also frowned tightly. Still coming? What kind of evil arts did this Yuan family ancestor practice? But fortunately, I don't know if the Yuan family ancestor's evil technique hadn't come to fruition, or if his tattered body couldn't support it. The skeleton in midair fluttered in the wind for a moment before it turned into a puff of broken pieces, completely devoid of life. A flash of phosphorescent fire dissipates and passes away with the wind. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, even though this old thing was dead. But the Yuan family ancestral hall, however, fatally transmitted a weird and incomparable spiritual energy fluctuation. The Yuan family cultivates evil arts privately. Their hearts are not right. From today onwards, I, the Lin family, will take over everything from the Yuan family. Hiss. The crowd of onlookers were dumbstruck. Amidst the sound of the city pouring out cold air, Lin Fan stepped on the Yuan family ancestral hall plaque. When the gilded character Yuan split in half, the land deed of the 300-mile commercial road suddenly flew up from the ruins and branded the Lin family emblem on the Shin iron seal held by Linjan. Effective immediately, there will be no more Yuan family in Yunlan City. Boom! Spiritual energy surged out. The entire foundation of the Yuan family's ancestral mansion had fallen in. Up and down the Yuan family, all of them were pale and their hearts were like ashes. Yuan Shan's body kept trembling, and his eyes flashed with a hint of grief, as well as fear. In the end, Yuan Shan lowered his head. At the behest of the Lin family's oldest ancestor, Lin Zhan led the Lin family's crowd into the Yuan family with a smile on his face and began to scavenge and take over. After annexing the Yuan family, the Lin family, from then on, was the #1 family in Yunlan City. No one will ever be able to beat it again. Yingi put away the shock in her eyes and took a deep breath. Elder Ancestor Lin, it's really an eye-opening experience for Lightning. As she spoke, Yingi's eyes flowed, and Ying's light flickered among them. That thought in his mind grew hotter and hotter. Maybe, this Lin family's old man could really help himself. Niafeng crushed the shadow-peeping jade slip in his hand, his cold sweat soaking through his heavy shirt. In the picture, it was the scene of Lin Fan beheading the Yuan family's ancestor just now and making the Yuan family submit. When the war started, the life-thirsty Niafeng instantly returned to his family and waited for it to change. 6 cross-city trade routes, 2 spirit mine land deeds. The butler's hand holding the ledger is shaking like a sieve. All belong to the Lin family. Prepare a gift, Niafeng suddenly bellowed, ripping off the ancestral ice jade at his waist. No, I'll go myself. Fetch the 10,000-year-old blood ginseng from the storehouse, be quick. Niafeng was sweating. This Lin family's old ancestor was as terrifying as this. The Yuan family, at least, is one of the 3 great families, and it can be destroyed just by saying so. If one does not take action, the Nya family will not. The title of the 3 great families, from this moment on, exists in name only. From now on, only the Lin family will be dominant. At this moment, on the main street of Yunlan City, the Lin family's crowd was replacing their flags. The gilt satin Lin flag covered the Yuan family's tattered red Jiao flag, and the flag's surface had hidden Dan patterns, which were actually mixed with the Liuguang pavilion's secretly made wakefulness incense. The cultivators in the middle of Yunlan City inhaled a mouthful of flag wind and felt their spiritual platforms clear. This Lin family is going to change the sky. In the tea house, the casual cultivator shivered and put down his tea. The old man in the neighboring seat panicked and covered his mouth, his eyes glancing out of the window where a bloodied deed to the Yuan family's land was fluttering down, coincidentally covering the storyteller's unfinished discourse on the 3 clans of evolution. The 3 families? Ha! Nowadays, who doesn't know that there is only one hegemon in Yunlan City? As the Yuan family, the wealthiest of the 3 great families, there was naturally a lot of oil. Taking over the inventory of finances takes some effort. Lin Fan directly asked the Grand Elder Lin War to take over, but it was specifically instructed that the Yuan family shrine should never be touched. There is something hidden in that shrine. With Lin Fan's instructions, Lin Zhan directly sealed the Yuan family ancestral hall, and no one was allowed to approach. The reason why he didn't immediately explore what exactly was going on in the Yuan family ancestral hall was naturally because there were outsiders present. Yi Qingyi has not returned to himself. Slightly show some strength can be. There is no need for anything, all to let it participate. But what Lin Fan never expected was that Yi Qingyi actually took the initiative to find himself. Chapter 21, Tearing Down Your Psychological Defenses. Lin family, inside the parlor, the refreshing ambergris fragrance rose up, refreshing the mind. Various illuminating beads, spirit mirrors, and so on that had been scavenged from the Yuan family were placed everywhere in the hall. Let the Lin family parlor has changed its face. Gorgeous mixed with languid noble. Just from the bright side, today's Lin family did indeed have the demeanor of the #1 overlord of Yunlan City. Tell me, Miss Yi, what is it that you are looking for, old man? Again? Lin Fan was lazily lying on the jade dragon chair, wearing a white robe. Half of his long snow-white hair had actually turned into a dark color. One black and one white, yin and yang, combined with Lin Fan's incredibly warm skin and temperament. For a moment, it made Yi Qingyi a little disoriented. Is it really what 100-odd-year-old, dying ancestor should look like? The Yuan family's old ancestor Yuan Qian's inhuman and ghostly appearance was still fresh in his mind, and there was no harm without comparison. In comparison, Lin Fan, the oldest ancestor of the Lin family, it's frighteningly young. The main thing, Yi Qingyi's gaze flowed slightly as she looked towards the stunningly beautiful woman who was sitting on one side of Lin Fan, gently feeding Lin Fan with exotic fruits. The woman didn't look very old, as green as a bud that had just opened, and with a touch of sultriness, a knit smile, a move, but also has a hidden thick flavor, youthfulness and maturity intertwined and blended together. Even if Yi Qingyi, who was also a stunning beauty, looked at it, she couldn't help but secretly marvel. This kind of woman has the beauty of a beautiful country, and her talent is still excellent and superior. Put into any family, clan, become the pearl of the palm. Clan Saint daughter is almost a nail in the coffin. But it was such a stunning beauty that willingly ambled end to end beside the Lin family's old ancestor, feeding him spirit fruits with delicacy. Looking at Yi Qingyi's frozen appearance, Lin Fan smiled faintly. Today, Roan Wanner serving herself like this was precisely what Lin Fan had deliberately arranged, in order to let Yi Qingyi take a good look. So what if she is also a proud daughter of heaven? The proud daughter of heaven still had to obediently stay by her side and serve herself wholeheartedly. Furthermore, Roan Wanner's appearance and talent were all excellent nowadays. Compared to Yi Qingyi, she could only win no more. Women, by nature, are an emotional class of people who like to compare and contrast and are prone to fall out. With such a comparison, the concept in Yi Qingyi's mind would definitely be altered. Lest in the future, when he really wanted to take in Yi Qingyi, Yingi still couldn't let go of that hurdle in his heart. But really, the main reason is, Lin Fan didn't have much patience to continue playing the game of slow cultivation with Yingi. The Yuan family was destroyed and all of the Yuan family's properties were taken over by the Lin family. Unexpectedly, the Yuan family was so rich: business paths, spirit mines, waterways. Almost half of Yunlan City's business was in the hands of the Yuan family. Unfortunately, there is no strength while holding abundant resources in your hands. After absorbing the Yuan family, a sprout called ambition suddenly rose in Lin Fan's heart. In this Cloudland city, the Lin family was already the dominant one. The Lin family, it may not be impossible to become stronger and bigger again. Today is a lure prepared for Yingi. If there is still no opportunity to create a moment to take down Yingi, Lin Fan, then, could only resort to some strong-arm tactics. As for the glazed pavilion, a strong dragon cannot yet crush a snake on the ground. This Yunlan city, nowadays, the Lin family is the honored one. Glazed pavilion, how many experts can you call in? Moreover, since Yingi wanted to use her power to open an elixir store in Yunlan City and compete with the Qingyun sect for the market, it showed that the glazed light pavilion was also afraid of the Qingyun sect. It didn't have the strength to call the shots with the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect's old ancestor did not come out, and the elders were nothing more than clear Zhongshe realm experts. Glazed pavilion, how many Zhongshe realm experts do you have? The fire of ambition intensified in the depths of Lin Fan's eyes. By accepting Yingi, one's lifespan could be extended for another 10 years, and one could also cleanse the marrow and sinews, which was equivalent to remodeling one's sinews and bones. At that time, what about a mere Sect Master Realm expert? Most notably, after successfully completing the side quest on Yingi, the system rewarded the entire Lin family with alchemy talent. Among the Lin family's juniors, there were already a few with good qualifications who were able to refine pills that could be supplied to the Lin family. Coupled with the basic alchemy manual that accommodated almost every type of elixir at the lower levels for a short period of time, the Lin family was perfectly capable of becoming an alchemy clan. If you, the glazed pavilion, can make pills, my Lin family can too. Rongwaner delicately finished feeding Lin Fan the spirit fruit. Then she lay on Lin Fan's body, her perfect delicate body curves visible. Lin Fan wrapped one hand around Rongwaner's slender waist, as if he was cradling his beloved consort. When Yingi saw this scene, her heart even sucked in a breath of cold air. His brain instantly went a little blank, and the words that came to his lips somehow couldn't be said. If Miss Yi has nothing to do, then please return. Lin Fan's fingertips rubbed the tail of Rongwaner's hair that fell on his lap, and a wisp of ice and fire mingling spiritual energy quietly wound up, reflecting the dark red bite mark behind the young girl's ear more and more demonic. He clearly closed his eyes, but as if he could penetrate Yingi's messy breathing. Or, do you also want to try the taste of this jade dragon chair? Yingi's knuckles under her wide sleeves suddenly clenched. The jade dragon perched on the back of the chair had scarlet eyes, and its claws were resting on the soft cushion where she had just taken her seat, where there was clearly still torn silk, mixed with some kind of sweet and greasy fragrance. She suddenly recalled the news from her spies last night. Black blood was seeping out of the ground floor of the Yuan family ancestral hall, and even the lapis lazuli slabs were etched with honeycomb-like holes. Old ancestor Lin is joking. She forced herself to look straight into those slowly opening eyes. The dark pupils seemed to have lava rolling under the ice. Lighty came here to ask for a deal. Suddenly, his throat was sweet, and the jade bottle in his sleeve was burning hot. This old monster had even drenched the air with pressure. Lin Fan let out a low laugh, and Rongwaner immediately straightened up knowingly. The train of her ice blue skirt swept over the spirit stones all over the ground, and in the sound of tinkling, the golden bells on the young girl's snow-white ankles rang softly. Yingi's pupils suddenly shrunk. That wasn't a decoration at all, but a Yuan spirit lock engraved with runes. The secret treasure that was rumored to be able to seal a grandmaster was now like a docile pet chain, swimming in Lin Fan's palm as Rongwaner poured tea. 3 months ago, the miasma mist forest 300 miles east of Yunlan City. Yingi bit the tip of her tongue, and the bloody breath washed away the strange fragrance at the tip of her nose. Every time the moon is dark there is a purple aura that rushes into the sky. Does elder ancestor Lin know what that is? She deliberately paused and watched as Rongwaner's hand holding the pot trembled slightly, the boiling hot tea soup condensing into ice beads at Lin Fan's fingertips. Click! The moment the ice bead crashed to the ground and shattered, the temperature of the entire hall dropped precipitously. Lin Fan stroked the back of Rongwaner's neck so gently that it was like touching fragile porcelain, but the words he uttered made Yingi feel like falling into an icy cave. Miss Yi is talking about the 9 spectral underworld phoenix's burial ground, right? 3 years ago, your master Xuanji Zi broke into the secret realm and was burned by the karmic fire with only half of the charred bones left. How come? Does the glazed pavilion still want to send another adopted daughter to the sacrificial array? Chapter 22 Yingi's shock. Reaching an agreement. Boom dash. Yi Qingyi's heart was like a thunderstorm. The white and pure porcelain bottle that was quietly pinched up in his sleeve suddenly shattered, and a thick black gas instantly came out of the air, whistling and attacking Lin Fan. Among them, there was also a faint hint of a strange fragrance. The moment the sleeve robe was swung, Yi Qingyi's figure quickly retreated backward, but his back suddenly hit the goldenrod door that had been closed at an unknown time. A delicate scent of incense rushed to the tip of his nose, but here and now, Yi Qingyi smelled more like a tantalizing yet deadly poisonous fragrance. How could the daughter of the adopted daughter of the Lord of the Glazed Pavilion, the great miss of the Glazed Pavilion, come to this remote place for no reason? Lin Fan's figure flickered in the flickering candle flame, and his white hair had surprisingly turned mostly black. With every step, a golden lotus of spiritual energy was generated under his feet. Born with 100 poison invulnerable body, put on anyone is the absolute holy body. Lin Fan's whispers constantly echoed in Yi Qingyi's ears. But there is one thing this seed is confused about. Miss Yi 100 poison does not invade the body is already invincible. Why the body favor? And a force of curses? The last sentence completely tore apart the hope in Yi Qingyi's heart. Looking at Lin Fan's face that did not carry any emotion near at hand, Yi Qingyi's pupils contracted violently and his breathing was rapid. The usual gentle, calm demeanor is all gone at this point, leaving only after the disguise has been torn apart, a touch of madness. Who the hell are you? Taking a deep breath, a hint of determination appeared in Yi Qingyi's eyes. Lin Fan did not reply. His eyes stared straight behind Yi Qingyi, not knowing what he was looking at. Although Yi Qingyi was puzzled, she didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, Lin Fan was looking at the system panel with information about Yi Qingyi, daughter of the Mandate of Heaven, Yi Qingyi. Identity, adopted daughter of the Lord of the Glazed Pavilion. Hidden identity, disciple of the Witch Doctor Valley. Master, Xuanji Z, endangered. Talent, 85+. Face value, 95, unstable. Physique, 100 poisons. Body, cursed power, negative. Side quest 2, inheritance of the 9 underworld phoenix. The ancient great demon 9 spectral underworld phoenix fell here, and Witch Doctor Valley elder Xuanji Z somehow learned of this news in a vain attempt to get the inheritance, and his whereabouts are unknown. Nowadays, Yi Qingyi's heart seems to have some different ideas. Mission objective, successfully pass the test of the 9 underworld phoenix and prove that you are old and strong enough to continue cultivating. Reward, inheritance of the 9 underworld phoenix, purified version. 9 underworld fire. Yi Qingyi's body suddenly had many more information that had not been displayed before. All of these, the system prompted to itself only after Lin Fan completed side quest 1. Lin Fan had also never expected that the second Heaven's Pride daughter that he had met, Yi Qingyi, would have so much more information and tasks on her, if he hadn't intervened. According to Yi Qingyi's established birth and route, he would have definitely grown into a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, these values on Yi Qingyi's body were just like Rong Wanner's. They were not fixed. As one's strength increases, or if one gets any opportunities, one's value increases. Retracting his gaze, Lin Fan looked back at Yi Qingyi with a one-point smile. How, Miss Yi, is this seat still well informed? A deep sense of powerlessness instantly swept over Yi Qingyi's body, and at this time, Yi Qingyi's heart was full of regret. How could there be an old demon like the Lin family's ancestor in a place like this? If she knew that her trip would turn out like this, Yi Qingyi would rather wait a few more years, or even a dozen years, before coming back to Yunlan City. When this old thing dies of old age, he'll come back and take what's his. Nope. Looking at Lin Fan's hair that had turned quite dark again, as well as his blow-dried, glowing skin, Yi Qingyi sighed helplessly. This old demon, will he really die of old age? Since that's the case, I'm sure that elder ancestor Lin, too, has long known lightning's purpose this time, right? I wonder if elder Lin. Good. Lin Fan agreed dryly, then reached out his hand and slowly put it on Yi Qingyi's shoulder. The sudden touch caused Yi Qingyi's body to tremble slightly and she looked at Lin Fan at a loss for words, but Yi Qingyi did not move. A hint of something different suddenly rose in his heart. Born with a body that is impervious to all poisons, caught in a curse. What a pity. Lin Fan's palm slowly slid, slowly falling from his shoulder to Yi Qingyi's back. The warm scorching heat made Yi Qingyi tremble. When this seat is done with the matter at hand, we'll head to that place with Miss Yi, shall we? Buzz. The Yellow Emperor's internal meridian in Lin Fan's body suddenly operated, and the strong spiritual energy was violently poured into Yi Qingyi's body. As the majestic spiritual energy flowed unchecked, the spiritual energy that carried the Yellow Emperor's internal scripture to the purest and youngest made Yi Qingyi instantly feel that her body and limbs were burning. Zigzag. A stream of thick black smoke floated out of her body and dissipated, but Yi Qingyi suddenly felt her body was much more relaxed. Then she glared violently at Lin Fan. He was actually helping himself to alleviate the power of the curse? Looking at the difference in Yi Qingyi's body, Lin Fan knew that he had made the right bet. The spiritual power cultivated by the conversion of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon really contains the most pure yang qi that restrains all evil spirits. Only, if he wanted to completely remove the curse from Yi Qingyi's body, his own realm was not enough for the time being. Miss Yi, please return. In a trance, Lin Fan's figure had reattached to the jade dragon chair at some point, and Rongwana was quietly lying down in Lin Fan's arms like a gentle kitten. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyi's pretty face brewed up a pile of crimson. This Lin family old man, he is still here, but so action. Biting her lips lightly, Yi Qingyi hurriedly saluted and then left quickly. Looking at Yi Qingyi's back, the corner of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a smile. By the looks of it, the day before he could take Yi Qingyi in was not short, but that's fine. Avoid having to use some strong-arm tactics yourself, and the treats that come to your mouth voluntarily are the sweetest and most delicious, aren't they? They've gone and you're still watching? So reluctant to leave? The languid and with a hint of dissatisfaction tone of Rongwana in her arms came out. I told you you're an old lecherous devil who can't walk away from the sight of a woman, right? Lin Fan smiled faintly and did not reply. Only that one of his hands but quietly reached into Rongwana's lapel. A muffled grunt. Rongwana changed her position. Then, compared to Yi Qingyi and me, who is better in terms of posture? Is that even a question? Ma'am? Lin Fan's hands couldn't help but use a few points of strength, and Rongwana Zhao Bean made a sound. Those who can make old man look at them are only the best on earth. Mother, your cultivation. It seems to have grown quite a bit again? Let the old man check to see if the body has been over-cultivated. Old. This is the Lin family parlor. I put a ban on it. Slow down. Chapter 23 Yuan Family Ancestral Hall. Mysterious Girl. It's night. After finishing a hard cultivation, Lin Fan sent Rongwana back to her room, and then his body flickered as his spiritual energy worked. Leaping half of Yunlan City in the air, he landed straight into the Yuan family. Lin Fan stood in front of the mottled stone steps of the Yuan family's ancestral hall, and the night wind swept up the hem of his basalt-colored robe. The tomb-suppressing beast squatting on the eaves of the ancestral hall glowed with an eerie green luster under the moonlight, as if they would come to life at any time to tear at trespassers. With the prohibition he had placed, plus some restrictions made by Grand Elder Lin War, at this moment, the Yuan family was terribly quiet, and in front of the ancestral hall, it was even dead silent. The quieter it became, the deeper Lin Fan's perception of the Yuan family shrine became. If the smell of blood entered his nose, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze looking directly into the Yuan family ancestral hall. That's right, that subtle fluctuation was coming from within the Yuan family ancestral hall. The Yuan family ancestral hall had always only had Yuan Qian, that old thing, in there in seclusion. Other than that, no one from the Yuan family was allowed to come close enough to enter it. In this way, even if there were any abnormalities in the Yuan family ancestral hall, the others were in the way of the majesty of the Yuan family ancestor, coupled with the concealment of Yuan Qian's spiritual power, and won't find anything. But, the more this happened, the more it proved that in the Yuan family ancestral hall, it must be unusual. Thinking of that day, Yuan Qian's inhuman and ghostly appearance, all the way to the evil cultivation method is horrified. In here, I am afraid that there is not some weird and incomparable existence? Squeak! The groan of the door shaft turning startled the cold crows on the beams, and the long lights on the offering table suddenly went out in unison. Lin Fan lit the spirit fire with his fingers together, and in the flickering halo, the Yuan Qian spirit tag at the bottom was oozing black blood. His sword brows slightly knitted. That day beheaded Yuan Qian old ghost storage ring. There is also the same fishy blood symbol. Odd. It's so weird. Lin Fan looked around, and the shrine was in mixed darkness. However, it was still able to be seen clearly under the operation of spiritual energy, sweeping around, but there was nothing unusual in the shrine. But Lin Fan could clearly feel that the aura. Clearer. Closing his eyes, Lin Fan diffused his senses. A moment. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight at his feet. The breath, the direction it came from, seemed to be just below. Lin Fan looked around carefully and suddenly realized an anomaly. Lin Fan merged his fingers like a sword, and the moss peeled off where the sword she swept through, revealing the Yutong flower pattern depicted in gold powder on the back of the tablet. Sure enough, there is a mezzanine. Palm heart power swallowed. The tablets should be cracked. The muffled sound of the machine turning came from the ground. The bricks under the table slowly moved away, and the cold and fishy air came to the surface. Lin Fan frowned slightly. It was dim down below, and he couldn't see what the situation was for the time being. Spiritual energy operated, covering the entire body. Lin Fan slowly walked in. Descending down the damp stone steps, bizarre murals began to appear on the walls. Twisted human figures were penetrated by vines through the sky and soul, with branches and leaves drilling out of the 7 orifices, and Lin Fan's fingertips brushed over the mural depressions, dabbing at the dark red liquid that had yet to dry up. Blood. Lin Fan frowned tightly. Yuan Qian, that old devil, wouldn't be engaging in some kind of blood sacrifice or some other evil art, right? Help! Help! A faint whimper came from the end of the ever-sinking and spinning ladder, and the narrow passageway was instantly filled with echoes. Lin Fan's pupils shrunk violently. This voice, surprisingly, was a bit similar to Rongwan Air. Keep going down. The stone steps were as damp as a giant beast's feeding tunnel, and the walls were densely covered with fingernail scratches. The further you traveled down, the heavier the sweet fishy smell in the air became, and dark red moss could be seen crawling all over the cracks in the stone. Turn the last corner. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. A 10-foot square dungeon came into view. The hem of Lin Fan's coat was windless. Within the dungeon, the barefoot girl was run through her peep bone by 8 meteorite iron chains, and bruised finger marks remained on her pale ankles. The young girl sat on her knees with her head hanging down on the Xian ice platform, her long frost-colored hair winding like the moonlight pouring down. The tips of her hair dipped in the blood and water blossoming into red lotuses. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and she could make out the icy blue aura flowing under the pale green veins at the nape of her neck. Raise your head. Lin Fan's sword she shattered the confinement spell. The young girl slowly tilted her face up, and the vermilion mole on her forehead suddenly seeped blood beads. Her eyebrow bones were borne extremely high, but the end of her eyes were lowered like a crescent moon. The arc that should be charming was cut apart by 2 scabbed whip marks at the corners of her eyes. The most alarming thing was those eyes. The left pupil was the pale green color of the extreme north's metaphysical ice, while the right pupil was flushed with the amber color of molten gold, and the iris was floating with tiny Sanskrit inscriptions, which were brightening up and disappearing with his breath at the moment. She tried to curl up her body, but the forbidden spirit lock between her wrists tore out a new wound. Blood coagulated with ice slid down her ankle, branding a red plum-shaped totem on the Xian ice platform. Underneath the tattered veiled garment, the dark red spell marks wandering around her waist and abdomen were faintly visible, like poisonous snakes coiled in the snowy plains. Scoffs. The clash of chains awoke the sleeping ice spider, and inside the dungeon, the crystalline beasties climbed up her calves, weaving ice silk stockings around her knees. The young girl suddenly opened her lips and puffed, and snow instantly drifted up inside the dungeon. The ice crystals on her eyelashes refracted rainbow colors, but could not illuminate the frozen twilight under her eyes. Ouch! She looked up at the sound, her glazed pupils clouded with layers of watery mist. Lin Fan's sword finger condensed in midair. The young girl suddenly curled up, and the rusty chains immediately tightened, strangling blood marks on her porcelain white skin. She even revealed a dumbfounded smile at the sword blade. Watching Lin Fan's heart tighten violently. Ha! Seeing Lin Fan, the young girl's eyes were surprised, but then hung a watery look. It looked very compassionate, but the words that came out gave Lin Fan the creeps. You, too, are here to give me blood to drink? The young girl's pretty nose twitched slightly. Ah, there's so much of my favorite drink in you. Can I taste some? I'll trade you something. Although Lin Fan felt weird, but looking at the young girl in such a state, his heart that had lived for more than 100 years couldn't help but be shaken. Damn old Yuan Qian. Lin Fan slowly walked towards the young girl, but the young girl's body suddenly lunged up and bit one of Lin Fan's fingers, and then, accompanied by a slight tingling pain, the young girl sucked on it vigorously. Lin Fan, however, suddenly widened his eyes. Nope, it wasn't just blood she drank. Ding! Longevity devouring activation, -1 year. Warning, host's remaining lifespan, 39 years. Boom! Lin Fan released his spiritual energy and sent the young girl's body flying, then looked at the young girl with disbelief. What? He was kind enough to let her drink blood, but it turned out to be his own longevity? He had worked so hard to get 20 years of longevity, and he had a total of 40 years left. And now, well, a year was just gone? Buzz! The young girl clasped her hands in front of her chest, and an incomparably pure spiritual energy emanated from her body, which was then quickly poured into Lin Fan's body. Didn't drink enough, but that's it. I'll trade you for these. That's how the bad guy made the exchange with me before. Boom! The spiritual energy in Lin Fan's body worked crazily and absorbed this spiritual energy. Fourth realm peak. Lin Fan froze, and then a shocked and strange look hung on his face. Chapter 24, Little 7? The Heavenly Fate Soul Devourer. This woman, was she even able to suck in her own longevity, not to mention feeding back to her spiritual cultivation enhancement? The amount of spiritual energy needed to reach the peak of the Sovereign 4 realm. An unusual cultivator would need to cultivate hard for at least 2 or 3 years or more. Cultivators who were limited by their talent. Every step up in the Sovereign realm was like a heavenly barrier, even for someone with outstanding talent. Stabilizing the 4th to the peak of the Sovereign realm would take several months or even more than a year. At the Sovereign realm, cultivation advancement was almost calculated in terms of years. This was why countless cultivators were stuck at the Sovereign realm and could not progress. Talent for one, longevity for another. A mere 150 years of longevity. Physical decay. and breaking through the sovereign realm was ultimately an insurmountable step for countless people. Lin Fan looked at his aging one-point body, and a sudden realization dawned in his mind. So it is. Chapter 25, brother? Don't call me that. A slight sigh. Lin Fan looked at the bloody holes and wounds on Xiaoqi's body and fished out a bottle of elixir from his sleeve robe and handed it to her. This is some healing medicine. You eat it. It can make these injuries on your body. There was an abrupt pause in the words that came to his lips. Gollum. Lin Fan's outstretched hand instantly froze, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre scene in front of him, only to see that at the bloody holes on Xiaoqi's body, blood and flesh rolled over, and in just a few breaths, newborn flesh buds and skin actually grew well. It was soon restored as before, leaving only shallow traces of the injuries that had once been here. The wounds on the body that had been whipped, spanked, rubbed, etc., were so dark that even the marks were dimmed, and the injuries could almost be seen. Lin Fan's pupils shrunk violently. That speed of recovery. Is 7 human or not? It's strange. There's this kind of recovery. Chapter 26. Who was so bold as to make false accounts? Rolling hills and pavilions. In a cloud peak. Inside the attic. Pop. The green jade abacus was put down heavily, and the splattered jade shavings grazed the side of Elder Hong's face. His brows were furrowed as he looked at the jade slips of Yunlan City's accounts that had been sent to him. Somewhat puzzled. There were quite a few mundane families in this Cloudland City. The 3 major clans among them had complicated branches and growing families. The entire Yunlan city had grown excellently under the blessing of the Qingyan sect, and its consumption of various resources was naturally extremely high. According to usual, Yunlan city's monthly accounts should not have changed much, but this month, how come the numbers in the accounts are obviously not right? So much less, especially the accounts of the elixir category. Yunlan city's income from the elixir category had greatly decreased, almost falling by more than double. Elder Hong frowned. Unless all of the cultivators in Yunlan City had left Yunlan City, or if they didn't need the aid of pills for their cultivation anymore, the purchase of pills would be so low. But both of these possibilities are, obviously, quite unrealistic. Other than that, there was only the possibility that other stores selling pills had appeared in the middle of Yunlan City. The prices of the pills for sale were lower than those of the Green Cloud Sect, and the categories were also better than those of the Green Cloud Sect. In this way, most of the people in Yunlan City went to buy low-priced pills. So naturally, no one asked for the pills of the Qingyan sect, and that's why the accounts dropped so drastically. Elder Hong laughed lightly and shook his head, discarding this ridiculous thought of his. For thousands of miles around, other than the Green Cloud sect, who else could provide pills in large quantities? Even if they were able to provide pills, they still had to weigh themselves and whether or not they could steal the business of the Green Cloud sect. Glazed Pavilion? This power suddenly appeared in Elder Hong's mind. The business path of the Glazed Pavilion often wandered among the major cities and worldly families. There's something to be said for that. However, how do those secular families know that the alchemists of the Glazed Pavilion are just disciples who have returned home from the Qingyan sect? The pills made by the Glazed Pavilion every year, but also to the Qingyun sect tribute part. So obedient a dog, and how dare to rob the master's business? In this case, it seems that someone is the one who is making trouble out of the accounts of Yunlan City. Elder Hong sneered. Qingyun sect's external disciples have always been rich in oil and water, usually sneak into their own pockets. Some of it is just. The clan turned a blind eye to this. After all, the outer disciples are abandoned cultivation, greatly slowing down their own cultivation. If you don't get credit, you get a little bit of hard work, so eat a little bit. This Cloudland City disciple is so unintelligent this month? The accounts of pills and medicines. How dare you falsify more than half? Do you really think the sect doesn't investigate? Treating all the elders as if they're just a bunch of little cuties? There was a flash of anger in his eyes. Elder Hong took out a jade slip, closed his eyes, and dropped his thoughts into it. Then with a wave of his hand, Jade Simplicity flew out of the attic as a stream of light, flying straight towards another mountain peak. That direction was clearly the peak where the law enforcement hall was located. Law enforcement hall. The jade brief flew to and slowly fell. A disciple stepped forward and scanned the pattern style on the jade slip and spoke. A mission sent by Elder Hong of the main peak, rewarded with 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. Inside the law enforcement hall, the many disciples who were selecting their tasks came to life upon hearing this. In the entire Green Cloud sect, who doesn't know that Elder Hong, who is in charge of the accounts at the main peak, is rich and powerful? Every time a task was handed out, Elder Hong was the only one who gave more rewards. No, for this mission, there were a full 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. Green Cloud Sect's outer disciples can receive 5 spirit-gathering pills for their monthly salary, and only inner disciples can receive 1 bottle and 12 spirit-gathering pills for their monthly salary. The reward for this mission was 3 months of monthly salary for an inner disciple. The crowd gathered around in a flurry of excitement, wanting to see what the mission was. Soon, the information on the jade slip spread out and turned into a text posted on the mission list. This time, the mission is actually to escort back a disciple of the same clan. It's rare. Yeah, the last time such a mission was handed out. It still seems like someone deliberately killed a disciple of the same clan to seize the treasure and escape. Quickly look. The disciple from the same clan who was escorted back is actually an outer disciple of Cloudland City. TSK. The disciples watching the mission secretly smacked their lips. What kind of person is this disciple to be escorted back? How dare he falsify the accounts of an entire city? The elixir-type accounts were missing by as much as half? This time, when he came back, this disciple was only afraid that he would be heavily punished. But, talk is talk and hilarity is hilarity. After the discussion, the old disciples had excused themselves that they still had tasks on their bodies, and none of them even took them. The crowd is not stupid. Remanding a disciple may seem simple, but you have to know that on the last mission, the disciple who was escorted back was the one who escaped from the sect by killing and seizing the treasure. 10 law enforcement hall disciples had gone before that one was escorted back. Among them, there were also 2 disciples who were seriously injured and 3 who were slightly injured. This job of detaining disciples of the same clan was something that really couldn't be taken on easily. Who knows if those disciples who violated the sect's rules would suddenly rise up. Besides, this mission, it looks simple. The truth is that it is not. The disciple who is so bold that he dares to falsify half of the accounts of the elixir category of a city is really a ruthless person. The crowd of the law enforcement hall did not believe that there would be someone who would dare to do such a thing without some strength. Anyone willing to take this on? The deacon in charge of assigning tasks scanned the crowd, then shook his head. I'll hang here if no one answers, so pick up your own if you want to. I'll get it. A clear voice rang out, causing the crowd to turn around in unison, wanting to see, what kind of person was it that was so bold? Outside the law enforcement hall, a plainly dressed teenager walked slowly. The clan clothing on his body had obviously been worn for a long time, but it was clean. A head of short hair was clean and sharp, with starry eyebrows and sword eyes, and his gaze was resolute and incomparable. Only, the figure was slightly thin, and it did not look like what a disciple of the Qingyun sect should look like. Who is this? Why does he look so poor? Don't recognize it. Never seen it. Ah, this I know. It seems to be an outer disciple with average talent. He had a lucky breakthrough in his cultivation some days ago, and has just been enrolled in the ranks of inner disciples. Understood. It should be because they heard that the law enforcement hall earns a lot, so they want to come and earn more. Such people were not surprising. Every year, there were newly promoted disciples of the inner sect who desperately needed cultivation resources and joined the law enforcement hall intending to receive quick and lucrative rewards by receiving tasks. But, most of the tasks in the law enforcement hall are not good. Which of the disciples of the law enforcement hall who were mixed up in the law enforcement hall did not choose this place after years of hard cultivation in the inner door and had some strength? The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads as they looked at this incomparably young disciple. It's so young and a little uninformed. When the deacon saw this teenager, he also froze and surprisingly hesitated before speaking. Are you sure you want to take this mission? Let me tell you first, all of the law enforcement hall's missions have a certain level of danger. A little carelessness may even jeopardize your life. The teenager smiled faintly. Thank you for reminding the deacon. Disciple knows the stakes. This mission, I accept. Seeing the teenager do so, the deacon said no more. Taking off the jade slip, he threw it to the teenager. Return with this jade slip to collect your reward after completing the mission. Yes. Chapter 27, The Old Grandpa in the Ring. The teenager took the jade slip and walked straight out. Looking at the teenager's back, the disciples sighed. Another one who isn't afraid to die. Ha! Disciples promoted up from the outer sect have always been like this. They'll be honest when they've suffered a loss. I'm just afraid that I'm not strong enough. So don't die on the mission. What are you afraid of? If you can't beat him, can't you run? As long as we have time to release the distress signal, waiting for the deacon to go over to save him. The teenager who walked out of the law enforcement hall ignored the comments and kept his head down to himself. The hand squeezing the jade slip couldn't help but tighten. Cloudland City. Ancestral grandfather. Father, I wonder if you guys are okay. Mover. Now that I've finally gotten stronger. Wait for me to get back. As the teenager's words fell, a hidden flash of light flickered on an unassuming, plain ring worn in his hand. An old voice suddenly sounded in the teenager's mind. That's just where it's at. Kid, you're still far from getting stronger. The corner of the teenager's mouth curved into a confident smile. With you old man around, it's only a matter of time before I become stronger. Kid, when this mission is over, with these 3 bottles of spirit gathering pills, breaking through to the martial master 5th realm won't be a problem. Not bad. After so many years of training in the outer sect of the clan, your heart is full. The old man complimented and then was never seen again, his voice disappearing. The teenager had seen it all too well. After all, this old grandfather in his ring has only just woken up in less than a month or so, and his soul is severely damaged. By not speaking, they are drifting off to sleep. or nourishing their souls to go back to the residence. After briefly packing up his belongings and taking the downhill token, the teenager quickly walked towards the mountain gate. 5 years. It had been 5 whole years since he came to the Green Cloud Sect. Nowadays. Also finally, I have survived, and also have the opportunity to take advantage of the mission, to return to Yunlan City, return to that familiar forest home and see it again. The thought made the teenager's heart flutter. The pace of his feet quickened a few moments more. Yunlan City, Green Cloud Pavilion. Ugh, strange, at the end of the month last month, why weren't the pills selling? Inside the lounge, a chubby middle-aged looking steward said with a sad face, the accounts sent back to the clan last month were obviously much lower. And the accounts of the elixir category were even directly reduced by a factor of 2. I hope that the clan won't be blamed for this. The other steward scratched his head. It's reasonable to say that the amount of pills these families consume every month is not a small amount. But since the middle of last month, the amount of pills those families have been purchasing has been quite a bit less. In recent days, the pills have also gone unnoticed. Could it be that these families don't intend to rely on pills to cultivate? Fart. The fat steward's eyes glazed over. It's not like these secular families are big families, each with mediocre talent. How can they cultivate without relying on pills? Fortunately, the other things are still selling okay. Only this elixir just couldn't sell much in recent days. It's really strange. Hey! Ding Buchuan suddenly sat up straight in his body as if he remembered something. I heard that the other day in Yunlan City, the Lin family's oldest ancestor led his clan to destroy the Yuan family. Do you think it has something to do with this? Ha! Fat steward Zhu Zihua frowned and hissed before analyzing. That makes some sense. If these great clans go to war, even if they win, they will certainly suffer heavy damage. If more people die, won't there be fewer people to buy the elixir? Elder brother is wise. Ding Buchuan applauded continuously, his face beaming with joy. Wise your ass. Zhu Zihua couldn't help but show his teeth for a while as he watched Ding Bukun happily. How many people can die before there are so many less people buying the elixir? Do you think I'm stupid? Besides, with 2 clans going to war and more people dead or injured, isn't it all the more important to buy more healing elixirs? As if, what you said, senior brother, makes sense. Ding Buchuan scratched his head and pondered alone. Then, why are the people of Yunlan City suddenly not buying many pills? Zhu Zihua couldn't help but set his teeth straight when he looked at Ding Bukun. This stupid bastard. What on earth was the Sect thinking in the first place? To be able to send this kind of person to be an external disciple with himself. If it wasn't for his own thoughtfulness these past few years, with this fool, he would probably have already carried the Sect's punishment. Zhu Zihua sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Instead of speculating out of thin air here, why don't we go out and poke around for information? You go and poke around to find out if these clans in Yunlan City have changed in any way, especially if there are any additional pills in Yunlan City in recent days. Ding Buchuan nodded. Senior brother, are you saying that you suspect that someone in Yunlan City is selling pills and stealing our business? Zhu Zihua narrowed his eyes. There must be a demon when things go wrong. If that's not the case, I can't think of any other reason. These secular clans are selfish and self-serving. If there was such a good thing, surely they wouldn't reveal any news at all. No harm done. Ding Buchuan smiled smugly. After I reveal the identity of the Qingyan sect, those clans will still have to obediently reveal everything they know. A hot stream instantly surged up Zhu Zihua's forehead. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm the anger in his heart, Zhu Zihua tried to squeeze out a stiff smile. Senior brother must not expose his identity. These clans are cunning. If they know our identities, they will definitely not be truthful. Good talk, senior brother. Just wait for my good news. Looking at Ding Buchuan's departing figure, Zhu Zihua sighed and shook his head, turning his head to this month's accounts. Ah, how come the number of accounts is even less at the beginning of this month? It's over. If it continues like this, the clan will really be blamed at the end of this month. The Lin family. Rongwan Air had a dark face, looking at Xiaoqi who was almost glued to Lin Fan's body with a mouthful of brother. Couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and tense his pretty face. Good old lecherous devil. It wasn't enough to marry me. It wasn't enough to look at those young and beautiful women. But now you're playing so fancy. How kind are you to let a girl call you brother? What an old face. Hearing Rongwan Air's words, Xiaoqi blinked her eyes. In her hands, however, she was still holding Lin Fan's arm tightly. Sister Wan Air, don't scold brother Lin Fan like that. I'm 100 years old, just 30 years younger than brother Lin Fan. Isn't it normal for me to call him brother? Rongwan Air's gaze towards Lin Fan was sharp as a knife. You can teach such lies? Xiaoqi is 100 years old? Old? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Looking at Rongwan Air, who was gritting her teeth, Lin Fan could not help but feel helpless for a while. One should have expected this outcome. Chapter 28. If you don't call your brother, then you might as well call. Though Seven had given herself a good call with a cry of brother. But, sure enough, the others couldn't take it at all. it can't be helped. Who made Shao-Chi look so young and cute? Anyone who saw Shao-Chi would certainly not think that the cute and pretty young girl in front of them was even 100 years old. Only Lin Fan himself knew Shao-Chi's secret, but Lin Fan didn't dare to say anything. After all, the special physique and talent in Shao-Chi was just too heaven-defying. If word got out, when the time came, I was afraid that not only would Shao-Chi be unprotected, but the Lin family, too, would have to be exterminated along with her. Lin Fan also specifically instructed Shao-Chi to never casually tell others that he possessed these special features. But fortunately, although Shao-Chi's character was simple and naive, her head was very smart. After only 2 days of bringing Seven back, Seven was fully acclimated to life as it was now, and had learned most things well enough to be able to handle just about anything. Lin Fan looked down at Shao-Chi, who was clinging to himself as if he was dead, hugging his arm with a mouthful of brother. There were some mixed emotions for a while. Sure enough, people don't empathize with each other's feelings and emotions. Do you see this look on Seven's face? Does it look like I taught her? Rong Wanner looked at Lin Fan suspiciously, then looked at Shao-Chi's blinking big eyes and sighed helplessly. She knew Lin Fan wouldn't lie. How could the old lecherous devil who could dominate beyond measure and forcibly marry himself home in the first place put his foot down to coax an ignorant young girl? It seems that the problem is with Seven herself. Rong Wanner walked forward and took Shao-Chi's hand. Seven, why are you calling this old wanker brother? Shao-Chi looked at Lin Fan, then at Rong Wanner, and asked with a curious expression. I call Lin Fan brother because he's older than me. Isn't that what they all call him? But do you realize how much older this old is than you? Seven, it's not allowed to call someone that if they are much older than you. Rong Wanner patiently explained for Shao-Chi, hoping to guide Shao-Chi to change her current thinking. Lin Fan also secretly snickered in his heart as he watched the scene. Even though you teach it as you please, Shao-Chi can listen to it and count me as a loser. And don't look, who saved Seven and brought her back. Besides, what's wrong with calling me brother twice? The old man had lived his whole life, for more than a full 100 years, and finally there was a young, beautiful, and incredibly cute teenage girl who willingly wanted to call herself her brother. Isn't this a great joy? I have to say. Shao-Chi's cry of brother successfully awakened a flash of memory deep in Lin Fan's heart. Who doesn't have a young heart anymore, even if they're over 100 years old? This name of brother, the old man naturally bear the responsibility. After Shao-Chi heard Rong Wanner's words, she slightly tilted her head in a thoughtful manner. So, does Sister Wanner mean that I should be called in a different way? Because the age difference between brother Lin Fan and me is too great? Aha! Rong Wanner nodded, looking at Shao-Chi with anticipation in her eyes. Well, Shao-Chi frowned slightly. But brother Lin Fan takes care of me so well, like I'm a relative. If you don't call me brother, then I should. Rong Wanner pulled Shao-Chi's hand slightly harder, a smile spreading across her face. Right, that's it. Seven herself is finally getting the hang of it. Calling anything is better than calling your brother. This old wanker can just pervert himself. Don't bring down my Seven. Oh, Seven's eyes lit up in realization. So, I should call Dad, right? That way, it doesn't matter even if there's a big age difference. It can still seem more intimate. No, Rong Wanner and Lin Fan's faces changed in unison. And in unison, they loudly stopped Shao-Chi from continuing any further. Shao-Chi. The corner of Rong Wanner's mouth twitched and she sighed helplessly. Actually, I suddenly think it's fine for you to be called brother. Shao-Chi's eyes were shining brightly, and her pair of alien pupils seemed to be flickering as if they were glowing. Really? Lin Fan also hurriedly spoke. It was fine for Seven to call herself her brother. At best others would just find it odd. But if you call that, I've lost my face. Even jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. Besides, one doesn't have any special fetish for playing with some forbidden love or anything. The simple-minded Shao-Chi didn't think much of it, but instead showed a happy smile. In Shao-Chi's opinion, brother is the closest and best name in her heart. Having a good brother makes one the happiest person in the whole world. Seeing Shao-Chi so happy, Rong Wanner also sighed helplessly. Forget it, brother is brother. It's not like it's an unseemly title. But called that, it's not just the old wanker who's disgraced, it's himself. Looking at Shao-Chi's frost-colored long hair like the moonlight pouring down, it actually also matched the old lecherous devil's long silver hair quite well. Standing together, they were really something like brother and sister. Rong Wanner looked back and forth at the two of them to compare their looks in detail, and suddenly let out a light eep. This old, when did you get so young? Is it a delusion of one's own? Rong Wanner blinked, carefully observing the changes in Lin Fan's body. Strange. This old devil, the skin on his body was so delicate, it was comparable to a young man's general luster. And, at over 100 years of age, there were no wrinkles on his face at all. His body grew more and more robust, and through his loose robes, he was able to feel this old lecher's lean and strong flesh and blood. Looking at the hair color again, it was surprising that most of it had turned an auburn color, a black and a white. the yin and the yang, together with the still resolute and handsome face of the old lecherous devil, carrying the flavor of maturity as well as the scent of age. It was surprisingly poised for a moment. When Lin Fan saw Rongwaner looking at herself with straight eyes for half a day, he couldn't help but feel a little amused and opened his mouth to ask, What's wrong with this seat? Rongwaner's pretty face instantly burned. Quickly withdrawing her own gaze, she balked. Who's looking at you? I'm looking at how you, an old lecher, are so thick-skinned that you let Seven call you brother? After a slight pause, Rongwaner spoke again. By the way, your body, how do you manage to take such good care of your skin and body? Oh, Lin Fan smiled faintly, his heart instantly understanding. Then he looked straight at Rongwaner with some playfulness. How? Don't you know, love wife? This kind of gong method, we are practicing it daily. You, Rongwaner's pretty face was flushed red and she felt her ears start to burn. I shucks, old lecher, I knew nothing good could come out of your mouth. Chapter 29 The Great Marriage. This seat will marry the two of you. What? Don't believe me? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Forgotten the benefits to you and myself after our nightly hard work? Lin Fan intentionally bit the word bitter cultivation extremely heavily, causing Rongwaner's ears to turn even redder, as if fresh blood had been injected into them. Alright, stop talking about it, old wanker. Rongwaner clenched her lips. There are still outsiders here. However, Rongwaner's mind suddenly remembered how her own realm had risen after every cultivation with Lin Fan. Being able to speed up one's cultivation progress and increase one's cultivation level is true. As for taking care of your body and skin, Rongwaner was slightly torn. Nourishment is somewhat nourishing, but maintenance, only to see this old body getting younger and younger. Where have you changed yourself? I'm not the outsider. Xiao Qi, who had been keeping her ears perked up in curiosity about the duo's conversation, pouted. Sister Waner, what is this cultivation you guys are talking about? Can Xiao Qi cultivate too? Ha? Rongwaner raised her head in shock, her eyes scanning back and forth between Xiao Qi and Lin Fan, not knowing how to answer this question. Of course you can. 7. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly. There was such a good thing? He was worried about how to take Xiao Qi under his wing, but he didn't expect that Xiao Qi would take the initiative to say it on her own. After the system detected the Daughters of Fortune, there was only one condition for taking in these Daughters of Fortune. That would be welcoming. It was necessary to marry these Daughters of Fortune and have an official name before they could be considered to have completed their mission. 7. As long as I marry you, you can cultivate with me. Besides, I have a way to keep 7 from starving. Really? As soon as she heard that she wouldn't go hungry, 7 instantly came to life. That's great. I'm willing to marry brother Lin Fan. When will you marry Xiao Qi? Xiao Qi can't wait. Lin Fan smiled and stroked Xiao Qi's head. There's no rush to marry Xiao Qi. Naturally, it's only right to get ready and give Xiao Qi a grand wedding banquet. Seeing that the duo in front of her had already finalized their marriage in a few words, Rongwaner felt that her brain was a little short for a while. When did it become so haphazard and simple for a 100-year-old man to marry a young girl? What's the difference between this and coaxing? Looking at Xiao Qi's skin was as snowy as snow, and her long frost-colored hair set off a hint of spiritual charm. The vermilion sand mole between her forehead was like a round of red sun, radiating extreme wintry splendor between her two disparate pupils. Such a stunning young girl, put anywhere, is a pearl in the palm of the hand, to say the least. What? So willingly ready to marry this old? What is the fascination in this old wanker? For a while, Rongwaner's mood was a bit complicated. Some days ago, that glazed pavilion's beauty hadn't even pulled the strings yet, but now it's good, and he's immediately ready to marry a new beauty. The Lin family's old ancestor is truly blessed with a great deal of lust. Yo! Lin Fan looked at the skittish Rongwaner in front of him with some amusement. This was, jealous? Or is it? Thoughts flowing, Lin Fan instantly rationalized the original reason. Going forward, he hugged Rongwaner into his arms. My beloved wife, you and I were in a hurry for our wedding banquet that day, and we failed to let the people of this Yunlan city witness the blessing together. Don't worry, this time, this seat is going to organize a grand wedding banquet, so that the entire city will come to the banquet to witness this moment. Humph. Rongwaner snorted coldly and twisted her head. Who wants to have another wedding with you? Haven't I been humiliated enough once? Seeing this reaction from Rongwaner, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Sure enough, a woman's mind is actually quite easy to pin down. What they want is nothing more than fame and fortune. If you look at you favorably and can give enough fame and fortune, what woman can't still follow you to her heart's content? Disgraceful? In this Yunlan city, let's see who dares to make fun of the Lin family? Lin Fan's tone revealed a hint of disdain. When a bunch of families didn't even dare to fart, let alone now. It is so decided. Choose an auspicious day and this seat will marry the two of you. By the way, let that old dad of yours take a good look at how right you were to marry into my Lin family. Bah! Old lecherous devil. marrying two people at once for a big wedding. Only you can come up with such a ridiculous thing. Hooray hooray! Xiaoqi can marry brother Lin together with sister Yuan heir. Xiaoqi was overjoyed, her squinted eyes as endearing as a curved crescent moon. But, Lin Fan smiled and sulked slightly. But what? Rong Wan'er looked at Lin Fan, wanting to see what else this old lecherous devil could say that would shock her. Yuan heir, don't you want to know how this seat takes care of its body? Hearing these words, a trace of an unpleasant premonition instantly rose in Rong Wan'er's heart. Hurriedly twisted his head to look around. The entire room, the doors and windows do not know when to close tightly. The doors and windows above the hidden layer of streaming light flashes. Old! Rong Wan'er urged her body's spiritual energy and pulled Xiaoqi away from Lin Fan's arm. Then her spiritual energy spewed out, turning into a strong thrust that pushed Xiaoqi out from the middle of the room fiercely. Boo! 7 had just been pushed out when the door closed hard. A layer of prohibition followed and sealed it up. 7. Go back to your room by yourself first. We're going to practice. Xiaoqi, who didn't understand the situation with a puzzled look on her face, heard Rong Wan'er's words and gave an "oh," then turned around and prepared to leave. Why don't you bring me along with you in your cultivation? Humph, Sister Wan'er, only want to cultivate by yourself. Right, just wait, 7 can cultivate too. Inside the room, Lin Fan huffed. What are you doing? This seat will not have thoughts about Xiaoqi now. Don't worry, you better be, Rong Wan'er said viciously. However, since you are willing to cultivate for Xiaoqi, it's fine. Lin Fan smiled even more, and with a wave of his hand, spiritual energy rolled up the bed and couch and flew over, placing Rong Wan'er on top of the bed and couch. Let this seat check and inspect your recent cultivation, whether or not you have made any progress. Who's afraid of you? The tough Rong Wan'er looked straight at Lin Fan, unwilling to show weakness, but soon, it turned into a chorus of whimpers and pleas for mercy, turning clouds and singing. The sound of decadence is unrelenting. Outside Yunlan City, a plainly dressed teenager stopped in his tracks and looked up in the direction of Yunlan City. The huge, familiar silhouette of the city caused the teenager to lose his concentration slightly. More than 5 years. Cloudland City. Still looking like this, the teenager instantly felt energized and excited. The pace of his feet quickened as he walked towards the interior of Cloudland City. Stepping into the street, the incomparably prosperous stores on both sides caused the corner of the teenager's mouth to curl into a smile. Yunlan City. It's still the same as when I was a child. Nothing has changed. A light flashed from the teenager's ring. A pale voice rang out. Is this your home? Boy, it's not bad for a desolate place like this. Before the words left his mouth, the pale voice suddenly paused. A soft giggle followed. Ha, kid, where you're from, does everyone know how to make pills? Chapter 30, Is this still my home? Hearing the old man's words, the teenager was slightly stunned. Then he said in a somewhat puzzled manner, Elder Dan, I've lived in the middle of Yunlan City since I was young, and I've never heard of any family being able to refine pills. All of the pills in the entire Yunlan City are offered for sale by the Qingyan Sect. As for the people in the city who can make pills, they have not even heard of them, let alone everyone making pills. With that, the teenager continued. What's wrong, Elder Dan? It's okay, it's probably just me. A slight pause. The old voice laughed coldly. Clans monopolizing lineages. It seems that this phenomenon happens no matter where you are. Cultivate hard. Boy, if you really want to lead your family out of this narrow world, you can only rely on strength. The teenager nodded stoically. I definitely will teach her. With your help. It's not a done deal for me to become a patriarch? Ha, patriarch? Patriarch? What is a patriarch when placed elsewhere? Kid, when you have cultivated to a sovereign, you have only just begun. At those words the teenager's expression was clearly a bit longing and envious. The patriarch was like an ordinary person on the side of the road in Elder Dan's mouth. Stepping out of here, the world outside, just how wonderful should it be? Is it true that heavenly pride is everywhere and holy places are everywhere? The young man did not doubt Dan Lao's words. After all, Dan Lao just casually taught himself a little fur. Can let his stagnant cultivation in a short period of time soared. The identity also jumped from the outer disciple of Qingyan Sect to the inner disciple successfully. I believe that before long, he would be able to raise his cultivation level again and become a core disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. The Lin family, too, would follow their own realm advancement and embark on a path of rise. Thinking of this, the teenager's gaze was resolute, and his feet couldn't help but speed up a few more points. It's been 5 years, and I wonder what the Lin family is like now. Walking through the familiar, and so on. The young man's eyes suspiciously scanned the stores on both sides of the streets within Yunlan City. How did he feel? Yunlan City was familiar and unfamiliar? Hiss. The teenager paused and looked around carefully. But again, he couldn't see that anything had changed dramatically. He could only shake his head helplessly and walked in the direction of the Lin family. Maybe it's because I haven't been back in 5 years and I've forgotten what it's like at home? The teenager laughed bitterly and shook his head. Once you enter cultivation, it's like a deep sea. The cultivation world is a place that eats people. If there was no help from Elder Dan, when would he be able to make it through and be able to return home? One way to go, one way to stop. Looking at the scenery on both sides of the street, looking at those unfamiliar people of Yunlan City, the teenager drifted into a bit of a trance. Haven't seen you in 5 years. After all, are things different now? This Cloudland City, and that appearance in one's memories, had long since become irrelevant. Although it didn't look like much had changed, the teenager always had a feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. A depression built up in his heart that was hard to describe. Unbeknownst to him, the heart of Dan Lau in the ring was even more shocked. Along the way, idly following the teenager along, he observes the place where this teenager grew up. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. Once he did, Dan Lau was instantly a bit skeptical. What? Are all the cultivators in this place so weird? Obviously, their cultivation levels were not high, but most of them were in bodies with alchemy talent. At the beginning of the period, Elder Dan thought that he had misread the situation, but over time, Dan Lau's skepticism gradually shifted to thoughtfulness, doubt, conviction, shock, and puzzlement. That's right, even if one's perception was weak and strength was low in the current state of one's soul. But one could never go wrong with the Dan Dao that one had practiced for a lifetime and was proud of. Elder Dan could clearly feel that among the thousands of people he had just walked through this section of the road and met, there were dozens of people with alchemy talent and physique. Even a dozen of them had just started refining pills. The aura of the elixir on their bodies leaked out and was unmistakable. However, this particular aura could only be distinguished at a glance by a high-level alchemist. Don't look at the fact that out of these thousands of people, only a few dozen of them had alchemy talent in them. One must know that even in the era of Dan Lau's splendor, an alchemist was a genius of 1 in 10,000. Though here, these people might not even be as good as the skin of a real alchemist, but there can't be too many people. This kind of probability turns a 1 in a million genius right into 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 100. Oh, no. Elder Dan even found that the qualifications on some of them were quite fair. Surprisingly, it could be comparable to this kid's spiritual strength. And, looking forward again, on the road ahead, there were quite a few people who possessed the talent of alchemy. An incomparably thick and rich flavor of pills filled the streets, lingering and lingering, like a delicious cake for people to savor. Elder Dan directly looked straight into his eyes. How is this possible? Even though the people here didn't have high cultivation levels and their alchemy levels weren't high either. But there can't be enough of them. So many alchemists, so many elixir scents, so many elixirs, coalesce here for a long time. It won't be long before this place becomes a small man-made sanctuary. If those low-grade alchemists knew that there was such a place, wouldn't they go crazy with jealousy? This kind of place is a blessing for alchemists. Day and night, you can be nourished and fed by the breath of the elixir, and you can meet an alchemist after taking 2 steps. How many alchemists have dreamed of this place? But, how could this kind of place, this kind of Dandao coalescence, appear in such a remote place? Are you kidding me? And, how did those without talent become alchemists? To be able to become an alchemist of a certain level, it was natural that one's eyes were not bad and one's heart was high. Why would he choose someone with mediocre talent to teach him alchemy? These people, how on earth did they learn to make pills? Also, where the hell did all this talent in them come from? Could it be that this place can still produce alchemy geniuses? An old man and a young man, each with his own mind. There was a collection of doubts and shock in their hearts. A moment, turning the corner and stepping onto the familiar road, a small smile instantly spread across the teenager's face. Even if there are some changes in Cloudland City, so what? As long as one's home is not. The smile on the teenager's face gradually stiffened. The eyes went from smiling like crescent moons, to lax, to wide, to shocked and confused. Looking at the brilliant and incomparable, like a huge beast quietly coiled in front of his ice palace group, the teenager confused mouth wide open. It's not. Is this my house? The young man raised his head and looked at the plaque hanging above the mammoth, gigantic gate, which was clearly engraved with 2 large, dragon and phoenix-like characters, Lin Mansion. That's right. This is the Lin family. But is it still my house? Chapter 31 Lin Family Ranking. What is your cultivation level? A flicker of confusion flashed in the teenager's eyes. In his own memory, when he first left home, even if the Lin family was one of the 3 great families in Yunlan City, the head of the 3 great families, but there wasn't such a lavish Lin house complex, was there? He had left for just 5 years, and the Lin family, how did it become like this? Even in the Green Cloud Sect, the pavilions where those elders and deacons live, it's just like that, isn't it? Kid, is this your house? In such a small place, a small family can be so grand. Not bad, not bad. The old Dan in the ring couldn't help but praise him twice. Right boy, why don't you go in? Hearing Dan Lau's words, the teenager then reacted. his eyes complexly looking at the long ago drastically changed Lin Mansion in front of him. Perhaps, the Lin family had become slightly stronger in the past 5 years? Still in the midst of thinking, the guard standing guard at the entrance of the Lin family discovered this teenager who had been standing at the entrance looking at the Lin family. One of the guards stepped forward and asked curiously, "Who are you? Why are you standing here and not leaving quickly?" After saying these words, the guards however suddenly felt that the teenager in front of them looked a bit familiar, and couldn't help but carefully look up and down. "Ha!" The guard suddenly looked at the teenager in shock and uncertainty and spoke out tentatively, "You are, young Master Lindong?" Lindong nodded slightly and smiled. "It's me. What's the matter, Tiger? You haven't seen me in 5 years. Don't recognize me? It's really young Master Lindong." After confirming his identity, the guard suddenly shouted in an excited and giddy tone, "Young Master Lindong has returned. Young Master, ha 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 ha, come in quickly, we've missed you young Master." While saying this, he pulled the guards aside to bow respectfully and greeted Lindong as he entered the Lin Mansion. Hearing the commotion at the door, a chubby middle-aged man immediately stepped out from the middle of the Lin family. "What's so noisy? Who's back?" Upon seeing Lindong, the chubby middle-aged man rubbed his eyes in disbelief and confirmed it. With a face full of excitement and surprise, he shouted, "Young Master Lindong, you're back? Quickly go and report to the Grand Elder. The young master is back." Seeing these familiar people, Lindong's face was then covered with a suppressed smile. "Uncle Fu, no need to be polite. We're all family. Why all the fanfare?" Uncle Fu looked Lindong up and down with a smile in his eyes, then sighed, his eyes filled with heartache and relief. "Young Master Lindong, you've lost weight. These 5 years have suffered outside, haven't you?" With that, Uncle Fu directly pulled Lindong's hand. "Young Master, you just came back. Quickly go back to your room and rest." Lindong nodded and followed Uncle Fu into the Lin Mansion. "By the way, Uncle Fu, the Lin family this is. I haven't seen you in 5 years. Why have you changed so much? I stood at the door and almost didn't recognize it." "Oh," Uncle Fu smiled. "This is all thanks to the old ancestors' blessings, young master. During the 5 years you didn't come back, the Lin family prospered under the old ancestors' leadership. The Lin family was just re-expanded a few days ago, and young master, you're back. It's a coincidence to say the least." Hearing Uncle Fu's explanation, Lindong then nodded in a dazed manner. Turns out, it's the old ancestors. The reason why the Lin family was able to maintain its position as the top of the 3 great families in Yunlan City was all because it had developed better under the leadership of the old ancestor. He still remembered 5 years ago, when he left the Lin family and was preparing to head to the Qing Yin clan to worship the mountain and cultivate. The old ancestor had also given himself one of the few spirit-gathering pills of the Lin family to encourage him to cultivate diligently. Thinking of this, the corner of Lindong's mouth could not help but hang a smile. "Old ancestor treated me so well and did his best for the Lin family. Don't worry, in the future, Lin family, let me, Lindong, take over from the Lai ancestors and lead the Lin family to the next level. Young master, your room is over here." Fubo pulled Lin Fan to turn into a huge compound, in which countless independent small courtyards and houses were built separating one by one. Some exotic flowers and plants were planted in this compound, adding a touch of natural flavor. At the same time, sharp-eyed Lindong vaguely also saw, in this compound, some Lin family subordinates even still holding tools to repair these exotic flowers and plants, to ensure clean and tidy. It looks like it's well organized and has a different style. Lindong slightly widened his eyes as he looked at the environment in front of him that was comparable to the environment where the core disciples of the Qing Sect lived. Couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Fu, what are these?" "These, are the courtyards designed by the old ancestor and built specifically for the younger generations of the Lin family. The old ancestor said that this way, the Lin family's children will have an independent space to concentrate on their cultivation. At the same time, the proximity to each other will allow them to discuss their insights, compare and encourage each other." "Oh, right." Uncle Fu pointed to some of the more luxurious huts in the middle of the compound. In order to let the Lin family's children always maintain a heart for progress, the old ancestor has specially redistributed the living areas and the resources they receive. Among the Lin family's children, the higher the cultivation ranking, the bigger and better the compound they live in. At the same time, the pills received each month are also more. The cultivation rankings will be rearranged once every month at the beginning of the month, and the Lin family's children can use this to recompete for the top rankings. Although you haven't returned for 5 years, young master, after the elders' discussion, they placed young master's room in the 3rd position on the list. Saying that, Uncle Fu had already brought Lin Fan to his own compound. Listening to Uncle Fu's words, Lindong's heart had long been shocked beyond words. "We haven't seen each other for 5 years, and the old ancestors are already so far ahead of their time?" This set of reward system was clearly similar to the Green Cloud Sect's once-a-month grand competition. Moreover, the Lin family was so willing to put down blood money. According to Lindong's observation, the resources spent on building these compounds alone were quite a lot, because as soon as he stepped into the compound, Lindong surprisingly felt that the aura was incomparably thick, and the spiritual energy in his body was silky smooth and much faster. No wonder the Lin family could become so different within a mere 5 years. The old ancestor, surprisingly, had made such a contribution to the Lin family. By the way, young master, what is your cultivation level today? Uncle Fu smiled and asked. If young master's cultivation is ranked number 1 on the Lin family's list, he will change his residence with young master. However, I'm sure that young master's cultivation nowadays must be the number 1 in the Lin family without any dispute. Who in the Lin family didn't know that Lindong had entered the Green Cloud Sect 5 years ago to cultivate? No need, Fubo. I'm just coming back for a few days this time. Lindong smiled faintly, then said, I'm ashamed to say that after entering the Green Cloud Sect, I realized that the geniuses in the world are like the secretaries of a river. Nowadays, I am only at the 8th level of the Martial Master realm. Lindong intentionally stated his realm 2 small realms lower. After all, the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect who were around the same age as himself were in this realm. One's own continuous breakthrough of several realms in just a few months to reach the Martial Master's 6th realm was too appalling to say. Lindong did not come back this time to show off. However, what he did not expect was that upon hearing Lindong's words, Uncle Fu frowned slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 32 New Cooperation. Old Ancestor's Wedding Banquet. Martial Master 8th Realm. Hiss. Uncle Fu revealed a bitter smile at his words. Young master, it's fortunate that you're only coming back to reside for a few days. If you came back this time ready to stay at home and not leave, it would really be a bit difficult. Seeing Uncle Fu's look, Lindong couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong, Uncle Fu? Could it be that, amongst the children of the Lin family, my cultivation level is not the highest? As the words came out, Lindong could not help but secretly shake his head in his heart. How is this possible? In the Green Cloud Sect, a large portion of the disciples of the same age as himself were only at this cultivation level. If the cultivation level of the current Lin family's children was higher than his own, then why had he never heard of any of the Lin family's children going to the Green Cloud Sect to further their cultivation in the entire 5 years he had been in the Green Cloud Sect? With this kind of talent, one could have long ago worshipped amongst the Green Cloud Sect. Well, not really. It's just that, this month, young Master Lin Tianyu and Lin Feng, a son of the Lin family, just broke through to the 8th level of the Martial Master realm as well. This way, among the Lin family's children, there will be 3 tied for first place this month. Hiss dash. This time, it was Lindong's turn to suck in cool air, almost exclaimed in shock. Although he had hidden his realm, he had never expected that among the children of the Lin family, there was such a genius, being able to cultivate to the 8th level of the Martial Master realm with limited resources. Moreover, there were even 2 such geniuses? One must know that he had only managed to make consecutive breakthroughs in a few months with the help of Elder Dan. If he didn't have Elder Dan's help, he would probably still be struggling at the Martial Husband realm right now. Wouldn't it mean that there was already someone in the Lin family who was even more talented than himself? But fortunately, Lindong's heart was slightly stabilized. If it wasn't for the fact that during the 5 years in the middle of the Green Cloud Sect, the spiritual energy that he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty had been inexplicably disappearing. One's own realm is only higher today. In that case, it seemed that one's own talent wasn't much worse compared to those geniuses. Not bad, not bad. With such a genius in my Lin family, my strength is bound to rise even higher. Lindong was happy from the bottom of his heart, then asked, Uncle Fu, then the other 2 families, are there any geniuses? Uncle Fu shook his head. Young master, you don't know. Yunlan City has long been in the hands of the Lin family now. Where are the geniuses in the other families? Hiss. There was a sudden pause in Fubuki's words. There really is one, but it's the palm of a small family. Female? Lindong was slightly curious. Amongst Cloudland City, the Lin family being dominant was not new news, but it was somewhat rare for a small family to give birth to a talented young girl. Who is this genius? What is his cultivation level today? Upon hearing this, Fubo looked a bit strange and coughed lightly twice. This genius now has a close relationship with my Lin family. Young master, you'll know in a moment. Cultivation well. If I remember correctly, half a month ago, it seemed to be at the 1st level of the Martial Master realm. What? Lindong was completely unable to sit still this time and cried out in shock. The Dan old man in the ring also couldn't help but speak. Kid, now you know just how many geniuses there are in the world, right? However, this kind of talent, when placed in the central state, is just enough. It's that I don't know how old this woman is. If she's young, then her talent is superior. Lindong instantly nodded slightly with a heavy heart. Unexpectedly, he had not been shocked by those heavenly prides in the middle of the Qingyan sect, but in Yunlan City, his hometown, he had been shocked by a heavenly pride girl that he had not yet seen. However, This also succeeded in arousing Lindong's competitive spirit. So what if he is gifted? Lindong, will crush it with one force. Lindong still wanted to find Uncle Fu to ask for some news about this woman, but when he froze, Uncle Fu disappeared. Shaking his head helplessly, Lindong could only push the door and enter the room to prepare to regulate the spiritual energy within his body. As soon as you enter the door, Lindong was then attracted by a white and clean porcelain bottle on the table. Walking forward, he picked it up and opened the bottle cork, and a rich spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance instantly spread and overflowed, filling the entire room. This is actually a bottle of spirit gathering pill. Old ancestor. The Lin family now has a full 62 people who are able to cultivate pills. However, there are only 40 people who have truly reached the standard of primary alchemist. According to your orders, these ones that have successfully refined pills have been honed day and night in the middle of the Lin family's pills branch. Lin Zhan took a jade slip and reported to Lin Fan about the development of the Lin family this week. Lin Fan nodded slightly. 40 people? That's a lot. It would only take a little bit of time for these 62 people to all reach the level of primary alchemist. At that time, it was unimaginable how terrifying the Lin family's speed of alchemy would be. Even Yingi of the glazed pavilion couldn't help but be shocked for a long time when she saw so many people with alchemy talent in the Lin family before she gritted her teeth and cursed out a sentence. Monster. Although the glazed pavilion did not lack high-grade alchemists, it couldn't help but have a large number of them. A full 60 or so people who could refine pills and had talent. Wherever they were placed, they would be able to open up a not-so-small pill store. Because of this, Yi Qingyi also hurriedly made another deal with Lin Fan. The second and third level alchemists from the glazed pavilion that followed this time would help the Lin family train these people, and in exchange, the pills that the Lin family would subsequently refine would be sold to the glazed pavilion at a discount. In addition, the Lin family had already recommunicated and restored all of the Yuan family's trade routes, and the trading rights had all changed hands. In the midst of this, something else interesting was discovered. Some of these deals even involved the interests of other sects, as well as the Qingyun sect. Lin Fan also did not expect that the Yuan family had gone so far and wide in their business path. However, it was thought that the Yuan family did not have the backbone to utilize these business routes and resources. Otherwise, it could not have remained in that state. Lin Fan directly waved his hand and told Lin Zhan to let go of his hands. So what if we robbed the Green Cloud Sect's business? We've already made enemies anyway. Don't want it for nothing. Now that I can tear a piece of meat off of the Qingyun sect's body, I can't be too happy. Lin Battle also lived up to his expectations, launching all of the business paths and expanding them. Those other forces as well as sects that were cooperating were overjoyed to see that the newly joined Lin family was so bold. Doing business, traveling the business path, not afraid of your guts. I'm afraid you'll shy away and stagnate. The Yuan family is a precedent, and every time they do business, they are cautious and pragmatic, and their profits are low, which has caused other powers to disagree with them. Now that this Lin family is so bold, who wouldn't like it? By the time Lin Battle had finished saying all the things he needed to report, Lin Fan was half lying on the jade dragon chair, his eyes slightly closed. By the way, how is the wedding banquet I asked you to prepare? Hearing these words, Lin Zhan was also a bit teary-eyed. This old ancestor of his own family is good at everything. It is obviously more than 100 years old, a handful of years old, but suddenly good for this mouth. What's it say? A big wedding? A banquet for the whole city? And marry two beautiful girls at once? To be honest, Lin Zhan had never seen it in his life. But, who made this the oldest member of their family? Lin Zhan opened his mouth and was about to say something when a deacon hurriedly walked in. Grand Elder, Old Ancestor, Young Master Lindong has returned. Chapter 33, The Most Complicated Relationship Between Father and Son. Hearing the deacon's report, Lin Fan and Lin Zhan both froze in unison. Who? Lindong? Afterwards, Lin Zhan was the first to react and stood up with a joyful expression on his face. What you said, but it's true? My son Lindong has returned? Good, bastard. It's been 5 whole years, finally willing to come back? Lin Zhan walked around excitedly, but then frowned. No, isn't it true that after entering the Green Cloud Sect's cultivation, you're not allowed to return home at will? This brat, why did he come back all of a sudden? Could it be that something has happened? After saying that, Lin Zhan blinked his eyes and looked at Lin Fan. To say that anything can go wrong is a while ago. The matter of one's own family's old ancestor injuring that elder of the Green Cloud Sect. Although almost half a month had passed, the Green Cloud Sect still hadn't moved much. But the Lin family, up and down, didn't dare to relax a bit. He was afraid that one day he would be accountable by a group of elders of the Qingyun sect at his door. This time, this brat Lindong had suddenly returned. Was it because of that as well? The elders of the Green Cloud Sect had taken their anger out on the Lin family and expelled Lindong from the sect? Old ancestor, this brat has suddenly returned. I have to go and take a look first. Lin Zhan saluted Lin Fan. Go on. Lin Fan waved his hand, and at the same time, his mind was racing with thoughts. To be honest, when he had just heard the name Lindong, Lin Fan's first reaction was a shock in his heart, being taken aback. As a hot-blooded young man who had lived in Blue Star in his previous life, how could he not know the name Lindong? It's like a big name like a thunderbolt. But soon, Lin Fan then reacted. So it was Grand Elder Lin War's son, Lindong. Speaking of which, Lin Fan did have a few impressions. 5 years ago, when Lin Movement was the Lin family's most gifted junior and had just reached the age of 18, he had traveled to the Green Cloud Sect to cultivate. At that time, Lin Fan felt that this son Lindong's future was bound to be unlimited. After all, when looking at the countless Xin fantasy worlds and immortal cultivation worlds, how many of those who dared to call Lindong were simple? Which of them were not amazingly talented pride of heaven? Although, Lin Fan didn't see anything special from Lin Ju at that time, quite a lot, which is to say, so much more talented than his peers. However, at that time, Lin Fan was conscious that his time was up and dying, and he did not have the system's golden finger that he has today. In his heart, he wanted to lay out more for the Lin family, so he gave Lindong most of the Lin family's limited resources. Even when Lindong went to the Green Cloud Sect, he gave Lindong some money as well as pills. Thinking about this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. I wonder, what cultivation level is Lindong now? Was it a true genius or not? After thinking about it, Lin Fan shook his head. There was no harm in that. Today's self was perfectly capable of leading the Lin family to gradually become stronger and move towards a new path. The Lin family juniors, under their own shelter, would thrive until they held up a heaven and earth. Nowadays, with the help of the system, the entire Lin family, not only could their cultivation speed be accelerated by 20%, even quite a few people in the Lin family were also talented in alchemy, and with the system's reward of the primary elixir manual, the elixirs that were refined nowadays could completely supply the entire Lin family to use for cultivation. It could be said that without any surprises, in no more than 10 years, the cultivation of the Lin family's juniors would skyrocket in unison, reaching a point that had never been imagined before. Green Cloud Sect? What about the clan? Lin Fan was confident that with the system's rewards, sooner or later, the Lin family would surpass the Qingyan sect and override those sects' holy places. Brat! The voice falls before the person arrives, accompanied by a stern cry. Grand Elder Linjan then pushed open Lindong's courtyard door with a windy and fiery hand. You're back. Why don't you come see me first? Lindong came out at the sound and saw Linjan's familiar figure standing in front of the door, blinking his eyes. Even after 5 years of fighting outside, Lindong's nose tip could not help but feel a choking sensation in his heart. Dad! 1,000 words in Lindong's heart could only be transformed into this simple greeting. Linjan saw Lindong's figure, and a look of relief flooded his eyes. Without saying anything more, he went up and patted Lindong's shoulder. Why have you lost so much weight? But the Green Cloud Sect's meals aren't tasty? Lindong squeezed out a trace of a smile. Father, my child is doing very well in the Qingyan sect. Looking at the plain clothes on Linjua, Linjan's eyes moved slightly. If he remembered correctly, that seemed to be 5 years ago, when Lindong brought his clothes before he left the Lin family. Then look at Lindong's current appearance. Though clean as a whistle, a few moments of growing composure leaked through his slim frame. However, the cautious detail in his body couldn't fool Linjan's eyes. That was a habit and aura that Lindong had never possessed before he left the Lin family. Linjan was slightly silent and didn't say anything more. Just a trace of imperceptible heartache flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he spoke. Alright, brat. Come with me to meet the old ancestors and greet them. Lindong nodded and followed behind Linjan. I heard that the disciples of the Qingyan sect are not allowed to return home easily. You are? Oh, I'm on a mission taken by the Green Cloud sect this time, and it just so happens that I'm within Cloudland City. The child. Then I wanted to come home and visit. Linjan nodded slightly at his words, then frowned slightly. A mission from Cloudland City? What kind of mission? If it's inconvenient to say, forget it. There's nothing inconvenient. Father, this time, my mission is to send the disciples who have been appointed in and out of Yunlan City back to the sect, so think of it as running errands. Lindong did not say that he was actually going to escort back the outer disciple, because he was clear that with his old man's character, he would definitely be worried about his own safety. At that time, if he intervened in this mission, the people of the Lin family would most likely be injured. That was not the result Lindong wanted to see. However, Lindong obviously did not expect that the Lin family of today had long since ceased to be that Lin family. Yunlan City, too, was no longer the original Yunlan City. Lin Battle's mind had long been on a higher level under his busy days and nights. Simply by virtue of what Lindong had said, many pieces of information had been analyzed. Where else would a disciple within the sect need to make a special trip to send back an outgoing disciple, unless they were injured? But, being injured, sending out a disciple seemed unreasonable. Coupled with the changes in the situation within Yunlan City within this month, Among the Green Cloud sect, something must have been found to be out of place. Lin Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Send it back? I'm afraid it's just not that simple. But Lin Zhan didn't say anything more. Don't forget whose Cloudland City is now. If Lindong needed help, he himself would only be a matter of words. How many days can I stay this time back? A week or so. Aha. Lin Zhan nodded. It's just as well. You'll be able to rub in the joy of your old ancestor's big wedding, by the way. Chapter 34. The Old Grandfather in the Ring. Are you? Oh. Lindong subconsciously responded. Then the brain instantly turned a corner. And so on. Who was it that his own old man had just said was going to have a big wedding? Old ancestor? For a moment, Lindong somewhat doubted if his ears had heard it wrong. Dad, you just said, the old ancestor is getting married? Lin Zhan's eyes contained a smile. Your father and I will also be responsible for figuring out how to organize a grand wedding banquet for the old ancestor. The old ancestor's request this time is not low. Buzz. After receiving Pop's definite reply, Lindong instantly felt his head buzzing. What's the situation? If memory serves, wasn't the old ancestor, 100 or so years old? What? A big wedding all of a sudden? However, Lindong only shook his head helplessly. The old ancestor had never married in his life. Now that the Lin family is strong, what's wrong with enjoying yourself? It's just that it's really hard to imagine what a gray-haired old man's wedding reception looks like. Oh, boy, the old ancestor of your family, but he is old in heart. Old Dan's voice in the ring suddenly entered Lindong's mind. Lindong could only smile, but then quietly said, Elder Dan, you'll hide well later. Don't let my old ancestor find out. Hearing Lindong's words, Elder Dan laughed. Don't worry, kid. In a place like this, no one can detect my presence. The words were filled with Dan Lao's confident tone. Even if the Patriarch of your Green Cloud sect were to stand in front of you, he wouldn't be able to discover my existence. The soul strength is too low, and the perception is too poor. In the face of Elder Dan's confident words, Lindong really could not refute them. Lindong turned his head and asked curiously, Father, which ancestral grandmother is the old ancestor going to marry? Lin Zhan suddenly blanched and coughed lightly, changing the topic. Arrived, let's go in first and say hello to the old ancestor. Without realizing it, the two of them had already arrived at the Lin family's lobby. Walking into the lobby, Lin Fan, who was half lying on the jade dragon chair, instantly attracted Lindong's attention. Lindong instantly widened his eyes. Looking at this man who was half lying on the jade dragon chair, with moisturized and lustrous skin, handsome and angular face, half white and half black hair, and robust body, it's hard to imagine that this is over 100 years old. Lindong frantically kept recalling in his mind the appearance of his old ancestor before he left home. That's right, I remember that at that time, the old ancestor clearly looked like he had gray hair and was dying. But, now who is this healthy as can be? Even a little young man? If he did not look at that familiar face, Lindong really had some doubts whether his memory was wrong or not. Dan Lao in the ring was slightly surprised. Kid, how come your family's old ancestor looks younger than your father? Strange. Your family, are there any secret ways to nourish your face? Lindong shook his head slightly. How could he know what this was like? Late Lindong. Greetings to the old ancestor. Lindong walked up and plopped down on his knees. Although he was puzzled as to why the old ancestor had produced such a great change, Lindong had no less respect and admiration for the old ancestor in his heart. If it wasn't for old ancestor's hard work and dedication to the Lin family, how would the Lin family have gotten to where it is today? Looking at the teenager in front of him who had faded his youthfulness and matured quite a bit, Lin Fan also felt some emotion in his heart. With a smile in his eyes, he nodded repeatedly. Good. After not seeing you for a few years, moving child has grown quite a bit. Saying that, Lin Fan's heart moved, sensing the cultivation on Lin Mo. It's been a few years since I've seen him, and I don't know how well this kid is furthering his education in the Green Cloud sect. A moment. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Under his own perception, Lindong's current cultivation level had just about reached the 6th level of the martial master realm. To be honest, this kind of cultivation speed and talent was really good. Other than Roan Wanner, it should be the second person in Yunlan City. Just, for some reason, Lin Fan, however, always felt that there was a strange aura, if anything, in Lindong's body, and yet, he couldn't perceive what it was. It was reasonable to say that there could be something special about a small martial artist? In the meantime, Dan Lao's voice also sounded in Lindong's mind. Strange, this old ancestor of yours is not simple. How is his soul power and perception so strong? Elder Dan's voice revealed a hint of disbelief and surprise. If I had revealed a trace of my breath just now, perhaps, your old ancestor would have been able to perceive my presence. Hearing Elder Dan's words, Lindong also stared at his old ancestor with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard Elder Dan hold such a high opinion of a person. The old ancestor of your own family is so strong? However, the old ancestor exhausted his life, but only the peak of the great martial artist realm cultivation. Ah, ding! Son of luck detected. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. It caused Lin Fan to faintly freeze, and then he looked at Lindong in front of him in shock. No way? Does it say that? There's really something different about a name called Lindong? However, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched madly in his heart. This system, it shouldn't be so heartless to the point of letting himself take in the son of Qi, right? After all, this was the first time the system had popped up to detect a son of Qi. Lin Fan didn't have the right in his heart. What exactly did the system mean? If that's true, Lin Fan would rather not have the system's rewards, but he would never do such a thing. In the midst of his rambling thoughts, the system's voice continued to sound, and at the same time, a system panel appeared in front of Lin Fan's eyes. Son of luck, Lindong, age, 23, cultivation, 6th level of the martial master realm, gift, 5 senses, master, Dan Lao, remnant soul, Dan's old message, name, cultivation, age, alchemy, half-step sage of Dan Dao, talent, Lin moving introduction, extraordinary talent of the young man. After entering the sect, the hard cultivation of several years of spiritual power but inexplicably disappeared. His own cultivation has stagnated, and he is laughed at by fellow disciples. Early on, he went through some mental refinement, but did not shatter the teenager's faith. Finally, a mysterious old man who called himself Dan Lao slowly awakened from the ring he found. The teenager's cultivation soared after receiving this. His dash. After reading the system panel, Lin Fan instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. The eyes that looked at Lindong were all wrong. This kid, going against the grain. Spiritual power that has been cultivated painstakingly for several years has inexplicably disappeared. Being shamed hones the mind. The mysterious old grandpa in the ring, Dan Old. Isn't that a proper template for a divine order protagonist? Even for a moment, dead memories came suddenly like a tidal wave. In Lin Fan's mind, a spirited teenager who liked to play with fire instantly appeared. Come to think of it, it's all coming back. Chapter 35, Drawing an Elder Dan. Extreme Dan Body. Isn't that a proper protagonist template? Lin Fan's old heart, which had been silent for a long time, was almost stirred up with a hint of fire. With a template like this, dare I ask who didn't have their heart pounding for a breakthrough when they saw it back in the day? Scrappy streams, retreat streams. The familiar plots and countless geniuses of the past days were like the white moon and stars constantly stirring in Lin Fan's brain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan looked at Lindong with a strange expression. This kid, also known as Lindong, also possesses Yan Emperor Xiaoyan's ring old grandfather template. Wouldn't it be, to go against the grain, collecting the characteristics of the two protagonists at once? His future achievements will surely be unlimited. Lin Fan pondered 100 times in his mind. It seemed that when Lindong was small, he himself hadn't made any marriage contract for Lindong, right? Lindong, this child, from childhood to adulthood, also did not have any childhood sweethearts, fiancé now and so on partner. To say that he was wasted, Lindong's talent was not bad. Speaking of which, the greatest suffering Lindong had ever suffered while living up to now should be the years in the Qingyan sect, where the cultivated spiritual energy had inexplicably disappeared into thin air, right? As for why that disappeared, Lin Fan could only smile and not say anything. The old grandfather in the ring will surely help you rise again, regain your cultivation and get out of the adversity. As for why your cultivation regressed, your spiritual power disappeared, and you fell into adversity, then don't ask. Knowing the changes in golden fingers on Lindong, Lin Fan's eyes constantly flickered. There, that's better. In addition to owning the system himself, the younger members of the Lin family, surprisingly, also owned the golden finger old grandpa. Doesn't it mean that as long as he remains the Lin family's ancestor and doesn't die for a day, he will have free powerful fighters? And this free power hitter will be loyal and affectionate. Nice. Gathering himself together, Lin Fan looked at Lindong with a hint of love in his eyes. This was the second pillar of the future Lin family. While Lindong is still young now, sees the opportunity to cultivate his feelings for the Lin family. In the future, when something comes up, it would be good to ask. I observe that the talent of the moving child is extraordinary, and I think that his future achievements will be unlimited. Lin Zhan, you, as a father, should treat Mover well. Go and take a few bottles of each of the pills in the storehouse for Mover to cultivate. After saying that, Lin Fan smiled at Lindong and said, Donger, don't be complacent and proud. If you cultivate well, I see that your realm will definitely be able to easily surpass your old ancestor. As Lin Fan's words fell, the father and son duo of Lin Zhan and Lin Moving were both slightly surprised in their hearts. Lin Zhan, in particular, was so excited in his heart that he couldn't help but exit and ask, Old ancestor, are you sure? Moving child's talent is this high? The old ancestor of his own family is now a master of the 5th realm of the Zhongshe realm. If the moving child is more talented than even the old ancestor, wouldn't that be? When he thought of this, Lindong was even more in a mood of constant ups and downs, and he couldn't wait to be thrilled to the point of bursting into old tears. Aha! Lin Fan mused slightly. It is only a matter of time before moving child's cultivation surpasses mine. Having received a definite reply from the old ancestor, Lindong immediately couldn't help but laugh out loud. My son Lindong has the appearance of a great emperor, cough cough. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched violently as he glared at Lindong. Who taught Lin Battle that phrase? Stand out. Don't give me no more Lindo milk. Elder Lindong. You should also cultivate hard to be an example for the younger generations of the Lin family. Lin Fan said quietly, causing the smile on Lindong's face to instantly freeze, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Many thanks for the reward, old ancestor. Lindong's heart moved slightly. The old ancestor of his own family was indeed incomparably attached to his juniors. He had just come back, and he had to send himself 2 or 3 bottles of every kind of elixir within the Lin family's coffers to allow him to cultivate, although it was estimated that it wouldn't be too much. But this should be the limited resources that the Lin family could come up with, right? Thinking of this, Lindong's heart was even hotter. If the Lin family treats me like this, in the future, when the Lin family becomes a hegemon, the credit will definitely go to me. Ding! The Sons of Qi template is loaded. Main quest released. Host is requested to draw in the Dan Elder behind Lindong, the son of Qi Luck, the same old man. Since when the fate of the day is extraordinary, my life by me not by God. The host is invited to draw Dan's old man in, proving that although he is old, he can still have a heart of gold, and that he is old and strong and ambitious. Reward, 20 years of lifespan. Extreme Dan body, triggering subsequent subplots. The system's beep sounded again. The moment he saw the reward, Lin Fan's heart was thumping. Surprisingly, it was a 20-year longevity bonus. Moreover, there was an extreme Dan body. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that this was definitely an uncomplicated saint body. This time, the system's outburst is unprecedentedly generous. If he completed the mission, wouldn't he also become a genius with a holy body? But the task is no less difficult. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Elder Dan. If he looked at it according to his experience in his previous life, it was definitely the residual soul of a great figure from some ancient family that had fallen, or a proud son of heaven within one of the larger clans above, who was killed by his enemies to the point where only his soul remained, waiting for a chance to rise again. Either way, it's not something one can easily deal with or touch. Not to mention, his current status was only that of an elder ancestor of a small family in a remote area in the district. How could he close the distance and reach an agreement with Elder Dan? Furthermore, although Dan Lao only had a remnant of his soul left, but, after all, a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse. Who knows how much strength Dan Lao still has now? If he can casually use the strength of a grandmaster above the sovereign realm and a grandmaster, one's own district was a zongshire, so it was estimated that he would not be able to enter Elder Dan's eyes. However, fortunately, it seemed that the current Dan Lao was already bound to this Lindong kid. As long as you let Lindong and Dan Lao get along with each other for a while longer, and cultivate a strong teacher-student relationship, you can then start with Lindong and slowly contact. Moreover, one has the prophetic advantage of the system. Sometimes, poor information was a special advantage. As long as one could make Elder Dan curious about himself and possess goodwill, well, that's just fine. There's no rush. This mission, take your time. Elder Lin Battle. Let's drive my son to receive the pills first. Lindong saluted and then led Lindong away in the direction of the Lin family's storehouse. Road. Lindong couldn't help but speak. Father, there's actually no need to trouble the old ancestor. My child is cultivating in the Green Cloud Sect, and the pills distributed by the Sect are sufficient. Lindong smiled faintly. Brat, the Lin family is different today. The old ancestor has sent word to give you a little more pills so that you don't bury your talent and cultivate well. Strive, raise your cultivation level early and surpass us. Seeing Lindong's insistence, Lindong also shook his head, but in his heart, he secretly thought, even if the Lin family is powerful nowadays, how many pills can it take out? Fong came back on his own, the bottle of spirit-gathering pills on the table. I think he must have taken out some of his inventory. Forget it, just take it, and in the future, just compensate more pills for the Lin family. Chapter 36, Jealous Yingi. Elder Dan had said that he would teach himself to refine pills after he broke through to the Grand Martial Master realm. Moreover, one's alchemy talent didn't seem to be low. At that time, when he became an alchemist, how many pills did the Lin family want? Was it not a matter of a handful? Kid, the pills your old ancestor gave you, keep them. The old Dan in the ring suddenly spoke. It aroused Lindong's curiosity. Elder Dan, why is this? Our Lin family, pills have always been scarce. It's not easy for the old ancestor to come up with a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. Elder Dan just smiled and said no more. From the moment he entered this Yunlan city, The shock and doubt in Elder Dan's heart had never ceased. It wasn't until he followed this Lindong kid into the Lin family that Elder Dan's heart suddenly came to a realization. In the middle of Yunlan City, the potion chi of the whole city was vaguely in the shape of a vortex, sucking backwards in the city, and at the center of the vortex was the Lin family. Entering the Lin family, the Dan fragrance was overflowing and the Dan chi was even stronger. Moreover, Elder Dan could sense that quite a few people from the Lin family had actually become alchemists. The chi of pills on their bodies was actually vaguely solidified and practiced. That was a process in which a junior alchemist would undergo a metamorphosis only after refining countless pills off. From this, it seemed that the Lin family could become strong in a short period of time precisely by relying on these alchemists. This kid still doesn't know that his family has turned into an alchemy family, right? With an alchemist, refining a few bottles of pills was not something that could be done easily, not to mention giving Lindong a few bottles of each type of elixir. Even if it was a continuous supply of elixirs for Lindong all the time, it would be enough to supply Lindong until he broke through to the Grand Martial Master realm. It was just that. At that time, Lindong would become an invalid is all. Elder Dan did not say anymore, letting Lindong shock himself later. Right now, Elder Dan was inwardly filled with doubt. Why, among the small clans in such remote places, would so many alchemists appear? What confused Elder Dan the most was this kid's old ancestor, Lin Fan, the old ancestor of the Lin family. Obviously over 100 years old. According to this kid, 5 years ago, he was still dying. His hair was white, just an old man's face. But now, with surging essence and blood and a robust body, where is the appearance of an old man? It's not even physically debilitating. Moreover, why was this Lin family ancestor so powerful in perception and spirituality? There was also his cultivation, which Elder Dan couldn't even see through. Although now that Dan Lao's own soul had been heavily traumatized, he could not see through the specific cultivation of cultivators above the Zhongshe realm for the time being. However, it was possible to sense the state of spiritual energy within their approximate bodies, thus inferring cultivation levels. Even if this Lin family's old man was a powerhouse of the Zhongshe realm, spiritual power would always not lie. However, Elder Dan unexpectedly couldn't even perceive the spiritual energy within this Lin family's old man. This was a bit strange. One or two strange things happen to a person, and it makes sense, but if it leaks out of the ordinary everywhere, it can only mean that this person is very wrong. Elder Dan smiled faintly as his soul gradually faded away, shrinking into the ring to continue his slumber. The Lin family's old ancestor. It's not simple. Lindong, this stupid kid, is blessed. Although he doubted that there was something wrong with this old ancestor of the Lin clan. But the old ancestor of the Lin clan's concern as well as dedication to Lindong and the people of the Lin clan was something that Elder Dan could still feel. The old man of the Lin family should be a virtuous man. When this Lindong brat grew up and recovered some of himself, it might not be impossible to pull this Lin family ancestor. After all, the more help one has, the more likely. Revenge. After 7 turns, the father and son duo slowly arrived in front of an incomparably imposing 5-story attic. Lindong opened his mouth slightly and tilted his head as he looked at this pavilion that housed the Lin family's pills. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. That's enough. That's really enough. The Dan Pavilion built by the Green Cloud Sect to store pills was only a 9-story treasure building. This attic of one's own home that stored pills unexpectedly had a full 5 floors. Are there so many pills? I can't believe I have to go to such great lengths. Shaking his head, Lindong followed his father inside. Upon seeing Lin Zhan, an old man at the entrance nodded and let the two of them enter. All the other Lin family disciples were required to verify their identities and receive the elixir only with the vouchers issued for requesting the elixir. As soon as you enter the door, a strong fragrance of Dan hits your face, instantly refreshing. The spiritual energy in the body couldn't help but resonate, involuntarily slightly speeding up the flow. It's not right. Lindong instantly widened his eyes and twitched his nose as he scanned the very different scene inside. 9 out of 10. There's something 10 out of 10 wrong. Inside the attic, a cabinet for storing pills stood in tiers and tiers. The cabinets labeled with various types of pills were even more densely packed, causing Lindong to blink for a moment. Spirit gathering pill, spirit attachment pill, spirit fixing pill, rejuvenation pill, blood concentration pill, granite pill. When his eyes swept over a class of pills, Lindong muttered out. One row of pills had only just been looked at when the next row of pills came into view. Looking up again, 4 floors above, all of them, although a number of elixir types are duplicated. But there can't be too many. Casually scanning a circle, there are no less than dozens of categories. Densely packed pills tantalizing. Hiss dash. Lindong sucked in a breath of cool air. Like a dream. One hand secretly pinched his thigh. Ouch. It's not a dream. It's real? My Lin family, I can't believe I have so many pills? Seeing Lindong's reaction, Lin Zhan smiled faintly. With a wave of his big hand, the rows and columns of cabinets storing pills were opened. bottles of pills flew through the air, and a steady stream of them entered the spatial ring in Lin Zhan's hand. A moment later, with another wave of his hand, Lin Zhan closed the cabinet, and the ring in his hand was placed into Lin's hand. Alright, this is the old ancestor's reward for you, take it and cultivate well. Not enough to say, Lindong threw his consciousness into the spatial ring and a bottle of pills came into view. The white porcelain bottles were stacked one on top of the other, and the blinding light illuminated Lindong, somewhat unable to open his eyes. Enough, too much. Lindong's heart trembled. The pills in this one spatial ring of his own were honestly enough to buy the life of a random inner disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. Me, back home, I'm a rich second generation. Oh no, Dan too? Miss, the pills sent by the Lin family have all been examined and there are no problems. The ever-steady Yilong couldn't help but have a hint of joy on his face. With so many pills, this trip was not in vain. As long as these pills could be transported back to the glazed pavilion headquarters for resale, the profits would be quite lucrative. The benefits for himself and others are only too good to be true. Aha! But what made Yilong wonder was how the young lady who had always aspired to do something to prove herself, after hearing this good news, but a little upset. Yilong was also a bit puzzled. Yingi waved her hand, her brows furrowed, destroying the gentle beauty of her face. You go out. I want to be alone for a while. Yes, ma'am. Yilong slowly went out, leaving Yingi alone with his chin in his hand. His eyes were out of focus as he looked out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. On the table, there was a red invitation, pressed down by a tea light that had been tipped a few points. Vaguely saw a few big words on it. The Lin family banquet. The old ancestor's wedding. Special invitation. Chapter 37. Missy. Finally a sweetheart. The soul. Yingi looked out of the window out of her mind and kept murmuring under her breath. Long raven blue hair fell casually above her fragrant shoulders, and dots of dappled light from the window fell into it. A porcelain white face with a frown that seemed to contain a faint color of sadness. There is a thin layer of mist color in her eyes, saying that her heart is full of infinite sorrow. The vermilion sand moles at the end of the eyes are even more colorful with a layer of shock and coldness. The upcoming wedding of the Lin family's oldest ancestor was already something that was known to almost everyone in the entire Yunlan city. However, all the large and small clans and forces within Yunlan city had received the Lin family's wedding banquet invitation. Yingi, who represented the glazed light pavilion, was naturally no exception. But, for some reason, obviously it is the big wedding of the Lin family's oldest ancestor, his own heart, and yet suddenly something feels uncomfortable. Yingi didn't know what was wrong with her. It was clearly the Lin family's oldest ancestor who was getting married. What was she uncomfortable about being here? But, there is just a feeling of disappointment in the heart. Yingi's eyes flowed, and her mind suddenly recalled that day, in the middle of the Lin family's parlor. The doors and windows were suddenly closed tightly, and the Lin family's old man was so close to himself, his blazing breath spewing out, as if the two of them were tightly affixed to each other. That warmth, that... Yingi's mind floated back to Rongwaner's appearance, a stunning color paired with a fawning bone that was no better than his own. What man wouldn't be impressed? I'm afraid, the one that the Lin family's ancestor is going to marry this time shall be this stunning beauty, right? Alas. Yingi sighed heavily. It was said that the Lin family's oldest ancestor was already over 100 years old, and was just an old man who was about to face the end of his days. However, if one did not see it with one's own eyes, who would believe that the Lin family's oldest ancestor turned out to be strong and vigorous, with an ageless appearance, more than 100 years of experience, but more added a point of weathered unique temperament. Such a charming man is a rarity in this world, compared to those rich kids, and the young men of the same generation who boasted of their heavenly pride. Yingi suddenly felt that they were nothing more than that, without a bit of manliness. The Lin family's oldest ancestor should be what a real mature man should look like, right? Looking out the window, Yingi's thoughts rose and fell. A moment. It seemed to have made some sort of determination, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Come man, prepare a generous gift for me. No, wait, I'll pick it myself. For the wedding banquet of the Lin family's oldest ancestor, the glazed light pavilion will definitely be there. Yilong, who came in at the sound of the voice, was instantly stunned when he saw this appearance of his own young lady. No wonder the young lady had looked so teared up earlier that it was puzzling. Now, Yilong finally understood. Yilong nodded respectfully, and in the middle of bending down, his remaining light glanced at the invitation on the table that had been spilled by the tea. Raising his head again, the eyes that looked at Yingi were filled with complexity. MS. Grow up. Spring is in the air, and Miss has someone she can look into her eyes after all? Yilong didn't care what kind of person Miss liked, as long as Miss liked it and it was good for Miss, then it was an excellent thing. But, if anyone dares to hurt Miss, a hint of coldness flashed in Yilong's eyes, then he would let him be broken into pieces. Seifu, elder brother, good thing, Ding Buchuan rushed straight into the house with an excited face and shouted. Xu Zihua looked up at the sound of the voice and his heart fluttered. Good thing? Senior brother, could it be that you found the reason why people are buying fewer pills? Looking at Xu Zihua's expectant eyes, Ding Buchuan scratched his head. That's not true. I haven't found the source of this problem yet. Upon hearing Ding Buchuan's reply, the anticipation in Xu Zihua's eyes instantly dimmed, and he skimmed his mouth in obscurity. There was some impatience in his hidden demeanor. He knew that this idiot was completely unreliable. Ask him to do something and it's either windy or raining. After so many days, not to mention finding the root cause of the problem, we haven't even found a chicken feather. But senior brother, I've scoped out another piece of heavenly good news. Oh, seeing how excited Ding Buchuan was, Xu Zihua's heart was tickled again and he listened with his sideways ear. What's the good news? Don't sell it. Tell me. Hey, Ding Buchuan touched out a red invitation card from his bosom and said proudly, Senior brother, look what this is. I got a wedding invitation from the Lin family's oldest ancestor. Xu Zihua took a deep breath and asked with a stiff face, what kind of good thing is this? Ouch. Ding Buchuan hurriedly said, Senior brother, you don't know that right now. The Lin family has already stabilized its footing. Now, the Lin family is the #1 family in Yunlan City. This time, the Lin family's old ancestor's wedding has invited almost the entire Yunlan City's lineages to the banquet. Just think how many people will be there. Those who should come, won't they all come? After listening to Ding Buchuan's words, Xu Zihua came to a sudden realization and a hint of joy reappeared on his face. You mean, we can then take advantage of the fact that all the lineages are present to poke around? That's also right. The entire Yunlan City's lineages have gathered together, so with a little bit of effort, we can obtain the information we want. Senior brother, you've done a beautiful job on this matter. Xu Zihua walked back and forth excitedly. This way, the reason for the decrease in the accounts comes out. With the evidence in place, the sect will definitely not blame you and I. Ding Buchuan was smug. Senior brother, if this is the case, someone is really trading pills privately in the dark. Shall we? Ding Buchuan made a neck-wiping gesture, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Stupid, Xu Zihua nonchalantly chided. You and I only earn a few spirit stones a month? What's the point of playing with your life for this measly amount of spirit stones? If there's really something wrong, just report it to the clan in time. When the elders of the Green Cloud sect arrive, you and I will again do our best for the sect and bow to the best of our abilities. Why not? What elder brother said is very true. But, Xu Zihua's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you just say that the Lin family is now the #1 family in Yunlan City? Then it would be impossible for the Lin family not to know the slightest bit of news about something as big as trading pills privately. On this trip, you and I still need to be careful and prudent. Do not expose the identity of our Green Cloud sect. Ding Buchuan was suddenly startled, his eyes looking at Xu Zihua with a hint of questioning. Senior brother, are you suspecting the Lin family? Xu Zihua didn't say much and waved his hand. When a thing that has begun to generalize, then, the one who is leading the charge must have gotten enough. Otherwise, who wouldn't be moved by such heavenly benefits? There are some things that you and I should just know in our hearts, so don't say anything about them. Ding Buchuan's heart tightened as he agreed. Yes, I'll follow senior brother's orders. Chapter 38, I'm going to destroy the Lin family. If only Yingi could give me a leg massage. Fairy clouds entwine. It was rainy, and the mountains were hidden in a thick fog, revealing their hideous silhouettes. Above a mountain peak, the dense spiritual energy suddenly lost control in general and surged towards the mountain within the attic. Buzz! The spiritual energy within the attic was just as if it had been enriched to a point. A figure sat on the ground, eyes tightly closed, spiritual energy entwined around his body, accompanied by exhaling and breathing, as if it had life flowing and flying on this figure. Phew! Lu Hong suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled like an arrow. The self was like a funnel, and the lingering spiritual energy around him was madly pouring into his body. Boom! Accompanied by the tremor of his entire body, Lu Hong's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Success! Grandmaster! Fifth realm! Slowly getting up, feeling the majestic spiritual energy in his body, Lu Hong closed his eyes in intoxication and opened them again, containing a hint of coldness. I didn't expect that after being injured by that old man, there would be an unexpected blessing. Oomph! An elixir that repairs injuries, mixed with the spiritual energy of cultivation, can actually directly follow the injuries to wash the marrow throughout the body. Lu Hong spread his hands and repeatedly looked at his refreshed body. He himself was considered to have been blessed by the misfortune, and although he was seriously injured, he had unexpectedly deepened the speed and quality of his spiritual energy absorption. Originally, it was expected that it would take a month to make a breakthrough, but now in just less than 20 days, he had managed to break through the shackles and reach the 5th level of the sovereign realm. The moment he remembered Lin Fan's face, Lu Hong's face instantly turned gloomy. It's just a strange shame. As the most talented elder of the Green Cloud sect himself, the Patriarch was treating himself as the next successor to be cultivated. Surprisingly, it would be injured by an old man in a secular family? If this matter were to spread out, how much shame should he or she suffer? However, fortunately, the battle on that day should not be known to anyone else other than the people of Yunlan City, Cloudland City. Lu Hong's eyes were shadowy, a trace of anger rising in his heart. As long as Yunlan City is destroyed, from now on, no one will ever know about this matter. And the old man, he himself was seriously injured, so I'm sure that old man wasn't much better. Right now, whether or not he could survive was a question. Old thing, you mustn't die. There's no harm in dying. When this seat takes out your old bones and throws them to the wild dogs to gnaw on, how will the people of your Lin family react? The corner of Lu Hong's mouth hooked up with a sardonic smile, and his heart suddenly remembered another person. That was Rong Wanner, who had been forcibly married by Lin Fan. The talent in Rong Wanner was definitely a one-in-a-million supreme genius, coupled with Rong Wanner's kingdom-defying beauty. Before it was fully opened, it was already green with a hint of winks, making people look at it with two eyes. If Rong Wanner could become her own disciple and cultivate smoothly for a few years, at that time, supporting her as the holy maiden of the Green Cloud sect would be an easy task. But now, how dare you be so lowly? You'd rather marry an old man who's about to go to ground than to die without giving in. Damned! How dare you taint the seat's disciple? Lu Hong's anger at this moment has just reached its peak, and deep in the bottom of Lu Hong's eyes, a ray of red and black light quickly flashed by, and then disappeared invisibly. Phew! Lu Hong kept gasping for air, trying to calm himself. It won't work. It won't work. This time, I'm going to make all the people of the Lin family die in thanks for their sins. Hesitating for a moment or two, Lu Hong struck a prohibition to envelop his attic. Then he turned, came to an antique bookshelf, took out one of the books, and reached inside the vacancy, feeling for something. Click! The sound of a crisp organ sounded, and the bookshelves slowly parted to either side. A pitch-black bead was set in front of Lu Hong's eyes. This bead was bizarre and incomparable, pitch black all over, as black as an abyss. It was as if it could absorb any color around it, so that if one only looked at it, one couldn't help but sink their consciousness deep into it, unable to extricate themselves. The moment he saw the bead, a reddish-black light flashed once again in the depths of Lu Hong's eyes before disappearing. Reaching out and picking up the bead, Lu Hong, with a hint of infatuation in his eyes, lifted it up and examined the bead under the aura of the room. Help me again. Help me again. If the demon in my heart is not removed, it will be difficult for this seat to go further. If this time it comes to fruition, I will give you everything you want. Hearing Lu Hong's words, the bead in his hand seemed to have a life, and it even trembled slightly in a weird and incomparable way. Seeing this, Lu Hong immediately rejoiced. Good, good. Once I stabilize my spiritual power surge, you and I will go together to exterminate the Lin family and wipe out Yunlan City. Buzz, why is it raining again? It's not a good time for this rain. Lin Fan was half lying on the jade dragon chair, sitting under the eaves of the room, looking at the drizzle outside the eaves, somewhat tasteless. Why? What else could you be up to? Rong Wanner put on her clothes and walked out of the room in style, naturally sitting on her left leg under Lin Fan's embrace, warm and soft into his arms. Lin Fan naturally had a smile on his face. Don't ask why you're sitting on your left leg because. Xiaoqi on top of her right leg leaned her head against Lin Fan's embrace and pouted her lips slightly. Brother Lin Fan, what are you and Sister Wan Er secretly practicing every time? Why don't you always call me? Being secretive, Xiaoqi also wants to cultivate with you guys. Before Rong Wanner could reply, Lin Fan stroked Xiaoqi's head and said with a smile, soon, as long as you walk through the ceremony of worship the day after tomorrow, you and your Wanner sister will marry me together, and you will be able to cultivate together. As the words fell, Rong Wanner directly glared at Lin Fan. Never, old, you still want Xiaoqi to join me for you. You dream. Lin Fan looked at Rong Wanner in surprise. This seed hadn't thought of that, but you have come up with a good idea, worthy of being old man's wife. You will just think about old man. Rong Wanner blankly glanced at Lin Fan and didn't say anything else. As the saying goes, the older you get, the more refined you become. This old lecherous devil, he's not refined. Instead, he's getting more and more unorthodox. I don't know who he learned it from, and the oldest body is getting better and better. Surprisingly, from time to time, he asks himself to do some strange actions. Thinking of this, Rong Wanner's pretty face slightly reddened and she gave Lin Fan another blank look. By myself, I don't think I'm going to last much longer. And, most importantly, the stomach. Rong Wanner lowered her head and gently stroked her belly, unable to hold back a hint of a smile. When Xiaoqi marries this old lecherous devil, she herself will be able to concentrate on cultivating her body. Lin Fan noticed Rongwan Air's movements and his arm around her tightened, looking at Xiao Qi on his right again. Left embrace, right embrace, soft jade in the arms. How is it not a practice to enjoy the chic scenery together on this rainy day? That is, if Yingi was also there at this time, it would be good if she could give herself a whack on the leg. Ah, cut. Yingi rubbed the tip of her nose in confusion. Who's thinking about me? Chapter 39. Bitter wine in the throat makes the heart sad. Tons and tons. Hang this lantern higher. Brat. Watch it. Lindong walked out of the small courtyard and what met his eyes was a lively scene. Almost all the children of the Lin family were out, busy under the leadership of several elders and deacons up and down the Lin family, arranging all kinds of festive things. In the middle of the Lin family, it had just changed. The festive red color is as lively as fire, stretching inside and outside the Lin family, and overhead, a red ribbon is even floating. Uncle Fu, so lively today? Lindong came to Uncle Fu's side and helped him hang the lantern in his hand on the corner of the eaves. Young Master Lindong, tomorrow is the old ancestor's wedding banquet, so no, everyone has come to help seize the time to set up. Fubuki was smiling, obviously in a good mood. Lindong's heart stirred as he approached Uncle Fu and asked curiously, Uncle Fu, last time, you haven't said it yet, old ancestor, who exactly is the ancestral grandmother that you are going to marry? After Fu Bo, who was still smiling, heard Lin Fan's words, the smile on his face did not diminish, but his body involuntarily turned in a different direction, rushing to the other side. Hey, you brats, be quick with your hands. Lindong looked at Uncle Fu's back and opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. What the hell? It's not like it's some secret you can't tell, and you won't say anything even after asking twice. Uncle Fu doesn't want to talk about it, probably because, well, it's the old ancestor's second big wedding. A voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Ju. Turning around, he saw that it was actually a young son, dressed in a white robe with long flowing hair, a face that was rather handsome. Put outside, I think it would be able to attract the eyes of many girls. Looking at this teenager, Lindong slightly froze. Hiss, who's this? Why does it look familiar? Thinking back quickly in his mind, Lindong suddenly remembered. You are, cousin Lin Tianyu? I didn't expect that cousin Lindong would still remember me. Lin Tianyu smiled faintly. Looking at Lindong, who had greatly changed his appearance before him, a wave of emotions ran through his heart. Back then, cousin Lindong was the pride of everyone in the Lin family. He himself was no exception, aspiring to become a genius like cousin Lindong. Ha, this cousin of yours is quite talented. The voice of old Dan in Lindong's ring suddenly sounded in Lindong's mind with a hint of a surprised tone. Moreover, this cousin of yours is actually a primary alchemist now. Not bad, not bad. If I hadn't already met your brat, your cousin, I would really be a bit moved. Upon hearing Elder Dan's words, Lindong slightly froze, then his gaze towards Lin Tianyu carried a trace of surprise and disbelief. Cousin Lin Tianyu was a full 5 years younger than himself. Today, he's only just turned 18, right? Surprisingly, he was a primary alchemist, plus an expert of the 8th level of the martial master realm? Hiss. Looking at it this way, this cousin of his talent was somewhat terrifying. However, the most terrifying of all should be that genius girl from Yunlan City, right? Nowadays, are the younger generation also terrifying? However, Lindong remained confident that his talent might not be that bad, if it wasn't for the fact that the spiritual energy he had cultivated for 4 years had been inexplicably disappearing. His cultivation level would only be higher now. Lindong stepped forward and put his arm around Lin Tianyu's shoulders and asked curiously, Cousin Tianyu, you just said that the old ancestor got married for the second time. What does that mean? Lin Tianyu turned his head to look around and pulled Lindong to a quiet place. Cousin, you've been in the Green Cloud Sect for 5 years. Surely you don't know the changes that have occurred in the Lin family over the years. Lindong nodded. In these past few years, a proud daughter of heaven has appeared in Yunlan City. Ah, I've heard of that one. Cousin, you surely don't know that this proud daughter of heaven is the daughter of the Rong family's head, named Rong Waner, with her looks and extraordinary talent. I don't know how many young talents are the goddesses in their hearts. Saying that, Lin Tianyu also couldn't help but look disappointed, looking into the distance not knowing what he was thinking. Looking at this appearance of Lin Tianyu, the corner of Lindong's mouth twitched slightly. Whether it was the goddess in the hearts of countless young talents was unknown, but he was sure that this Rong Waner was definitely the goddess in the heart of this cousin of his. Lindong asked in puzzlement, but, cousin Tianyu, what does this have to do with the old ancestor taking a wife? Lin Tianyu shook his head slightly and turned his head to look at Lindong. In his eyes, there was a hint of a subtle look mixed in. Boom! Lindong looked at this look on Lin Tianyu's face and slightly opened his mouth wide. It was like a thunderclap in his head. A bold and unbelievable idea suddenly filled the mind. God bless cousin, old ancestor, wouldn't be marrying. Is this wrong, Wanner, right? Lin Tianyu nodded heavily. His dash. Lindong instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He had thought of countless kinds of grandmothers, but he had never thought that his own old ancestor, who was going to marry, was an 18-year-old daughter of heaven. Who would have thought that? The oldest ancestor of his own family, who was over 100 years old, marries an 18-year-old girl. I'm afraid not many people would believe this kind of thing if it got out, right? Lindong shook his head and laughed bitterly. Old ancestor, really good-natured, doing things in an unconventional manner. However, thinking of that day when he saw the old ancestor, and the old ancestor's incomparably young appearance and body, Lindong did not have any great feelings about the matter of the old ancestor marrying the heaven's proud daughter. Just from the sample appearance, it does match. However, that Roan Wanner's talent was rare to come across in 100 years. Such a proud daughter of heaven that she could be married home by the old ancestor? Lindong was somewhat impressed with his old ancestor. This is equivalent to marrying a long-term future for the Lin family. Marrying a sea-fixer. It turns out that the old ancestor was thinking of the Lin family when he took a wife. How touching. How hard the old ancestor worked. The Dan old man in the ring also shook his head straight as he listened, the corners of his mouth twitching. This kind of thing was unheard of in that part of the world where he was. Which one of the proud daughters of heaven like this is not incredibly proud and overbearing? How easily can you put yourself down? This old ancestor of the Lin family has picked up a good bargain. Cousin, you just said that the old ancestor's second big wedding. What does that mean? Lindong asked curiously as his words changed. This would have to mention how the old ancestor, in the beginning, married this proud daughter of heaven. Lin Tianyu purposely bit the word marry particularly heavy. Eyes slightly confused, his hand unexpectedly took out a wine gourd from somewhere, slammed it into his mouth. Tons and tons and tons. Bitter wine in the throat makes the heart sad. The corners of Lindong's eyes jumped as he watched his face twitch slightly. This cousin of my own seems to be a lover? Chapter 40 Wedding Ceremony. Hundreds of people go to the banquet. After listening to Lin Tianyu tell the story clearly, Lindong and the Ring Dan old man duo, an old man and a young man, have long been listening to the dumbfounded straight. Where have I encountered such a thing in all my years of living? Dan old man is even more hate to slap his thighs. Why did he only know to bury his head in the alchemy of hard training in the first place? How nice to get out and walk. It's still the secular world that's interesting. I stayed in those sects and families. Where else could I encounter such interesting things? The once in 100 years proud daughter of heaven attends the birthday banquet of her old ancestor and is instantly recognized by him. Birthday banquet to wedding banquet. The division behind the young girl came to ask for forgiveness and was knocked unconscious by the old ancestor after a bitter fight. And this proud daughter of heaven was actually touched by the old ancestor's charm and voluntarily stayed in the Lin family to be a good grandma. Now, surprisingly, the old ancestors are trying to make up for another grand wedding without shortchanging their grandmothers. How does this sequence of events sound when combined? How magical. Isn't this the proper story of a domineering old man falling in love with a proud daughter of heaven? In normal times, the storytellers in the street tea stalls would dare to tell this kind of story, and they wouldn't dare to listen to it themselves. But now, to my surprise, it's happening all around me. Lindong smacked his lips and shook his head while patting Lin Tianyu's shoulder. Cousin Tianyu, don't be too sad. Although, you like the wrong person, but the people you like can have a better life now, can't they? How is this not a blessing? Lin Tianyu, Dan Lao, cough cough cough. Boy, you are good at comforting. Comforting is good. Next time don't comfort. Lin Tianyu didn't say anything. He just picked up the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Tons and tons and tons. The young man's face had long been red beyond measure, and the young man's blush was better than all the love words in the world. Lindong was about to say something comforting, but he suddenly stopped, and so on. There was a flash of light in his head, as if grasping for some unparalleled piece of information. Cousin Tianyu, who did you just say that old ancestor injured? Elder of the Green Cloud Sect. He even knocked him unconscious and let the wrong family head take him away. Boom! Lindong's lips trembled, and for a moment in his heart, it was as if a thunderbolt had ruthlessly struck his heart. It's over. The sky is falling. The oldest ancestor of your own family, knocking out the elders in your own clan? Himself is nothing but simple. Down the mountain to carry out a mission. Out. How? Can't go back? Fortunately, that elder hadn't noticed that there was even another person from the Lin family who had already worshipped and become a disciple of the Green Cloud Sect. Otherwise, Lindong dared not imagine how terrifying the anger of a patriarchal realm powerhouse would be. It's like to not lose a layer of skin yourself. But, is he still doing the mission he came down here for this time? Or not? If you do it, can you still go back to the clan? Lindong's heart was like a mess for a moment, and his eyes were lifeless. Kid, don't worry. Old Dan in the ring stifled a smile. If you can't, stay at home. I see that your family has quite a few resources now. Enough for you to cultivate. Lindong nodded numbly, snatched Lin Tianyo's wine gourd and poured it into his own mouth. Tons and tons and tons. The pungent sensation instantly filled the mouth. Hey, cousin, that's my. Lin Tianyu saw that Lindong suddenly looked like a different person. His expression was depressed and despondent. After opening his mouth, the words at the edge of his mouth retracted. Just fished out a gourd from his waist again. Cousin, dry up. You're right. We have to look forward. I will also learn from you and enter the Green Cloud Sect to cultivate hard. Ha? No, I don't seem to be able to enter the Green Cloud Sect, yay? Lindong's eyes reddened violently as he once again poured a mouthful of strong liquor into his mouth. He only felt that this cousin of his was a bit noisy. Perhaps, the sorrows and joys of people were not connected. The two teenagers didn't say anything, but just kept pouring spirits into their mouths. Only Dan Lao's maniacal laughter was left to fill Lindong's mind. Ha 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 ha, Elder Lin. Congratulations to the Lin family's ancestor on his happy ending na. Lin family lobby. At the entrance, a family head entered one after another with the elders and juniors of his family, and when they saw Lin Zhan, who was in charge of receiving guests at the entrance, they all arched their hands and said some words of congratulations. By the way, the thick gifts that had been prepared were handed over to Lin Battle. Lin Zhan was beaming with joy as he set aside the gifts from these family heads. Beside them, there had long been piles of various heavenly materials and treasures, emitting a dazzling and mesmerizing light. They were eye-catching. Ha 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 ha. Many thanks. Many thanks. I'll thank all the family heads for their kindness on behalf of the old ancestor. The heads of the families entered and took their seats one by one. Finally, a figure slowly came under the gaze of the crowd. Nya family head. Nya Feng. Everyone knew just how much the Nya family and the Lin family had been at odds back then, and Nya Feng had always been hostile to the Lin family. Now, the crowd wanted to see what kind of attitude the Nya family had nowadays. Nya Feng's eyes lit up when he was 5 paces away. Quickly stepping forward, he tightly grabbed Lin Zhan's hand. The Lin family's old ancestor has worked hard all his life, and now he has finally found the love of his life. Congratulations! Mr. Nya looks at the Lin family ancestor and the proud daughter of heaven, Rong Wanner, as simply a pair of geniuses, a natural pair. Congratulations! With that, Nya Feng waved his large hand. A small mountain piled up with all sorts of heavenly materials instantly appeared beside Lin Zhan, emitting a tantalizing aura. Among them, there was no lack of some heavenly treasures and various rare medicinal herbs for making pills, and the thick medicinal fragrance instantly spread out, refreshing the heart. That's 100-year ghost head cheese. Ha, I think I saw the phantom blade sword that the Nya family has always treasured. Hiss dash, that blue flower, isn't it Xian Bingdu? All the family heads who saw this scene were shocked. It was truly worthy of being a Nya family head, the ability to stretch and say that kind of thing, and the ability to really give a gift. In an instant, everyone's hearts rose in respect as they looked at Nya Feng differently. As expected, Lin Zhan was also incredibly surprised. Then his smile spread out as he personally led Nya Feng to the main table. Family Master Nya, with all due respect, after my Lin family's old ancestor is busy with the wedding banquet, he'll exchange pleasantries with Family Master Nya. Nya Feng immediately put a smile on his face. Good talk, good talk. Seeing this scene, everyone even grimaced and regretted it. Maru Spice, why didn't I think of this? Still do not want to give up. If you were ruthless and dropped a piece of meat, wouldn't you be the one sitting there right now? Everyone knew that nowadays, the Lin family's rise to power was unstoppable, but anyone who could follow the Lin family's suit benefited greatly. Not to mention, it would be unthinkable for the Lin family's oldest ancestor to personally give you some pointers. Regret. In the middle of Yunlan City, various lineage families arrived one after another to take their positions, and even the head of the Rong family, Rong He, came with an iron face. It couldn't be helped. The Qingyan sect elders had all been injured by that Lin clan's ancestor, and the Yuan clan's ancestor had even been exterminated with a slap on the wrist. Who was he to clamor with the Lin family? Besides, he was still the nominal father-in-law of the Lin family's oldest ancestor, so why shouldn't he come? Come on. Yi Qingyi was even treated as an honored guest due to his status in the glazed pavilion, and was specially arranged in a secluded, yet extremely well-located box. Looking at such a bustling scene in Lin's house, the red-hot and incomparable courtyard inside and out, Yi Qingyi's thoughts drifted, her eyes looking at the center of the place that had already been set up and would be ready for the wedding banquet ceremony in a moment. I don't know what I'm thinking. After all the forces of Yunlan City had arrived, Lin Zhan stepped forward with a big smile on his face. Today, it's my Lin family's old ancestor's big day, so I thank you all family heads for being able to attend the banquet and add to the joyful rhyme. Below, my Lin family, the marriage ceremony, officially begins. Chapter 41 Heavy Rain? No, it's a heavy rain transformed by gathering spirit scatter. The Lin family organizes the wedding ceremony has always been a ceremony that is presided over by the Lin family's old ancestor, Lin Fan. This time, it was finally the old ancestor's turn to be married, and Grand Elder Lin stood on the stage and lamented. The oldest member of his own family is always happy. 2. The whole process of the wedding is not complicated. The main thing is to worship. At this moment, all the family heads of Yunlan City turned their gazes to the center. Last time, the wedding banquet of the Lin family's oldest ancestor ended hastily to close. No one had anticipated that things could go this far. Rong Waner, after being forcibly married by the Lin family's old ancestor, had actually cultivated feelings, voluntarily marrying the Lin family's old ancestor. This time, it was the wedding banquet between the proud daughter of heaven, Rong Waner, and the current true number one person in Yunlan City, the Lin family's oldest ancestor. If one ignored the age difference between the two, in terms of status and cultivation, it's really a couple that's made for each other. The thought of Rong Waner's face that was so beautiful that every knit of her brows seduced her heart, and I don't know how many people are secretly dripping blood in their hearts and crunching their mouthfuls of teeth together. Lin didn't talk nonsense, and after a simple opening, he took a deep breath under everyone's gaze. The auspicious time has arrived. The good man has arrived. As the words fell, a red rain instantly fell above the auditorium, with dots of fluorescent light lingering on every drop of rain, sparkling with a spiritual light sprinkled among the crowd. The crowd all looked up at this vision, dismayed, until those red raindrops fell on the crowd drop by drop. Everyone then reacted and looked at the raindrops with horror. This is actually spirit gathering scatter. No, it's more than that. Wang family head looked grave, reached out to catch a drop of red raindrops. Strangely enough, these raindrops fell on top of a person's skin, but they directly transformed into a ray of light and drilled into the body and disappeared. Not a trace of water was left behind. Inside this spirit gathering scatter, it's also mixed with spirit dew and red lotus jade leaves. Hiss dash. Everyone instantly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, shocked and horrified. Looking at the sky has been a steady stream of scattered these raindrops. At this moment, even Rong He, who had been keeping an iron face, couldn't help but reach out his hand and proceed with these spirit gathering scatters. One spirit gathering pill could be turned into about 20 drops or so of spirit gathering scatter, and a bottle of spirit gathering scatter would probably only hold about 100 drops. But now, sky, it's raining a downpour made up of pure polysorbent. Moreover, every drop of spirit gathering scatter was red in color, indicating that the spirit dew and red lotus jade leaf that were mixed in with it were also in almost equal portions. Lin family, what a great deal. Niefeng tilted his head and looked at the raindrops of spirit gathering scatter that were still falling in a steady stream, a bitter smile hanging on his face. It wasn't until this moment, until now, that Niefeng finally understood. Yunlan City, the Lin family, had truly achieved what it meant to be a dominant family. In his place, he would never be able to afford to make such a scene. The Lin family's depths were revealed at this moment, full of family masters. No one has any objections, all shocked and surprised to accept the baptism of this heavy rain. Inside the VIP box, Yingi's eyes were slightly lost in thought as she looked at this heavy rain of spirit gathering scatter. Are you even willing to give up so much for a woman? This gathering spirit dispersal rain, although the rich and powerful glazed light pavilion want to get, naturally, can also be reproduced out. But, Yingi is sure that even if she is married, her adoptive father, and certainly not willing to waste it like that. However, now the Lin family old man Lin Fan He. For a moment, Yingi was slightly lost in thought, looking at the red downpour in the sky without saying a word, lightly biting her red lips. Meh, it's good to have an alchemist in your family. Today, it's sort of letting you out of the limelight. This heavy rain lasted for half an incense stick of effort before it gradually stopped. It made the eyelids of all the family heads of Yunlan City present even more jumpy and their hearts beat. The Lin family, the hoes have no bounds. So much spirit gathering scatter. Even if you take all the exotic treasures you have inside your home and sell them, I'm afraid you will only be able to come up with this amount, right? Doesn't it mean that the resources spent on this wedding feast, on one opening, is the accumulated wealth of a small family's entire clan? In the midst of the crowd's chattering efforts, Lin Fan's voice mixed with spiritual energy resounded in the auditorium like a flood bell. This seed is getting married today, and all of heaven is celebrating. You are both visitors and happy karma. In that case, this seat will return a creation to you all. As Lin Fan's words fell, the crowd was even more shocked as they all sucked in their cool breaths in unison. What a universal celebration. The Lin clan's oldest ancestor actually has such a state of mind. This Lin family's old ancestor, I'm afraid his cultivation is further advanced? Buzz. In the sky above the auditorium, a rich spiritual energy fluctuation abruptly trembled away, and a blinding golden light suddenly blossomed. Raise the formation. Lin and all the other Lin family elders had grave expressions on their faces as they poured out their own spiritual energy and surged it into the golden spiritual ball in the sky above the auditorium. After absorbing the spirit energy of the Lin family elders, the golden spirit ball glowed brighter and brighter under the horrified gazes of the crowd. At the same time, the dense spiritual energy almost materialized and filled the entire auditorium. Just by inhaling a mouthful at random, one would feel the spiritual energy in his body filling up by 1 point. And under the illumination of this golden spirit sphere, the crowd was shocked to find that the spirit power within their bodies was actually running on its own. Also, it sped up quite a bit from weekdays. Everyone looked at each other, then hurriedly closed their eyes to cultivate. The spiritual energy in his body was running wild, combined with the spirit gathering scatter that he had absorbed earlier. Under the illumination of the golden light, his own cultivation was almost soaring with a visible cultivation. Half a dozen times, the golden light gradually dissipated. Only then did the crowd open their eyes in retrospect, feeling their own cultivation in horror. My cultivation level has actually risen by a full minor realm. Congratulations! I am not talented, and I have only risen to the peak. However, the bottleneck is loosening, and I should be able to break through soon after I return. Me too! I broke through, the crowd murmured, with wild joy on their faces. Where is this gift of creation from the Lin family? This sends. It's chance. It's real cultivation. Niafeng opened his eyes in intoxication, his eyes filled with shock and complexity. Looking toward the auditorium, Niafeng immediately fell to his knees with a plop. People of the Nia family, thank you for the creation of the Lin family ancestor. Behind them, the Nia family's crowd of elders and juniors weren't stupid, and they all knelt down to worship the ground. Nia clan, thank you for the creation of the Lin clan ancestor. A loud voice resounded through the auditorium. The other family lords saw this and their faces twitched as they cursed angrily in their hearts. You Nia family, you don't care about morality, do you? Why didn't I think of that earlier? With Niafeng leading the way, the other family heads led their family members to kneel down. The flood of voices rose and fell. In an instant, only Ronghe was left sitting in place with an embarrassed face, looking at the kneeling crowd. His face flushed red.